enter the fray? Or does Magic Mike have a trick up his sleeve here in our main event? Round one, Elijah Pierce, Mike Plania. Pierce in the red trunks trimmed with black and white. Mike Plania in the multicolored trunks trimmed with white and yellow.
Not a monster, the monster.
The monster.
Noya Inoue. Coming up the back of a huge win recently of Stephen Fulton. Pierce sees himself in with guys like that, with those kinds of names.
We saw early, just a moment ago, the weapon that Plania is looking to detonate. It's that step-in, looping left hook.
Ooh.
And there's a nice right hand that connects from Plania.
Man, everyone's looking for the left hook, and Plania, showing his veteran skills, rips a nice right hand upstairs. Pierce took it well, though.
Well, you and I were talking before the fight about the difficulties that Plania might have in landing that left hook, particularly against a southpaw. But there he almost used it as a decoy to get that right hand off.
Yeah, I was actually thinking from my keys to victory for Plania is not show that left hook too early, kind of hide it. But there, like you said, he used it to land a right hook. Very, very smart. I don't think Plania often gets the credit he deserves. Kind of everyone thinks of him as a power puncher, explosive kind of guy. Oh, we got a cut early, middle of the forehead there. Doesn't look too bad though. Plania is a veteran of 30 professional fights, and we said that he's fought world caliber guys, so he has that experience.
Ooh, man. Plania works his way to the inside, bangs away to the body. Not a lot of room, again, in this 18 by 18 ring for Elijah Pierce to move around, and Plania taking advantage here in the early going.
Plania just so explosive. The first time I caught wind of Mike Plania, Magic Mike Plania, was when he fought Greer. And I mean, he was dropping him with left hooks left and right. Explosive shots, similar to those.
Pierce looking for that counter uppercut. He tends to throw a pretty good one. Likes to throw that left uppercut and come back with a chopping right hand all in one motion. Talk to us about the fluidity that he's like to add to his approach. More unorthodox shots like that right hook over the top, but Plania coming right back to the inside.
Plania showing a nice eye fake there. Look down, punch up, look up, punch down. Nice veteran tactic once again from Plania.
Plania wails away to the body. Good counter shot to the body there from Pierce. As Pierce starts to wake up in the latter half of this round, but this has been an excellent start for Magic Mike. Round two underway. Saw Andy Pierce, the father of Elijah Pierce, in his corner. Also Musa Muhammad, who's a legendary trainer here in Atlanta boxing circles. In the corner of Plania, as we mentioned, Nonito Donaire Sr.
Great guy to have in your corner if you got a vicious, vaunted left hook, because Nonito Donaire is one of the best in the business. Ooh, nice dig to the body there from Mike Plania.
Yeah, there is that left hook right downstairs from Plania, who is looking explosive here in the early going.
And also not a one-trick pony, like I think that Team Pierce was expecting. He's been utilizing that right hand really well. He's been throwing the left hook downstairs rather than upstairs like he normally does.
Well, it can be a little reductive, too, when you're thinking about Plania and his approach, because sure, he throws a lot of left hooks, but he can throw them in a lot of different ways. Just merely throwing the same hand doesn't mean that it has to be repetitive. We're seeing that from Plania here in the early going. He's been moving that shot around. And as you've been pointing out, Chris, using it as a decoy for the right hand as well.
Tricky stuff from Team Plania. Oh, nice right check hook there from Pierce as he slides off.
Looks for that shot again as he spins out to the center of the ring.
Pierce a slickster, a bit of a cutie. You see him with his lateral movement, his ability to switch stances, step through, spin off as he punches. Oh!
Hard right hand there from Plania. Looked like Pierce caught a bit of it with the backhand, but he might be buzzed right now. Plania comes back with another right hand.
Those thumping shots high in the head from Mike Plania got Pierce in some trouble here.
Pierce trying to dig his way out of trouble, literally, by digging shots to the body. That was a good response from Pierce.
Had to fight his way out of that one.
Well, the Mike Plania that we saw against Rais Salim, who was a little bit tentative at times, we're seeing no concern whatsoever from Plania when it comes to letting his hands go. He is more aggressive than we've seen him in recent fights.
Yeah, you mentioned being reductive in terms of the style of Plania. That's what he was in that fight. Alim was able to really shut him down, so the left hook was the only thing he had, and Alim had answers for that. Tonight, though, he's expanded his arsenal.
He was on the treadmill. Anytime you hurt him.
I think he likes
The
me.
universe has sent you a gift.
That love you feel for your family makes you weak. My family, that's what makes me strong.
Rated PG-13, August 18th.
Let go.
Here we see those big right hands that had Pierce in some trouble along the ropes. Clubbing right hands and a left hook seemed to wobble the knees of Pierce toward the end of that round. Another good round for Plania in the bank.
Pierce now coming out trying to walk Plania down a little bit. Pierce trying to tap into that new identity that he says he's cultivated in the ring, and certainly that we've seen. The Elijah Pierce that we've seen of late is not the one that we saw early in his career, who was mostly trying to mimic Pernell Whitaker.
No, he's got way too much power for that. Pierce can actually really punch. And you know, we spoke early on about this being an 8-rounder with this level of guys and how they were going to have to.
Oh, large shot from Elijah Pierce, and Mike Plania is flat on his back.
He's hurt. Very hurt.
That's what he's looking for. That is it. The wolf, Elijah Pierce, howls in Atlanta. Boy, just when it looked like that fight was getting away from him, we mentioned that he had discovered his power midway through his career. That's the power he can tap into. Take a look at this.
Beautiful straight left hand. No fat on that punch.
Nothing.
Right to the point. Beautiful straight left hand down the middle.
Your winner by way of KO and the recipient of the inaugural WBC OTX belt, the Wolf, Elijah Pierce.
Round one underway, our main event underway. Albert Bell in the pink and white and silver trunks. Presco Carcosia in the blue trunks trimmed with white. See if Carcosia can do what really no one other than maybe Andy Vences for periods of time has been able to do against Albert Bell and really get anything going offensively.
Albert Bell starting very sharp, came with a right hook to the body, which is something that I saw was a big defensive hole in Carcosio's game. He's very open to right hands to the body, hooks and straight right hands. I guess Bell watched the same tape I did.
Tape on Carcosia, in particular, his most recent win over Arnel Becanaje. A little bit of a debatable scorecard in that one, if you want it to be. He was knocked down in the opening round. We'll see if Bell could find some vulnerabilities here in the opening 3 minutes. Of course, the knockout bonus dangling overhead for a knockout in the opening round or the final round.
Bell's looking very sharp. Right hand's down low. Just split the guard of Carcosia with a right hand. Landed clean. What we saw moments ago, Carcosia come with a big sweeping left hook when Bell reached with the right hand. Bell still needs to be careful. Carcosia is explosive, and he's got some power in that right hand.
See him jumping in with that left hook. Seems to be a hallmark of all the fighters from the Sanmartin gym in General Santos City. All very explosive athletically, good strong legs, strong foundation from Carcosia as Bell breaks through with a nice right hand. And now has Carcosia along the ropes, puts a combination together.
Not surprisingly, most of the opponents of Albert Bell have the same problem. Carcosia having trouble closing the distance. You see him lunging in and falling short. Bell is a master of range. Maintains that critical distance line, uses that long jab and that height to keep his... Ooh, good shot to the body from Carcosia with that sweeping left hook.
Yeah, Bell came with a right hand to the body, but Carcosia shot to the body, probably a little bit harder. Albert Bell not discouraged. As we enter the closing 15 seconds of the opening round. Carcosia with his back on the ropes. He's going to find it very difficult to reach Albert Bell. He's going to have to go back downstairs to the body like we saw him do earlier on in the round.
Relax and work.
Round two begins. The majority of that round looked very similar to most of the professional rounds have for Albert Bell, but there was that glimmer of hope for Presco Carcosia, that left hook to the body that he managed to break through with.
Yeah, I mean, the left hook was kind of the shot that looked like there was some hope. Like you said, he threw a couple of them that just missed, one of them landing in the body. But for the most part, it was all Bell. He had a very sharp round, fought well at range, was able to keep Carcosia on the ropes quite a bit, and was firing very sharp right hands to the head and to the body just like that.
Left hook to the body there from Carcosia. He tries to crank it upstairs as well.
Carcosia being very smart, using that counter left hook to the body in the middle of exchanges.
For that left hook up top. These explosions are going to be important for Carcosia. You can't allow Bell to just kind of march him around the ring. It's perhaps a late shot there from Bell coming out of the break. Apology from Bell, and we're back to action.
You and I had touched on the fact that we see a little bit of difference in Bell these last couple fights, especially in his last fight. I'm seeing that again here. He's being more aggressive. He's looking to put power punches together. He wants to hurt his opponent, not just outpoint them. Smiles from Carcosia, which he's been smiling all week. Very excited to be fighting in the U.S. for the first time.
See Carcosia just coming up short, now trying to muscle his way to the inside. One thing you might have thought about this matchup is that the rangy boxer might have difficulty with these ring dimensions. We're actually seeing the opposite. We're seeing the tall, lanky fighter just take away the space from Carcosia entirely.
Yeah, I mentioned that Bell is a master of distance. I mean, he does that by setting that critical distance line. Stay outside my range. That's where I'm going to keep you.
When he's showing that you can do that while moving forward as well, as he's doing right now.
Yeah, I mean, when you got a good jab and you got enough pull to make your opponent miss and reach and hit him with shots like that.
Bell's starting to open up some nice right hands to the body, just posting with the jab, dropping that right hand downstairs.
If I'm in the corner of Bell, the only thing I'm telling him differently is to cut off the ring a little better. He's allowing Carcosia exit routes to the left side. He's staying too much to his left.
Bell just flicking away with a jab to end that round, a dominant one for Prince Albert Bell.
What are you guys doing?
Jaime, do you feel okay? Host acquired. What happened? Where did you go?
I flew into orbit? I think I cut a bus in half.
The scarab belongs to me. Target the family.
Let's go!
Blue Beetle. Rated PG-13. Only theaters August 18th.
Bell pinning Carcosia along the ropes in that second round and unleashing a combination. Nice uppercut there, blast through the guard of Carcosia. I had mentioned Bell looking like he wants to hurt his opponents more now. That was a good example of that. Not just outpoint them, he's trying to do some damage.
Round 3 begins. As important and as exciting as this weekend is for Albert Bell, he readily admits it's been a dark year in his life. He's suffered the passing of both his mother and his longtime coach, William Griffin. You see their names on the front and back of his trunks, respectively. At 30 years of age, Albert Bell must feel like he is just on the brink of making them proud.
The way he's looking right now.
Hard right hand to the body there from Bell. Just whipping that right hand downstairs.
Ooh, good counter right hand. Catches Carcosia.
Well, that one rocked Carcosia back, and Bell, I think, feels like he has something here. Sweeping right hand, breaks through in an uppercut.
Love the punch variety of those right hands. Some are straight, some are looped.
Carcosia just swinging for the fences with that left hook, trying to get Bell off of him here.
Bell knows his distance, though. He's able to make him just miss. Getting warned for posting out that arm. Bell started out this round with really good, sharp jabs, and I believe that's what set up the right hand. Now he's going back to that jab. You see what I'm saying, Corey? How he's allowing Carcosia an escape route to his own right hand. Just step across, keep that pressure. Ooh, big right hand there.
There he finds a lane for it. Carcosia again just missing with those left hooks, just can't quite reach Albert Bell. And Carcosia looking very uncomfortable in there right now, and it's not just because he's getting jabbed to death here, Chris. He is getting pounded with power shots from Albert Bell.
Yeah, right hands. There was another good hard left hook that landed. I don't know. Carcosia is not throwing the right hand. We've watched all the tape. The right hand was the punch. He's been throwing the left hook all night long. I'm wondering if there's something wrong with the right hand or if he's hiding it, waiting for it. But I mean, I don't know how much longer he can wait. He's getting beat around the ring right now.
Well, you wonder if maybe one of the reasons why Bell is drifting to his left a little bit is maybe to take that right hand away. I mean, that's just a hypothesis. I don't know.
No, it would be the opposite.
It'd be the opposite way, right? Yeah.
If you're rolling into that, he would be going into the right. But Carcosia is still just throwing the left hand.
See Bell switching southpaw here momentarily. Everything working for Bell this round, including that combination. Lead right hand from Bell as the seconds tick away in round 3. Well, the up-and-coming lightweight star, William Zepeda, takes on Mercito Hesta of the Philippines in one of his toughest tests to date, live right here on DAZN on September 16th.
All Albert Bell in that round, doing a great job of maintaining distance, letting those hands go. Put some real hurt on Carcosia that round. There we saw Bell actually switch sides to the left hand down the middle. Carcosia tried to counter with the left hook over the top. Good round for Bell. Building off of what he did in rounds number 2 and 1.
Round 4 begins. Dominant showing from Albert Bell thus far here in our main event. Of course, he has his eyes on tomorrow night as well, as Emmanuel Navarrete puts his WBO title on the line against Oscar Valdez. He hopes to get the winner of that fight in the ring sooner rather than later. A clash of heads there. Presco Carcosia, no admonishment from the official, just trying to capitalize. Listen, if he could touch Albert Bell in any way with anything, why not try and take advantage of it?
Yeah, I mean, and Bell, head clashes happen a lot in his career. When you're that tall, everyone's shorter than you, so you're going to get the worst end of the headbutt situation. Head comes forward, it's going to hit you in the mouth, going to hit you in the nose. Happens quite a bit to Bell. Not to mention, guys tend to leap in because they're trying to get past that critical distance line that he sets in the sand.
Nice uppercut to the body there from Bell.
Ooh, good body shot there from Bell.
Flashy work on the inside here from Bell. And Carcosia's corner, they're liking this right now because he's getting close, but I mean, this is voluntary work on the inside from Albert Bell.
I mean, he's landing everything. He's landing to the head, to the body. It seems like it's affecting Carcosia too. Yeah, they're getting closer, but close is not enough. I mean, Bell's doing a great job of making him just miss and countering immediately.
Giving distance and taking it away is Albert Bell. Everything working for Bell right now. Carcosia, again, swinging wildly, does connect to the body, but it seems, even facially looking at Carcosia right now, a lot of this is just out of desperation.
Yeah, he looks very, very uncomfortable. It's starting to wear on him too. His face is starting to show some of the damage, and his body's showing that he's getting tired.
Carcosia, maybe a lapse of concentration there, looking for the official. Albert Bell just continues throwing.
Now this is where I was talking about cutting off the ring, keeping the pressure on Carcosia, who's looking more and more uncomfortable, like he doesn't want to be here anymore. You got a guy like this who's pretty tough. You want to give him a reason to quit. And and staying all over them, not letting them breathe is a good way to do it.
Final 20 seconds here of round 4 as Carcosia looking tired, looking frustrated.
Falling for every feint that Bell shoots. Ooh. Footwork, getting square, falling in.
Coaches, that's it. Wipe that corner after we go.
Well, that was an exhausted-looking fighter in the corner in Presco Carcosia. You saw Brendan Gibbons and Coach Ting Sugar trying to motivate their man, but Carcosia's dealing with a lot right now, swelling underneath and around both eyes. And a nightmare of a style matchup in Albert Bell in front of him.
Bell coming out being very precise, landed some good sharp jabs that split the guard, landed a good right hand left hook, and is countering very effectively.
Bell said that not only does he believe he's the most avoided 130-pounder in the world, he believes he's the best 130-pounder in the world, and he's even offered himself up as a short notice opponent in the past. That is a nasty left hook knockdown.
Perfectly timed left uppercut hook combination, a bit of a hybrid punch.
Carcosia all over the place right now, and if knockouts are what you're looking for from Albert Bell, he might be on the brink of one right now. Carcosia's corner trying to egg him on, but he just got blasted with a right hand to the body.
Bell is on full stalk and destroy mode right now.
Just nowhere for Carcosia to go.
Carcosia does not want to be here anymore. If he wants to survive this onslaught, he needs to get his back off the ropes, get some respect back, throw some bombs.
Albert Bell putting a one-sided beating
Left hook to the liver
on Carcosia right now as he looks for the finish here in round 5.
Ref is looking very closely, very, very closely.
Lead right hand from Bell.
Plenty of time left.
Gotta admire the heart of Presco Carcosia, but he is outgunned right now.
He didn't come across the world, halfway across the world to lay down. He's trying, but he's completely outclassed, outgunned, you name it. Oh,
Bell just can't miss with anything right now. Lead right hand.
If Bell could put together a combination or two here, I believe the referee would step in and stop this fight.
There's a combination to the body from Bell.
There just isn't much coming back in the way of resistance from Carcosia.
Carcosia offering just enough every once in a while to stay in this fight. And he may make it out of this round, but I think Carcosia's corner has some consideration to do in terms of pulling him out of this fight.
Oh. One more for good measure at the end there.
Ref, hey.
And that is it.
Yeah.
Carcosia's corner says that is enough, and Albert Bell picks up the knockout victory here in Atlanta. Round one underway. Our main event, Kurt Scooby, Narciso Carmona. 8 rounds in the 140-pound division. Of course, we saw Scooby just blast through Hammer and Hank Lundy last time out. There was that breakout performance against John Manu earlier in the year as well.
Also a southpaw.
Also a southpaw?
Yep, undefeated southpaw. Both men have been able to find each other already. Carmona put a nice left hand down to the body when he had Kurt along the ropes. And then Scooby landed a nice lead right hand down the middle. A great weapon against the southpaw. Popped the head back of Carmona.
See Scooby missing with that lead uppercut.
And Carmona's showing some fast hands. Scooby showing that well-known explosiveness.
Certainly no secret to what Carmona is trying to do in this fight. He wants to remain on the outside. The quieter this fight is, the better. He lands a good check hook, but Scooby breaks through with a right hand.
Yeah, the difference is the firepower between these two. From what I've seen on tape, Carmona does not look like a puncher. Has good skills. You know, he's got a good idea of what he wants to do in there. He's fighting with confidence as well.
Well, Scooby's corner doesn't agree. They're already yelling that Carmona is scared.
I don't think that's true. I don't think he looks scared. He's looked confident all week. You know,
He looks like a fighter who wants to fight off the back foot. That doesn't mean he's scared. It certainly means that he has a very obvious plan here tonight.
And that plan is not going to involve with his back against the ropes. I will assure you of that.
That is a danger zone for Carmona. And we've seen Carmona hurt earlier in his career as well. In his fourth pro fight, he was hurt pretty badly, rallied back to win.
Yeah, he got caught exchanging along the ropes with his opponent and got very tall. He is a tall fighter. He's 6 foot tall for 140 pounds. But he was exchanging with his opponent, got tall in the middle, got cracked with a right hand left hook, put him down pretty bad.
Entering the final 20 seconds of the opening round. Scooby having a little bit of difficulty here dealing with the length of Carmona. It's not to say this hasn't been a Scooby round, but physically this will be some sort of a challenge for Scooby. As we come to the end of round one.
Trying to get him, it's gonna come to you, all right? Come on, deep breath.
Round two begins. It was interesting talking to Narciso Carmona before the fight because he was brutally honest about some of his recent performances. He said, I didn't look good in my last couple fights, but the reason was that I just wasn't motivated. And he didn't really elaborate as to whether that was the level of opposition that wasn't motivating him or whether it was something else. But he's in there tonight, Chris, against someone in Kurt Scooby who is about as motivated as you're going to see an athlete.
Yeah, that's an understatement. But
ooh, hard uppercut there from Scooby, breaks through the middle.
But you know, that being said about Carmona, you know, he does look like he knows what he wants to do in there, and he is enacting his game plan and having some successes. Like I said in the first round, it's really the difference is the firepower. When Scooby lands, even if it's on his arm or his elbow, you know it, you hear it.
See Carmona trying to come forward a little bit here, just offering up that jab. Hard right hand connects there from Scooby as he goes back downstairs to the body. The explosiveness just isn't in the thump of the power, Chris. It's in the footwork. It's how quickly Scooby can kind of pivot into these shots and get back into position when he misses.
Yeah, I mean, that's what athleticism is all about, his ability to change directions and be explosive and to have good balance. That's exactly what you find in high-level athletes in any sport.
Trying to feint his way to the inside. Doesn't seem particularly bothered by what Carmona is offering up.
I remember asking the head of the Stony Brook strength, the strength coach at Stony Brook, the head of the athletic department, asking him what was the most impressive attribute that he looked for in a new athlete, and he said reaction time and his ability to change direction. I was like, well, yeah, that's
makes sense.
That's what we want for boxers as well. And Scooby has that.
Right hand connects there from Scooby a moment ago. Carmona rolling with that first shot, takes that one a little bit more flush. Carmona is certainly not in constant retreat by any means. No. If anything, he's moving forward this round. Scooby's been doing well to adapt.
Well, he came out right in the opening bell and came to the center of the ring and jabbed Scooby back to the ropes. Yeah, no, the confidence of Carmona is there.
Well, 10 seconds here of round two. Another quiet round, but Scooby doing the more eye-catching work in round two. On August 26th, Oscar Collazo puts his WBO minimum weight title on the line against Agaran Diagon, live from his home nation of Puerto Rico. Round three begins. We've seen flashes of the explosiveness of Kurt Scooby through the opening two rounds, although Narciso Carmona doing a good job, at least neutralizing it a little bit. We haven't seen Scooby just been able to, run him back to the ropes the way he was able to do against Hank Lundy, for example.
No, yeah, I mean, Lundy's a small, he's not really a 40-pounder, never really was. He's best at 35, and was also very long in the tooth at the time that Scooby got him. He was just way too physical for Hank. Now you got a guy like Carmona, a self-described stylist. He's going to be able to deal with the ebbs and flows of the ins and the outs, and we're seeing that with that slickness and slipperiness.
See Carmona almost teasing Scooby with that opportunity along the ropes. I don't know for how long he wants to try this tactic, though, as Scooby breaks through first with the left hand to the body and then with that right hand with Carmona along the ropes.
Yeah, took a good right hand to the nose. Did Carmona. Good luck took upstairs from Scooby. Makes Carmona move halfway across the ring.
And let's send it over to our Rebecca Ruber, who's standing by with a special guest.
So what's going on, champ? How you feeling being on the other side of the ring here at OTX?
I'm feeling great. It's I love seeing some wars going on. I had a couple of my homies fight tonight, so just want to come out and show some support.
What do you think of this fight going on right now?
I feel like Scooby, he's still trying to figure out where to let the gun go off at, but I think it's picking up. I think he's going to catch him, but right now I can tell he's having a little trouble. you know, it's actually been some really good fights. A lot of the A-side guys, you know, they've been coming in with some stiff competition.
Are we going to be seeing you back here next week as well?
Oh, of course. Yeah, I'm definitely, like I said, I wanted to come make sure I show support at all of them, you know, make sure I give thanks to Overtime, give thanks to C4, you know, for sponsoring and, you know, letting me come out and show face. Like I said, I love boxing, so it's always good to come out and support everybody.
Now, you know we're all about the vibes here at OTX, so how are the vibes right here, right now?
Oh, yeah, it's all good. You know, I'm feeling good, you know, looking good, ready to, you know, just enjoying the time. Like I said, there's a lot of good fights going on, you know, you know, kudos to all the fighters who fought tonight, you know, and it's a great show.
Thanks so much, Elijah, and enjoy the show.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thanks so much, Rebecca. Inside the final 10 seconds of this round. Tempo picking up a little bit here in our main event. Thank you to Elijah Pierce for helping us commentate that round as well.
I want a triple jab. Stop giving me single jabs, son. Come on. You got that one too? Huh?
Round 4 begins here in our main event. Saw the training duo of Don Saxby and Leon Taylor in the corner of Kurt Scooby. You also saw his strength and conditioning coach, Vyacheslav Popka, who's a Ukrainian fitness guru who specializes in biomechanics. Keeps Vyacheslav in his corner for his fights as well. Very interesting. And there's Scooby breaking through with a nice uppercut.
Last round, Scooby took some of the power of his shots, restoring more volume, and had a lot of success. Got the nose of Carmona bloody, some blood from the mouth as well. Those first couple rounds, he's really just loading up and hitting a lot of air.
Yeah, I think we heard Elijah Pierce describe it as Scooby kind of figuring out where he can let his gun go off. And I think Scooby is figuring out that just a little bit more volume.
A little less power, a little less loading up.
A few more bullets and one might hit the target.
That's the thing, you know, punchers have to be careful not to fall in love with their power and just keep loading up and looking for the knockout. Makes you a one-dimensional fighter. And a guy, even like a guy like Carmona, who could be slick, make you miss enough. Go ahead and steal rounds.
Hard right hand there. Connects from Scooby.
So his feet, look down, shoot the shot up from Scooby.
Scooby really just standing in front of Carmona, trying to intimidate him right here. You see him kind of peering over his gloves. Saying, is that all you have?
Carmona doing a good job of avoiding the big shots, though.
Yeah, Carmona not offering a lot other than that lead jab, but the movement and simply the offering of that jab has been enough to keep Scooby at bay. As we take a look at Scooby's fiance sitting ringside. Doesn't look particularly worried about what's going on. And thus far in Scooby's career, hasn't really given her anything to worry about at all. He has been absolutely dominant. Tonight, not the same explosive performance we've seen in the last two outings for Kurt Scooby, but we're seeing a man in Scooby learn how to put those connective tissues together as well. We have a guy in Carmona who isn't just letting him walk forward and trap him along the ropes.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many different kinds of styles that's what make boxing such a nuanced business. I mean, you got to learn on the job. You know, especially a guy like Scooby who's coming from another sport. He doesn't have that vast amateur background like a lot of the top-notch guys that we see. So he's going to be learning on the job for most of his career.
Scooby got out of the way of that right hook from Carmona a moment ago. Misses with his own uppercut.
And although Carmona is not being very active offensively, we are seeing some good defensive maneuvers from Scooby.
The final overtime boxing event of the month takes place on Friday, August 25th, when Lorenzo Truck Simpson takes on Vladimir 24K Hernandez. Hope you'll join us back here at the OTE Arena next week. I've heard that the environment next week is going to be the wildest one yet. That's what we've been told.
We're just building week after week after week. Yeah, I'm with it. I believe it.
He don't want to fight. He's just trying to pop shot shit like this. You'll shoot your little bull jab if you have to.
No, we ain't here ringside, baby.
What's gonna happen this round, bro?
Take a look back at some of the action for the previous round.
Yeah, well, you know, I spoke about how Scooby is taking the power off of some of his shots and was trying to use volume to put some hands on his guy. We saw more of that in that round.
Round 5 of 8 here in our main event. Kurt Scooby and Narciso Carmona. Perhaps a clean sweep thus far for Kurt Scooby, but Carmona doing some good work to nullify some of the power of Scooby, at least through the first 4 rounds.
Yeah, you'd be hard-pressed to find a round to give to Carmona at this point. Hasn't been a ton of action.
There's Scooby digging to the body with that right hand. Low, a little bit too low. Maybe not to the body, maybe to the legs.
It was that low?
Yeah, I didn't think so either. I'm also not inches away from the fighter like the referee is. So
that's fair. Scooby lost his footing once again. Not sure if he's stepping on each other's toes or what. But ooh, good left hand there from Carmona.
Yeah, he breaks through with that one. Tries to bring a right hook behind it. Starting to flow with his combinations a little bit. Mainly that pawing jab, jab and retreat. There's a nice lead left hand from Carmona.
He found a home for that left hand down the middle.
Gaining confidence as well. You see the hands at the side. Carmona having some of his best success of the fight. And starting to talk to Scooby on the inside.
I told you, he was a confident man. I could feel his confidence in the fighter meeting.
Look at Carmona, 2 left hands in a row and a third. Back Scooby up.
Best round of the fight so far, for sure, for Carmona here in round number 5.
That last left hand from Carmona might not have landed. That one to the body did.
Confidence growing.
But the confidence, again, yes, it is growing in Carmona visibly.
Which can be dangerous. You can walk into a shot now. And like I've been speaking so much about the firepower differential between the two. But, man, Carmona's having a great round.
Digs to the body a moment ago with that left hand as well. Scooby trying to come back with an uppercut. But the first 2 minutes of this round certainly belong to Narciso Carmona.
Good right hand there from Scooby. Catches Carmona dipping down.
Straight power shots there to Carmona and Scooby. Carmona's landed a little bit more flush. Carmona again back downstairs to the body. Very good round for Narciso Carmona.
Fighting with his hands down.
This is a man, yeah, and this is a man who readily admitted to fighting utterly unmotivated in his last couple of fights. But he steps on the bigger stage against the toughest opponent of his career, and he's found something here in the 5th. Oh, hard left hook there, connects from Scooby. That one might have impacted Carmona. Scooby certainly thinks so. But the bell is on Carmona's side in what was otherwise a terrific round for him.
Break him now.
Don't let him
Give me a deep breath. Give me a deep breath.
Don't let him get covered. Jab. Back to the body.
How we feel? Yep. Give me a deep breath.
It was looking like Scooby was actually getting frustrated in that round. Carmona was getting very confident, landing good shots, left hands upstairs, some body shots were working out really well, fighting with his hands down, and then right at the very end of the round, Scooby lands a couple good combinations, a nice left hook to the liver there, I believe, had Carmona walking back to his corner thinking about that shot. First time we've seen Carmona really affected by any of the punches that Scooby's landed.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of something in the gait of Carmona as he was headed back to his stool. We'll see what he looks like as we begin round 6.
Let's see if Scooby can build on that.
Yeah, and we'll see if Carmona can get back to the confidence level that he clearly had at the beginning of round 5, but here comes Kurt Scooby.
Yeah, that's what Scooby needed. He needed to have an effect.
Ooh, big overhand right there from Scooby. That caught some glove, but not all of it. And it's enough to have Carmona backing up. The tempo of this fight has changed dramatically.
And now Scooby just letting his hands go. This is what he's been needing to do all night. Not load up on shots, just let your hands go. Have fun, get moving.
A little bit more upper body movement from Scooby as he's ducking and rolling, moving forward.
Yeah, and as athletic as he is, he was a little stiff early on. And when you got a guy as slick as Carmona, stiffness just ain't gonna work. You gotta get out there and be athletic, get that fluidity going, and we're seeing that here.
And let's send it over to Rebecca Ruber, who is live in the Kurt Scooby corner with the Vibe Cam.
Coach, what does your fighter have to do to secure the win tonight?
Look at that body. Nah, to the body, son. Show me you can listen. Go to the body.
What does your fighter need to do to solidify the win tonight?
Just go to the body and keep using his jab. That's all. I mean, he's winning, but he's just not doing enough. For me, he's winning.
Oh.
Don't fall asleep.
2 good left hands upstairs.
How are you feeling about the fight so far?
Oh, we're winning. I'm fine with the fight. I'm fine with what he's doing. Just need to do a little more.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. Very frank advice from the corner of Kurt Scooby. Oh, big right hand there, connects from Scooby.
Oh!
Carmona shook that one off, but he can't shake that one off. That's a hard right hand right down the middle. And that may be a turning point in this fight as Scooby is on the attack.
Plenty of time left in the round. Big left hook upstairs.
Scooby said, bring me my snacks, and he is looking to eat right now.
Ref is looking real close.
Kurt Scooby is devouring Narciso Carmona right now, and that is it. Kurt Scooby still undefeated. Years. We'll find out if Truck is for real tonight. Round 1, scheduled for 8.
Early on in this fight, it's going to be very important. Truck needs to get that respect, draw a line in the sand, and let Hernandez know, you're not going to bully me, you're not going to push me around.
We've seen Hernandez against guys like J-Rock Williams, guys who could certainly box, mobile boxers, force them into trench warfare. And you know, Truck Simpson certainly is used to that with all the sparring that he's got, A-level sparring. However, it's different here in an 18-by-18 ring. It's different in live action.
And it's different when you're stepping up in class with a guy like Hernandez who's got that much experience, been in with world-class guys, former world title challengers, former world champions, and has wins over those guys.
You know, when we asked Truck about that, he kind of scoffed at that. He said, you know, people always say that pressure is going to be the antidote for every fighter, but I've seen that in the gym. I've seen that throughout my career.
Truck looking very sharp, cutting those tight angles, utilizing every inch of this smaller ring very effectively.
Obviously, you are going to see some stylistic similarities between Truck Simpson and Gervonta Davis, of course, coming under the same learning tree. Simpson, it seemed a little bit more of an aggressor than Tank, at least watching him to this point in his career. Tank, I think, admittedly, a natural counterpuncher.
Yeah, Tank is also one of the slower starters in the game, one of the lowest outputs with the highest knockout percentage, literally. You know, he sets up traps, he analyzes a lot early on. Truck, more traditional in sense, using his jab, finding the opening, making the openings more than looking for them. Nice uppercut. Beautiful 1-3-4 combination there from Truck.
You see that uppercut to the body as well. Moving that left hand around is Truck Simpson.
Very smart move where they got a guy who's heavy over that front foot, setting up those uppercuts on the inside. Simpson picking those punches, very smart. And not getting stuck along the ropes, which is exactly where Hernandez wants to keep him. He talked about how he forces you into trench warfare.
At least here in the opening round, Simpson has really stifled the aggression of Hernandez. We touted those punch stats that Hernandez can put together, but Truck Simpson has really cooled that off here in the opening round. Crowd getting fired up here in Atlanta, Georgia. A party atmosphere here in the OTE arena. As round 2 begins, good start for Lorenzo Truck Simpson.
Yeah, that's the pace that he wants to set. Keep that design. Talk about drawing a line in the sand and keeping Hernandez at bay. Truck did just that in the first round. Landed some good shots as well. The uppercut, namely, the best shot that I saw.
Well, certainly the approach from Hernandez, it's not a secret. He doesn't hide it. Obviously, the film does not hide it. And Hernandez trains specifically for punch output. He says that he does 25 to 30 rounds of everything with no breaks, regardless of what movements he's doing in the gym.
I'm loving the way that Truck is slipping and rolling and sliding, making Hernandez hit nothing but air along the ropes.
Hernandez looking for a counter right hook. Simpson gets out of the way of that one.
Hernandez can't start slow. That first round he did next to nothing. He needs to put more pressure, needs to let the hands go, even if he's missing. Hit whatever he can, hit the shoulder, hit the hip, hit the elbows.
But I think aiming to the body will do Hernandez well, but Simpson comes back with a hard right hook to the body of his own.
Yeah, Hernandez is actually a very good body puncher. He throws it in combination, sneaks in nice rear-handed left-hand shots, right hooks around the elbow there, you saw it.
See Simpson landing to the body. There's a sneaky right hook from Simpson as he catches a lot of these shots on the arms. Hernandez just moving his hands, touching anywhere he can. There were some sequences early in this round, Chris, where Hernandez was flurrying up top, and Simpson just got out of the way of all of it. And you saw Hernandez say, okay, well, let's go downstairs instead.
Yeah, good adjustment, good veteran tactic from Hernandez. It's like, all right, I got a guy who's very slick in front of me, but hey, the head's hard to find, body doesn't move as much. Let's go there. Now we have Truck actually pinning Hernandez along the ropes, but Hernandez is still like, oh,
chopping right hand. Truck Simpson connecting on the best shot of the fight so far.
Back comes Hernandez with volume. And that was something we were saying off air. If Truck wasn't going to be able to get respect and hurt Hernandez, this could be a really long night. Once Hernandez gets those hands going, he's a tough guy to deal with.
Well, Simpson certainly landing the sharper shots, but this is not easy work for Truck either. He's having to block a lot of shots here, but he's doing it willingly. He's going to the inside to get this work. But look at Hernandez. Some of these landing, but man, Simpson rolling, slipping out of the way in a lot of those.
Oh yeah, most of them actually. It's really beautiful head movement, but still, it's just a testament to Hernandez. He threw 7, 8, 9 punches in a row.
Yeah, maybe one landed. Look at the defense of Simpson. Terrific display from Truck at the end of that round. Well, after 2 straight dominant knockouts, Angel Fierro hopes to continue his upward trajectory on September 15th against Brian Zamaripa, live from Tijuana, Mexico.
Here we see some action. I mentioned that Truck had pinned Hernandez on the ropes, something that we wouldn't really expect. It was a right hand over the top. That's been the best punch of the fight landed so far. And here we saw that series of punches where literally maybe one of those landed. Truck did a beautiful job of slipping and rolling those shots. His upper body rhythm and shoulder defense has been really, really exceptional tonight.
So here we go with round 3. Our 8-round main event between Lorenzo Truck Simpson and Vladimir 24K Hernandez. See Hernandez coming out with volume as he always does. But interesting to see Simpson go right at Hernandez and try and not necessarily match the volume, Chris, but go to the space where Hernandez wants to work and frustrate him with defense here.
Honestly, I think that's very smart. When you got a guy and you start making him miss, you take some of the power off the punch. You get a little more hesitant. So I think it's really...
Oh, good shot there.
Upstairs.
Hernandez might have wobbled Truck Simpson. Simpson trying to roll with these shots along the ropes, but that right hook had an effect on Truck.
Hernandez, a hard guy to deter. It's going to take more than just making him miss. Have him take some of the power off those shots. Oh, good body shot,
digs to the body. Simpson just shelling up right now, trying to work his way through danger.
Hernandez. He keeps digging that left hook to the liver. It's a great shot. He's very sneaky with it, too. He'll throw some lighter shots upstairs, and then he rips a hard left hook down low.
The uppercut breaks through there from Hernandez.
That right hook landed well again.
Simpson blocking a lot of these, but he also hasn't let his hands go in a little while now.
Hasn't landed anything meaningful yet either. But Hernandez does what he does, keeps chopping that tree.
Oh, hard right hook to the body there from Hernandez. A little bit of the steam coming off the punches of Truck Simpson as well. He tried to let go of that chopping left hand a moment ago. Not much on it. But Hernandez just will not stop throwing.
Being very smart and economical. He's placing the hard shots, letting the hands go upstairs with nice little chopping shots, and then he rips a hard one in the middle, changing up the speed and power. Very, very smart veteran move.
Just constantly giving Simpson something to block here right now, occupying his hands until he lets go of those power shots that they are landing here in the 3rd round for Hernandez.
Really having a homing device on that right hook upstairs. Landed a ton of them this round.
Simpson now moving his hands a little bit more. It's tough to match just pure volume with Hernandez, who rips another left hand downstairs. Uppercut breaks through, and another one from Hernandez. Snaps the head back of Simpson.
Great accuracy this round from Hernandez.
Take a look in the corner of Lorenzo Truck Simpson. His trainer, Coach Calvin Ford.
Good sneaky veteran work from Hernandez. Catches Truck with that right hook over the top. Came out of that crouch position. Got his head offline. Right hook right to the chin. You saw the legs of Simpson buckle there. And then after that, it was just volume from Hernandez. Digging to the body on both sides. picking his punches really well. Nice shot selection from the sneaky vet.
Round 4 underway. Perhaps a turning point in this fight. Probably the most danger that Simpson has been in his pro career to this point. He is in a real fight here against Vladimir Hernandez, who goes back downstairs to the body. A little more zip on these shots from Truck here to start off round 4.
Yeah, Truck looked excellent in the first round. Second round was another good round for Truck, but then round 3, that right hook wobbled him, and then it was all Hernandez after that. Let's see if Hernandez can build off of what he did in the last round and keep that momentum going. Hernandez being very clever with that uppercut on the inside. He's being able to split the guard and catch Simpson pretty regularly the past round and a half. There's that right hook again.
Simpson just trying to crowd Hernandez here, but it's Hernandez who just continues to throw even though he has his back to the ropes. Chris, what do you think Simpson is trying to do with this game plan right now?
I think he's trying to hold his ground. He's trying to hold his ground and look for big openings. He knows he's got the bigger punch, but the guy who's been affected has been him. So he needs to be careful fighting on the inside, absorbing all this punishment. Oh, nice uppercut on the inside from Simpson.
Yeah, Simpson, but look at Hernandez threw about 9 uppercuts in a row.
What do you call that, uppercut party?
Uppercut party. Hernandez wraps that left hand around the guard of Simpson.
Truck is trying to physically impose his body on Hernandez, but he needs to impose his power punching, not letting hands go enough on the inside.
Hernandez breaks through with a right hook there.
Again, with that uppercut up the middle, Hernandez finding a home for that, splitting the guard when they're on the inside. Ooh, good body shot. Back comes Truck, looking for his own body shot.
They do get the sense that Truck believes that he has fight-changing power if he's going to walk forward like this, and not to continue making Tank comparisons, but for reference sake, looking for that Tank versus Leo Santa Cruz, one punch, catch the guy in the middle of volume, knockout shot. Look at that, and that's the left hand.
That's been the best weapon so far for Truck. He landed one in the second round. That was beautiful over the top. There was another one. Definitely the harder shots are coming from Tank, but the more effective punches are coming from Hernandez.
Yeah, Hernandez giving the judges a lot to look at right now. But better work from Truck Simpson here. Couple shots to the body, just misses with that right hook right at the bell. And let's send it over to Sofia Gutierrez, who's standing by with a special guest.
That'd be good. Just move that water out.
All right, Danny, tell me, what do you think about the atmosphere here at the OTX Arena?
I love this atmosphere. Really good vibe here. A lot of boxing fans that you can tell have been waiting for a match like this or for an event like this in boxing to come down to Atlanta. So I live here now, even though I'm originally from Brooklyn, New York. I'm just here to support. I love the concept of this event as well. And the guys who's up and coming, I've been in those shoes before, so just to see them root for the stars and accomplish their dreams, nothing better to see. Yeah.
And we know that you're a world champ in this weight class. Tell me, what do you think about the fight so far?
Great fights, great atmosphere. Not only just you see a lot of people in the crowd supporting, but the fights are actually living up to the expectations. So I've come to the main event. Truck, he's a great fighter. I've heard tons about him, but this is my first time seeing him, so I'm locked in to see a good fight.
Thank you for your time and enjoy the night.
Thank you so much.
Truck landed a really good left hand over the top once again on Hernandez to open up the round.
Simpson certainly physically confident in standing his ground, as you pointed out. Hernandez just keeps throwing, digs that. I mean, that left hand landed, I think, on the thigh of Truck a moment ago. Hernandez just trying to hit him anywhere and everywhere. Truck Simpson looking for the more accurate shots here.
Hernandez certainly not known as a heavy-handed or powerful guy, but he gets it done on volume. And like you said, it just seems like Truck believes that he's the harder puncher, that he's got the game-changing power, and it doesn't matter how much that Hernandez touches him, he can finish the job.
Question is, can he finish the job inside 8 rounds? You know, in some ways, the brevity of this fight, Chris, is working against both men's game plan here. You know, the volume puncher wants to wear guys down, but also Truck, who's looking for that one shot. Can you find it in that amount of time?
That's a great point. I mean, I don't know exactly who it's going to benefit tonight, but I think as we go down the stretch, conditioning is going to play a part.
Truck starting to dig the shoulder into Hernandez. There's a nice uppercut on the inside. Get the sense that Truck is seeing these shots a little bit better from Hernandez. You can't see all of them when he's throwing 9 at a time, but particularly the ones up top landing with less frequency right now from Hernandez.
I also think that Truck, even though he got rocked at that right hook early in the 3rd round, he's been taking them just fine since then. I don't know if he doesn't feel the power anymore, and he's like, all right, I took your best shot, so I can stay in the pocket.
Simpson looking for a sweeping right hook there a moment ago.
Truck is doing a good job, not giving up ground. He is holding that line, being physical. Smiling on the inside is Truck now.
Smiling, talking to Hernandez. Around 30 seconds, around 5.
Not sure Hernandez understands him, though.
Truck coming over the top with the left hand. There, he does it again.
Much better round here for Truck.
Truck trying to find a little bit of room for that explosive shot, but he's there matching physicality and volume with Hernandez. But Hernandez with a nice rally to close out this round. All action here in our main event.
Hernandez needs to be careful to not let rounds slip away like that. He needs to be throwing nonstop from beginning to the end like he did in rounds 3 and 4.
Well, after fireworks at the presser this week, you can't miss the 2 X Series Superstar Grudge matches on October 14th when KSI takes on Tommy Fury and Logan Paul takes on Dylan Dennis, live on DAZN pay-per-view.
Don't waste no shots, here. All right, to the 6, baby. Okay, you got 9 fucking minutes.
Pretty good get-back round for Truck Simpson. He came out, landed a good overhand left right to start the round, kind of set the tone. Hernandez did not get to throw as many punches in that round as he did the 2 rounds prior. There's a nice overhand shot from Simpson as he had Hernandez press against the ropes. Like I had said, he drew a line in the sand and was not allowing Hernandez to push him back that entire round, and I think that was very, very beneficial for Truck.
Round 6 begins now, and we're back to where we've been for nearly every moment of this fight. Chest to chest, forehead to forehead. Lorenzo Simpson meeting Vladimir Hernandez on his terms here in this 18-by-18 ring in the OTE arena.
And I was going to say, as much as you would think that that would benefit Hernandez in this situation, Truck having a lot of success as well. Fighting on the inside, fighting Hernandez's fight. Landing the bigger, cleaner shots. And imposing his physicality. Nice uppercut there on the inside. Another good right hook there.
Yeah, sharp right hook from Truck a moment ago. We could hear Truck, Chris, we're seated here ringside, a little more vocal in his punch delivery, which I guess it's often could signal you're putting a little bit more on. Now, obviously, it's a breathing technique as well, but I get the sense the Truck is sitting down a little bit more when he's throwing right now.
Yeah, I think that's smart on his part, and that seems like that's been his game plan. He's not going to match volume with Hernandez, so he's going to have to beat him with power.
Truck creating a little bit more space, just missed with that left hand a moment ago.
I think that the size difference is starting to wear Hernandez. Truck being the more natural middleweight. Hernandez, his best work has mostly been at 154.
Oh, right now, let's send it over to Sofia Gutierrez, who's listening in on the corner of Truck Simpson. heard the corner of Truck Simpson just telling him, stay on him, stay on him. Clearly the edict, Chris, is for Truck to just crowd Vladimir Hernandez.
Yeah, crowd him. As soon as there's room, crack him with the overhand left, crack him with the right hook, crack him with the uppercuts. He's been having success the last couple of rounds, but Hernandez is still in there, still game, still landing shots on the inside. Obviously not quite as effective as he was in rounds 3 and 4, but still very much in this fight.
Hernandez broke through with an uppercut a moment ago. Final 15 seconds of this round. Hernandez continuing to paw with those shots. Truck misses over the top of the left hand. Very physical main event here in Atlanta. And DJ Era on the 1s and 2s. Keeping the party going here in Hotlanta all night long. We mentioned it's a party atmosphere. DJ Era has people up and dancing here. Got Carmelo Anthony in the house, Steven Jackson in the house. Stars are out for this one, as there has always been a lot of hype, a lot of community support for this man, Lorenzo Truck Simpson, who is in the toughest fight of his young pro career thus far.
2 rounds to go here. I've got to think for you. If I'm Hernandez's corner, I'm going to tell him, you guys, we need to pick it up. Oh, big shots upstairs. Nice left hand, right hook from Truck Simpson.
Back comes Hernandez with an uppercut that scored a moment ago. See some deep breaths from Simpson a moment ago, too.
Good work from Hernandez on the inside, letting those hands go, head and body.
The big picture, Chris, what do you think about the game plan from Truck? Do you think that he and his camp looked at the dimension of this ring, looked at the fighter they're in against, a guy who could chuck 1,000 punches per fight, and said, well, maybe trying to outbox him in this ring isn't going to work. Do we have to meet him on his terms? What do you think about the game plan tonight?
No, I just think that Hernandez is better than people like to give him credit for. You know, you see the 5 losses, and you're like, oh, you know, we're going to get this guy. But Hernandez is a tough, savvy vet. He's came in with a good game plan here. You know, Truck is making it harder on himself. He was doing really good in the first round fighting from the outside. But like you said, Hernandez very good at forcing you into trench warfare, and I think Truck is there, and Truck is the bigger guy, and he's just banking on his strength.
Oh, big right hook connects from Truck. Hernandez eats it and comes back with combinations, but Truck now emboldened by that shot, and he's looking to load up that left hand.
That was a huge shot. Hernandez did take it well.
Hernandez also holding on, though, at the same time, and he eats another left hand.
Blood from the mouth of Hernandez. It's
Truck Simpson finding that shot that he's been looking for all night long.
Yeah, it's power versus volume at this point. Truck believes in his power. I think it's winning him these rounds.
Just landed another beautiful chopping left hand a moment ago.
Nice uppercut as well. Truck doing a beautiful job with his punch selection, mixing it up just enough.
3-punch combination on the inside from Truck. Hernandez throws about 10 of them as we enter the final 10 seconds of round 7.
Some blood from the mouth of Truck as well.
Boy, this is a real fight we have in our main event. It is power versus volume as we enter the final round.
overhand left attempt, and then a right hook that shook Hernandez there. That's the first punch that we've seen that really looked like it had an effect on the legs of Hernandez, but Hernandez came right back.
Well, we wanted to find out if Truck Simpson was for real. Vladimir Hernandez has been here all night long to pose that question. And round 8 begins, and Truck opens with a left hand. Hernandez still firing. Here we go. And Chris, I think the overarching question that the judges are probably asking themselves round after round is this proximity that we've seen this fight at. How much of it has been voluntary on the part of Tank, and how much of that has been just forced by Hernandez?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think it's a little bit of both. I think it's a little of Hernandez's style, and I think it's a little bit of the ego of Truck to stand his ground and not let him be pushed around by the smaller man.
Good shot to the body there from Simpson.
Yeah, I think Truck could have made this fight a lot easier by taking a half step back, but he wanted to stand his ground, he wanted to fight, he wanted to bully Hernandez as much as he could. That beautiful shoulder roll defense, man. I love when he gets that upper body rhythm going.
Double right hook there from Simpson. That one landed to the body, one caught an elbow, the next one landed. Textbook combination from Truck. Oh, big left hand connects there from Hernandez.
Yeah, that was a great shot. Good timing. Hernandez does have good timing on those shots. Doesn't have big power, especially at this weight class, but those timing shots that he catches you with, you feel them.
Truck firing back with a shot along the belt line. Tough to keep up with all the volume from both men in this round.
Yeah, I'm impressed with Truck's conditioning to finish strong in this 8th round like this. Oh, good right hook upstairs from Hernandez.
See Mello on his feet, obviously towering over the crowd, cheering on Truck Simpson here with 40 seconds to go in this contest, unless there is an overtime round.
There's always that caveat, right? Unless. More blood from the mouth of Truck.
Mello's son taking in the action with him as well. Both men trying to make a final statement here, and that is a beautiful left hand from Truck. And a 2-punch combination connects as well.
Truck takes a look up at the Megatron upstairs to see how much time is left. Short time here.
Final moments, perhaps, of an all-action main event. Truck Simpson got the test that he asked for.
Good fight.
After going 8 rounds inside the OTX ring, we go to the scorecard. Judge Webb scores about 76-76, a draw. Overruled by Judge Cronin, who scores about 78-74, and Judge Oliver, who scores at 79-73, in favor of the winner by way of majority decision. From Mexico, Vladimir, 24K Hernandez.
Okay, gentlemen, I'm expecting good, clean boxing. When I say break, stop punching, take a full step back, protect yourselves at all times. Look like you're a little high, Mike. Okay, touch them up. Good luck to you both.
It is time for our main event. Can Elijah Pierce turn in another head-turning performance here at the OTE Arena like he did against Mike Plania last time out? Or can another Filipino fighter in Arthur Villanueva spring the upset here tonight? Round 1 scheduled for 8.
Okay, so he has 2 minutes and 47 seconds left to see if he can get that knockout, and I'm talking about Pierce.
And it's funny, Villanueva, one of his favorite fighters is Tito Trinidad from Puerto Rico. He talked about loving his style. Look, Pierce has his work cut out for him today.
You know, we spoke about Inoue, you know, as the possible opponent for Pierce, but Villanueva spends some time with Inoue sparring him.
A straight left hand there from Pierce. Ring Magazine's number 9 rated 122-pounder in the world. Pierce very much one of the 10 best on the planet in his weight class.
Ooh, good defense by Pierce.
Good
Hard
body
shot to the body there from Pierce. Big left hand. Pierce
looks like he might
really bringing the pressure here in the opening round. Living up to that promise. Whether he gets it or not, well, that's another story. But Pierce behaving like a fighter who thinks that he can indeed get his opponent out of there early.
Well, he's about halfway through the round, and we'll see if he can execute. Look, Villanueva is a guy with 40 fights. He's been in there with so many. Barack, you mentioned Inoue. He talked about the South African fighter that is.
A little capoeira in there by Pierce.
The fighter you just referenced there is Zolani Tete.
Yeah, he said that was the best fighter he's ever been in.
Yes.
One of the 3 official world title fights
Here's the count of your shot.
that Villanueva has been involved in.
Good left hand.
Nice left hand over the top.
Run him quick, run him
I mean,
quick.
Pierce's defense is on point, and he's beating Villanueva to the point every time.
Really sinks that right hand to the body, does Pierce. You can hear that one.
Careful with that left hook. Villanueva just landed there.
I think Pierce is finished with being slick. He's like, he felt his shots and said, you know what, I'm going to walk you down, and I'm going to try and get you out of there.
Well, we talked about the fighters punching themselves out early, so we don't want to see that from Pierce.
Get your rhythm. Get your rhythm.
Oh, nice right hand by Villanueva.
Yeah, he could be dangerous with that shot, Barack. We saw a lot of knockouts from Villanueva on his way up. On those Pinoy Power pay-per-views on Box Azteca. Scored a lot of highlight reel knockouts, and have to think that that power hasn't fully left him, even at 35 years of age.
Pierce seems like the stronger fighter.
Yeah, and I just love the way he's defensive-minded, even though he's pushing Villanueva back.
Yeah. Looks like he filled in well after the weigh-in.
Oh, yeah.
Villanueva landed a few good body shots in that first round, but obviously Pierce controlled the round.
That was one of the few good left hooks you see by Villanueva, but Pierce responded with a good right hand to the body and a good check right hook. Oh, Pierce
coming out firing here. You see Villanueva thinking maybe he has an opportunity to capitalize. A nice pivot there from Pierce, turning the table, and now a nice chopping left hand. Good action to start off round 2.
It's a war in Atlanta.
But when you start letting your hands go, you're in the line of fire. So he's also landed a big shot there, Villanueva. Good right hand.
Nice shot from Villanueva, and Pierce is in serious trouble. Villanueva sends him nearly through the ropes.
Wow. And right before that, his corner told Pierce he wants to make it a fight, box him. This is surprising.
This is boxing for you folks.
That's right.
We may be on the verge of an absolute shocker here in Atlanta. Elijah Pierce calling out the best fighters in the world.
Still 2 minutes left.
Arthur Villanueva to worry about right now.
That's what she should be doing right now, holding on, getting his composure back. A little less than 2 minutes left in this round. And you got a fresh fighter in Villanueva with a her fighter in front of him in Pierce.
Villanueva looking for another one of those big right hands. That one scrapes the face of Elijah Pierce, who's trying to get his bearings, but he is not all the way there right now.
No, he's trying to land a big shot and surprise Villanueva coming in.
And you see Lorenzo Parra sitting ringside, the expected next opponent of Elijah Pierce, but who knows, he might be facing Arthur Villanueva next.
It's a great point, Corey. At this point, we don't know where this fight is going. It seems like he's getting his wits back.
See a little bounce in the step of Elijah Pierce.
Yeah, but we would see more head movement, so it's not back totally yet.
I think we need a little more clinching, holding, just good body work.
I think Villanueva's letting him off the hook a little bit, just not punching enough.
Pierce trying to turn the tables here in round 2. Couple hard body shots from Pierce in the midst of this onslaught from Villanueva.
He has to keep that chin down and move that head in those exchanges. Villanueva's taking advantage of this round.
I think Villanueva trying to be cognizant not to punch himself out as well.
Yes.
Little blood from the nose of Pierce. Now Pierce is back on his toes. And that's probably the smartest thing to do, just to gain your composure. Dance around the ring, throw your jabs.
Final 10 seconds of a shocking second round. Arthur Villanueva sending Elijah Pierce to the canvas.
Gets out of this round. Very scary round for Elijah Pierce. He's definitely the slicker boxer, but defensively made a big mistake and got caught with that right hand.
All right, let's see how he set it up now. Villanueva missed with the left hand, but he caught him with the right hand twice. Right on the temple, messes up the equilibrium, and down went Pierce.
Yeah, but before that, the right hand that hurt him. It was in an exchange that we haven't seen yet.
Almost in the lap of a judge.
almost kicked a card out of her hand. And like I said before, his father was telling him, box him.
Well, the corner of Arthur Villanueva was absolutely losing it, telling their fighter to go get him, go finish this fight.
Yes.
Elijah Pierce coming out firing here in round 3.
With his hands up this time. Smart decision.
Keep the jab going. Keep the jab going. Get it back, Elijah. Don't go
Pierce trying to get to the inside to work the body. Trying to slow Villanueva down, but he has to be careful because that right hand that we alluded to earlier in this fight, yeah, it's as dangerous as it ever was.
Absolutely. You know, Elijah Pierce told us that he is the face of OTX. He's going to have to turn this fight around big time in order to prove that.
Ain't nothing like a redemption story. Facing adversity and coming back.
Absolutely.
But let's see if Villanueva will let him.
Shot from Pierce a moment ago.
Pierce is still the faster, quicker, twitchier fighter.
Ooh.
Beautiful right hook from Elijah Pierce.
Villanueva took that very well.
Good shots by Pierce there. Good exchange.
Right hook by Pierce.
Sometimes a knockdown wakes you up, guys.
Looks like a little bit of swelling starting to develop outside the left eye of Arthur Villanueva, maybe from one of those right
left
hooks.
hand by Pierce.
And another one.
He's put his punches together very well right now, Corey.
Pierce is not being cautious at all here. He's trying to get that knockdown back and more.
But he's still being defensive in those exchanges, using his shoulder roll, keeping his hands up. He's being smart right now. Smart attack.
Pierce is winding up with that body shot a moment ago.
I like the body attack by Pierce. Seems like Villanueva's taking some time off.
Yeah, Villanueva standing still for a moment here. You have to wonder if those body shots have already taken their effect. But again, you got to be careful. those ambushes, those explosions from Villanueva with the right hand, they can still be dangerous.
Absolutely. And I think he's just paying possum. You know, I think Pierce is hitting it, sitting down on his shots, landing hard shots, but it's not really affecting him upstairs.
That's why he needs to continue to go downstairs, Barack.
And he needs to box him. He doesn't have to stand inside and trade. Box him, soften him up a little bit before you start doing this. If you see that he can take your hardest shots.
You gotta remember, this guy has been in there with some of the best fighters in the world in sparring. So much experience from that Villanueva team.
This body work from Pierce this round has been absolutely brutal, and it might have changed the momentum of this fight.
Yes, indeed. Putting the combinations together, he has to be very careful. Villanueva still possesses power. 20 knockouts out of his 35 fights, 35 wins.
Boy, what a bounce back round for the Wolf, Elijah Pierce.
Wow. Great comeback round. One thing there goes the combination right there, right uppercut, right hook.
Oh, good left uppercut by Pierce. Nice body shot followed by. He walked him down. I mean,
he walked him down.
All right, so here's Lorenzo Parra sitting ringside. Some additional context here. We mentioned Parra, the expected next opponent for Elijah Pierce. He signed a contract to face Pierce at OTX 8. Lorenzo Parra, also the only fighter to have ever gone to an overtime round and was victorious in our first iteration of overtime boxing. You see the look on his face.
The one thing so far we've seen, Corey, is that Villanueva can hurt Pierce, but Pierce has not been able to hurt Villanueva yet.
Well, we haven't seen Villanueva overtly hurt, but I think we definitely saw Villanueva slow down in that round. I think we saw the impact of those body shots, and we're seeing the swelling around the eye of Villanueva intensify as well.
Absolutely. Great body attack last round by Pierce, and he's obviously landing that right hook.
Big right hook there from Pierce.
I think that hurt Villanueva slightly. I don't think so.
Pivot there from Pierce. A nice right hook.
I mean, he's shifting them. The shots are so hard, he's shifting Villanueva, but I don't see him hurt. I don't see his knees buckling yet.
Yeah, he's not hurt the way Pierce was, but Pierce right now is controlling his fight. He needs to be very careful. He knows that right hand can hurt him.
And what he's doing now is angles. Staying out of the way of Villanueva's shots and landing his shots very harshly.
This is a very good fight, fellas. Competitive.
Action-packed main event here in Atlanta, Georgia. Elijah Pierce now making his fighting home here in Atlanta.
Great left hand. A lot at stake, Corey, like as you said. He has the pressure.
To the body from Villanueva a moment ago, but Pierce gets it right back with a beautiful uppercut downstairs.
You know, Pierce is showing that he can dominate from the outside with the double jab, straight left, and on the inside. Like that.
Definitely the more skilled fighter here, but this is a very competitive fight. Elijah has a fight waiting for him in OTX.
Three good shots from Villanueva.
Pierce's corner warning him, keep your hands up, keep your hands up. Pierce can't get complacent here, even though he's been doing the bulk of the work for the last 2 rounds.
If he keeps landing that right jab and right hook, he's going to shut Villanueva's eye completely in the next 2 rounds. It's almost there.
Nice left hand down the middle. And down goes Villanueva.
That answers that question. Did Pierce hurt Villanueva? Yes.
The tables have turned here in the main event. Both men trading knockdowns. But you wonder if the pendulum has now swung permanently in the favor of Elijah Pierce, who's looking to end this one in the 4th round.
And Villanueva still swinging back in the face of adversity, but I think this fight ends here, folks.
Villanueva just getting busted up right now.
He might get out of this round, 10 seconds left.
Pierce all over Villanueva. It's a race against the clock. And he
spectacular knockout by Elijah Pierce.
I think he closed the show. I think he pierced the armor of King Arthur. That's what he did.
I never give up. I don't give a fuck what happens.
Well played. Well done. Came back from off the canvas. Stop this man. Beautiful respect right there between the two fighters.
We love to see that sportsmanship.
Well, that was a 4-round war. You could not ask for more than that.
Drama here in Atlanta at OTX 5. Atlanta, are we not entertained?
Everybody seems like they got their money's worth tonight.
Elijah Pierce with absolutely everything hanging in the balance. Had to muster up the courage and the heart to do this. A come from behind, a comeback knockout victory. Check it out.
Great finish for the Wolf.
Oh. That right hook right there was just awesome. Perfectly placed on the temple. Strong right uppercut and just a barrage of punches, and a couple of them landed flush, and the referee said that's it. He's trying to say, what you saying now? Do you think he earned a shot with Inoue? Or do we need to see a couple more fights?
Okay, gentlemen, you both have been given the rules. I'm expecting good, clean boxing. When I say break, stop punching, take a full step back. Remember, protect yourselves at all times. Anything from you? Anything from you?
Why so serious?
All right, touch him up. Touch him up. Good luck to you both.
All right, we are set to go with our main event, Kurt Scooby and Dakota Linger. Scooby, the former collegiate running back turned boxer. Dakota Linger, his origin story, winning the West Virginia Tough Man competition when he was still in high school. Basically the same origin story as Tommy Morrison. Round one underway. This one's scheduled for 8 rounds. Right hand over the top from Scooby. You can hear our in-house PA announcer telling you about the money round. Of course, a KO bonus, an additional KO bonus if either of these men can score a knockout in round 1 or in round 8. Scooby already flashing a little bit of hand speed in the early going. We tried to pry some information out of Scooby in fighter meetings. He was very coy, very quiet, and I think likes the idea of being secretive about his process. But one thing that they did let slip was that they wanted him to be a little smarter and a little bit more active with his jab. We are seeing that in the early going.
Right, and we see he wants to let his hand go, but he's just trying to set up the shots with the jab. He's trying to wait for the spots rather than just let his hands go. Exactly.
He's a work in progress, and he's progressing really quickly. So I like what I see so far.
You know, Linger's a little tentative now. We know Linger wasn't tentative against Josue Vargas. No. You know, no. So I think
he's very awkward
already.
He felt the power, absolutely. He doesn't look in great shape, but I mean, he looked the same against Vargas, so.
Well, not every fighter at 140 pounds could be a physical specimen quite like Kurt Scooby either. I mean, this is
true.
Very hard to be that muscle-bound and make 140 at the same time.
Yeah. And even in my heyday, I didn't have those cuts.
Right.
You never had a heyday.
Like his stalking, I think he should let the jab go a little bit more.
Nice right hand over the top there from Scooby. We saw a quiet start from Scooby last time out against Narciso Carmona. A little bit of a faster start from him here tonight. Also, a much more willing participant in Dakota Linger.
I don't think Scooby is thinking about bonus, round money. He wants to be better as a fighter, and he's taking his time and picking his shots. It comes, it comes.
I see Scooby trainer Don Saxby's quiet over there. I guess that means he likes what he sees and he's allowing his fighter to do it.
His right hand on the belt line from Scooby a moment ago. Tries to bring it up top, just missed with a home run right hand.
The Lone Wolf hasn't done anything to keep Scooby off him at all yet. Let's see if he does something in the second round.
And that'll do it for round one. No KO bonus this time as we head into the corner.
Don't punch if you're not there. You reach for no reason. You right now? Using your rhythm? All right, just start using the jab that we worked on, please. That newfound jab. And when you work on it, so watch out for that little slow. It's slow, but watch out for it because you got caught unnecessarily with that overhand right, all right? What move did we work on when you tried to do that? When you throw the overhand right, what move did we work on? Step on the right. Pull hook. All right, okay, cat.
Get that hook, you gotta set that hook up. Do the jab, do that jab though. Do the jab more. Pop, up.
One little sit? No.
How you feel?
I'm here. Let me get to a little stabble. Stabble, all right? So use a little more. If I stab him, you're going to my overhand right. Yeah, that's what you want. Boxing gym. That's what you want. Boxing gym. Yeah. Stab, exactly. You want him to do it. So you can pull a hook.
As some fighters do, he's not sitting on the stool in the corner, showing I'm in shape. I'm not going to be tired.
Yeah, not sitting on the stool, not taking water. And Kurt Scooby typically after a fight, as we've seen after his last couple fights, big right hand there from Scooby. He hits the treadmill immediately after his fight. He has too much energy. Good shot there from Scooby.
Wait, what happened? Oh, okay, the ref is saying that there's some water there and it was a slip, maybe.
Yeah, so the reaction from Linger may be a little bit exaggerated by that, but still. Nice left hook from Scooby, and you heard very specific instructions there in the corner of Scooby. Of course, they want the jab they're working on, but they also want to draw that overhand right so they can look for a counter left hook.
Yeah, I mean, he said it. Look, please, let's see the jab we worked on. And I think he's using it. Looks like the overhand right is going to be the money punch for Scooby here. Because when you throw that jab to the body, the quarters dropping his hand.
Left hook. A little short.
Good spin.
Shot there from Linger.
Right hand.
Yeah.
Again, it's very unorthodox. Sometimes he's leaving his feet when he's throwing those shots, guys. But once in a while they land, and when they do, they're dangerous.
Yeah. Absolutely. Hard to train for a guy like this.
Linger has a little confidence now. He doesn't come in with punches, but he comes in with his head down so he can throw power shots.
He's getting hit.
That was a nice counter left hook by Scooby.
Good poise by Scooby and not losing control in there. Even though he's dealing with a guy that could cause that.
Right. And this is what you do with a guy that doesn't have a whole lot of experience. You smother him. You know, you try to rattle him a little. You say, you know what, your shots are not getting me out of there. I'm going to be in your face all night. Now, how are you going to handle it?
Beautiful counter there from Scooby, just punching with Linger. The right hand gets there first.
Linger lands a little sneaky uppercut in there.
We're going to see how Scooby reacts if none of his shots really actually hurt Linger. Because he hit him a few times flush.
Linger just landed a few sneaky uppercuts in this round.
Now, this is looking more like a Dakota Linger fight, guys. This is what we expected. Linger just not taking no for an answer and bullying his way forward.
Scooby still looks comfortable in the pocket there, though. He's landing those sneaky shots that he did against Vargas, but doesn't look like it's hurting Scooby at all.
Yeah, I think Scooby needs to go back to what Don Saxby said, the jab, the newfound jab. Because Linger's not looking pretty, but he's kind of effective this round.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good uppercut by Linger.
Yeah, nice hustle on the inside there from Linger. A couple uppercuts break through, and another one.
And an overhand right.
Scooby just missing with a big right hand a second ago.
Has to keep that left hand up when he throws that overhand right, because they're trading right hands.
gamble that Scooby's taking, but that is a much better round for Dakota Linger.
Good jab it was a power jab by Scooby. Maybe mixed with a little bit of water on her. No, I think that was just pure power jab that put Linger back like that. And the fact that he was just off balance. Maybe the water contributed a little bit to it, but that was just the power jab.
All right, let's send it back over to overtime. Tom, what do you have?
Hey, fellas, thank you. We are down here right now. It's a great fight, and we got a lot going on in this YouTube chat while everyone's watching. Right now, we have a poll going up saying who is going to win. 81% of the people are picking Scooby to win this one. 19% for the other side. Not too great. We got a lot of great comments in here. And Dazbula is saying, is Scooby gassed? Is that going to happen? We'll see what happens here. Everyone in the chat, please comment who is your favorite fighter of all time. Let's see what everyone's got. Back to you guys in the booth. Let's do this thing.
That 19% is from West Virginia and the police force.
Round 3 underway. A better round for Dakota Linger in round 2. Scooby again looking for that right hand over the top.
Just not landing flush, and Dakota's doing a good job by just dodging that right hand.
He's getting more comfortable in there, but still getting hit with big shots by Scooby. Like he just landed a nice short uppercut, left uppercut. Scooby wants to assert his power. Dakota's is taking a good shot.
Beautiful uppercut there from Scooby. And that's a shot that's going to be there for Scooby, just like that right hand.
Just throwing a jab to the body, as Don in his corner has been telling him.
Yeah, basically every shot is there, but you got to fight like this. You got to counter punch, you got to move, stick and move.
Well, again, remember the instructions a couple rounds ago. They're looking to counter the counter. They're looking by stabbing to the body, draw the overhand right, counter with the left hook.
Yeah. It's effective with a guy like Linger who doesn't really care about defense.
And so you don't want to get drawn into that, you know, having Linger on you, you know, put his body
good enough up there. This could go all 8 like this, guys.
Left hook there from Linger. And Linger's offense can be unorthodox, but he's a good volume puncher, and with that chin, he could just continue to be in these dangerous places where just pure volume, you're going to land. And he's landing some good shots on Scooby, even though Scooby clearly winning this fight. He's also taking some shots.
Yeah, that was an elbow by Linger. Right.
He's just throwing anything.
Scooby looked like he felt that right hand. Maybe that elbow helped a little bit as well.
Look at this work from Dakota Linger.
Let's keep his hands up there.
Linger using this 18-by-18 ring to his advantage and just making things uncomfortable
good left hook
for Scooby.
Yeah, a little uncomfortable series of shots.
Back comes Linger with a left hook of his own.
Looks like he got his composure back, but Linger's still coming. Sneaky shots.
Good round there for Dakota Linger.
His corner's pretty upset.
Great right hand by Linger. Seemed to stagger Scooby back. Scooby's trying to hold on there a little bit. That was the right hand right there.
And the left hook followed by left hook. But he was smart. He did the right thing. Held, clinched until he got his composure back.
Right. Great round for Linger.
I would say enough to win that round.
You got this. You got this. But just be smart. You got to be smart. At least you use those legs. You're not tired. You ain't shape. All right, so use them goddamn legs, all right?
Make it a war. You're rocking his ass. Next time you hurt him, post up. When he does this post here, I want you to drop under and crack that ribs, all right? All right, very good. Very good. Beautiful round.
Round 4 underway. As referee waiting for Dakota Linger to kick some ice out of the ring. And Linger back right on top of Kurt Scooby. You heard his corner just telling him, make it a war. I mean, you could basically press replay on that advice for Dakota Linger round after round.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's where he's going to be most effective.
You never know which Linger's going to come into the ring. I mean, he was stopped in his last fight, but we don't know about the preparation before that fight. Just never know.
The CompuBox totals in terms of punch output as of this moment. Kurt Scooby outworking Dakota Linger 176 to 133. Scooby only outlanding Linger right now 41 to 36. So that is very much in line with the fight that we're seeing unfolding right now.
Yeah, it's a very competitive fight right now.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, phenomenal matchmaking by OTX all night long.
Linger missing over the top with that right hand.
Scooby has got himself a fight on his hand.
Yeah, these are the most uncomfortable moments of Scooby's career thus far. And we mentioned the upset Linger sprung on Josue Vargas in 2022. He also took the undefeated Matthew Gonzalez to a draw the year prior. So he has really had his way with New York-based prospects over the last little while. Sorry, guys. Big right hand over the top from Linger.
And Scooby answers back with a hook, but...
And there's that left hook to the body that Linger's corner was asking for. Boy, Scooby's not backing down from this kind of fight, but he might not be getting the best of it right now.
No, I mean, he needs to make his transition to boxing now. You got to jab, you got to move. Don't fight this guy on the inside.
Linger pounding away on Scooby right now. Scooby looking like he might be in a little bit of trouble. Scooby trying to grab a hold. Dakota Linger.
He lands another big uppercut there.
Linger trying to break free. Scooby is looking like he might be a little out of it.
25 seconds left in this round, Corey. Can he get out of the round?
Scooby is in trouble right now, but still trying to fire back. Dakota Linger all over Kurt Scooby. The seconds ticking away as Scooby just trying to survive.
You cannot count this Lone Wolf out.
One last right hand, and Scooby will survive the round.
Pull the area real quick. Scoob, listen. What's the matter with your legs? There's nothing wrong with your legs. Move around, Scoob. Time up when he gets close. Stop leaning to the left. This is why he's throwing the right uppercut. Because you keep leaning over to your left. All right? I need you to time up when he gets close. Don't let him punch if you're not going to punch.
No, now you hook, pivot to the, you got to do this. Hook. Come on, dude.
Yo, they say you're not warrior out, son. You're not warrior out. You hear me? Be smart. Breathe, take a deep breath. Take a deep breath.
Oh.
I need you to move around like you're supposed to. Right to that jab.
Right hand. Double right hand by Linger.
Don't get caught up with the banging with him.
Scooby trying to hold. It's just the onslaught was just a little bit too much. He was definitely dazed. Nothing pretty. Just a lot of shots.
Dakota facing his 5th undefeated opponent in 6 outings. Just continues to run straight into the fire.
Speaking of run, he's like in a track stance right now. He runs
here it comes.
to the middle of the ring.
Right on the blocks. Looking for a tough man style right hand there.
Scooby has the ability to make this fight a lot easier.
Yeah, I think now we should just see the athleticism of Scooby. You know, the moving, the check hooking, you know, the dipping under. There you go, lateral movements.
Moving his head more.
Right, don't let Linger set, you know, but Linger's doing a good job of staying in his face.
He has to fire back now to keep Linger.
I think this is why this is a good test for Scooby, guys, because nothing that Linger is doing is particularly pretty, as you both have pointed out, but he's making Scooby think fast. And this is a guy who's relatively new to the sport, and the processing speed is trying to catch up to the athleticism.
The right hand is landing too easily on Scooby. He has to do something about Linger's straight right. That's what hurt him every time. Keeping that left hand up and sliding that right hand.
Well, you heard Scooby's corner telling him, you're slipping to the right every time, and the right hand is just coming over the top.
Yeah, it's a slip to the left. And maybe go to Linger's body to slow him down a little bit, because obviously he can take a good punch. He's taken some good shots.
Just like that. There was a nice scoop shot to the body there from Scooby.
I mean, we've seen Elijah Pierce get knocked down, get hurt, and come back and win. Let's see if Scooby can pull it off.
He didn't go down, so no knockdown counted against him. Good right hand by Scooby.
Linger not having the type of success he had in round 4. Scooby finding his legs a little bit here in the 5th round. His corner asked him about that.
Yeah, Don asked him, he said, what's wrong with your legs? He said, nothing's wrong with your legs. Use them.
Take a look at Dakota Linger's corner. Hard right hand over the top from Linger.
Keep working. Stay on Raider. Nice uppercut. Got to put some volume together now.
Does Scooby look maybe a little gassed out, maybe a little tired and fatigued right now?
Close round, we need it.
Linger's corner giving him the right advice, telling him this is a close round. Need you to hustle down the stretch. Linger doing some good work here in the final 30 seconds or so. Scooby trying to counter off the ropes. These are scary hours for Kurt Scooby.
Yeah, we're going to see if Kurt Scooby has dog in him tonight. Good 1-2. Literally 2 1-2s in a row by Linger. The right hand was flush. Another jab, another right hand, barely missed. Beautiful right hand by Linger.
Don't stay there. Keep your hands up.
Step over. Step over. The uppercuts is advantageous. Don't lead to the left. That's why you can't caught the right uppercut. All right? I'm feeling Use your legs, son. That's what's winning the fight for you.
That was a better round for Kurt Scooby, but would you give him that round?
Last couple rounds been tough to score.
I think Linger won those rounds.
Round 6 underway.
I agree with you.
Well, the CompuBox totals at this point firmly in favor of Dakota Linger, basically in every respect. He has outlanded Kurt Scooby 84-56. He is outthrowing Kurt Scooby 289 to 237, and outlanding Scooby in terms of power shots as well, 70-46. Again, CompuBox is not how you score fights, but it's a tremendous tool to help illustrate what we're seeing.
I think Scooby's looking better now. In the beginning of this round, he's punching, he's moving, he's actually dodging the shots, going to his left, going to his right.
Linger is relentless, is still at the same pace, and he's landing a lot of those sneaky uppercuts. They come from different angles. It's tough to prepare. I think the jab, Don is giving great advice. I think he needs to, with the jab, keep him off balance.
Good check. Second to go. Scooby.
Hard right hand on the top there from Scooby. One of the best shots he's landed in the last little while. But back comes Dakota Linger. Hard right hand from Linger over the top, and another one.
He's getting hit with that overhand.
This happens when he's not using his legs, when he's standing there trading with the guy, not getting hurt by your punches.
And he's not, that left hand needs to be up high, and that right hand is coming in too easily. Scooby right now.
Right, he does well when he moves and he check hooks.
Another right hand reins in from Dakota Linger.
And he's answering back. Scooby's answering back every time, but it seems like Dakota's shots are having a little bit more of an effect.
Guys, in season 1 of overtime boxing, we saw a similar scenario where we had Vlad Hernandez upset Lorenzo Simpson. Similar type of matchup, similar type of style. Are we seeing a replay of that right now? Linger just all over Scooby right now.
Scooby's not punching.
He's not, and the referee
is looking close.
He's turning his palms to the sky and talking to Scooby right now.
I mean, Scooby's still throwing punches, but a lot of those punches are unanswered.
Linger is all over Scooby, and the referee steps in. Dakota Linger has done it again.
The upsetter. Officer upsetter.
Wow.
A colossal upset in our main event. Unbelievable.
Maybe Scooby could have continued, but you gotta let your hands go because the ref is there to protect you. You can't be on the ropes taking shots like that. The ref is gonna jump in like that.
There's about 30 seconds left in that round. Could he have gotten out of that round?
Dakota Linger facing his his fifth undefeated opponent in 6 fights. Dakota Linger, one of boxing's ultimate reality checks, just upset Kurt Scooby, one of the faces of overtime boxing.
Wow.
Missed the uppercut, but came back with that right hook. Hurt Scooby. This is when he stopped punching. Just a barrage of punches. He regains himself, throw a jab. I even think he landed a right hand after that too. But right here, this was the finishing punches. The ref seen enough. Once the head go back like that, I do think he could have still carried on. But
I do as well.
You gotta let punches. You gotta let your hands go. You cannot.
I mean, he was letting his hands go before that barrage.
Yeah.
And there was only 30 seconds left. I mean, maybe he should have given him benefit of the doubt. I know this is a dangerous sport, and it's a tough decision to make for a referee. But
at the end of the day, this is a learning lesson for Scooby. Go back to the drawing board. There's things you could have did differently. You look good in spots, you know, and you got to return back to those spots.
Well, and I'll say, guys, the Scooby corner is not exactly up in arms right now about what just happened. They're not protesting the decision harshly or anything like that.
And they're respecting the referee's decision, no doubt about it. But obviously, look, this is a big hit for his career. Undefeated fighter with a lot of momentum. And now this.
All right, well, we are ready to make this one official. What an upset. Let's send it up to Lupe Contreras.
Referee Maliek Waleed steps in and calls a halt to this contest with an official time of 2 minutes, 21 seconds of round number 6. Ladies and gentlemen, no record is safe in OTX. Your winner by way of TKO, the Lone Wolf, Dakota Linger.
The lone wolf in the city inside a forest howls in our main event. What an upset victory for Dakota Linger. What a moment for that man as you hear the pride from his corner, and in just a moment we'll hear from Dakota Linger. All right, Dakota's standing by with Aaliyah Orozco.
Thank you. Wow, congratulations, Dakota. That was an epic fight. At what moment did you know that you had this fight?
I could feel that I started to take control after the third round. I could see that he was starting to wear down, and I knew that if I just kept pressuring and pressuring, he was going to get tired, but he was strong. He hit me a few times, and I was like, whoa, you know? Like, I thought I got a little fuzzy. I'm like, all right, I got to get back.
In the fourth round, did you think you were going to knock him out? Is that when you really felt confident in your momentum?
I was trying to, but I knew that if I kept pushing, I might get him in the next 1 or 2 rounds. And that's what I was really shooting for, and I did it.
Well, this is huge for you. What does this mean for you personally and for your career moving forward?
I'm honestly not sure. Hey. Strong. Thank you.
Look at that!
Nice.
What does this mean for you right now?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Well, we're all so happy for you. That was an amazing fight. Congratulations. Any last words?
I just look forward to my next one, whoever wants to fight me.
Back to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aaliyah. Dakota Linger, listen, guys, the sport of boxing doesn't function. The ecosystem of boxing doesn't function without men like this.
Yes. Abdukakhorov wasn't a member of the national team in Uzbekistan, so he worked on the strawberry farms and herded cows and sheep to make a living. And now, the path to the next level is clear. It's through this tournament bracket. Our main event starts now. And round one, once again, is a money round. And if you want to win $100, if there's a knockout during one of these money rounds, comment #moneyround on the money round post at the Overtime Boxing IG page for a shot to win that cash.
So just by hashtagging, you win $100.
That's correct.
Wow, you don't have to bet.
I mean, you have the opportunity to win.
Somebody's going to get paid. You don't have to place a bet. You can just hashtag.
That's right.
Give my phone.
I tried it already. I said we can't do it.
I'm just trying to save you from betting illegalities here. I'm trying to help.
Is Cass trying to establish the jab early in the first round? Control the distance. And the Punisher's doing what he does.
By being backstage with Katzourakis, it just taught me that I learned that he's a thinker. He's a very intelligent guy. He pays attention, and he can break down a fight. So it's going to be interesting to see how he fights this fight tonight.
A straight right hand there from Katzourakis. Good volume in the early going here from Abdukakhorov. And this is something we've seen from Abdukakhorov throughout his career. When he is a guy who shells up in front of him, that's his trigger to let his hands go.
Right. Let his hands go to the body and switching stances.
Both guys look in great shape.
Two tough physical fighters in Katzourakis and Abdukakhorov.
Great matchup for this man event.
Abdukakhorov is really investing in body shots. Hard shots.
I do believe it's safe to say that the winner of this fight will wind up in the finals.
Well, they're going to have Robert Terry waiting for them.
I don't know about
in the semifinals.
No. Robert Terry surprised me tonight.
Indeed, yes.
I mean, you fight a clearly much bigger guy.
Dominant performance by Robert Terry. You can't overlook him at all. And he's from Jersey City.
Katzourakis
Katzourakis is smiling at these punches, but he's going to need to let his hand go eventually.
Yeah, this is a tremendous tempo here in the opening round. But it's Abdukakhorov, who has been a little busier in the opening frame.
I can see Punisher's nose already bleeding. The jab has been landing for Katz.
First round, I know you see he don't got nothing for you. Beautiful work with the jab. I want you to keep staying behind the jab like that. Good straight shot. I know you saw him when he touched you there, the shot we were talking about, right? Okay, I got you. Keep coming up the middle like that. It's there all day long. When you feel them touch there, just count it. Come up the middle on it. Stay behind those jabs like you're doing good work. Give me a little flavor. Give me a little sauce.
I just fucked up the whole program.
All right, let's go, baby. Roberto, stay smart.
Action-packed opening round. Sets the table for round 2. Kudratillo, Abdukakhorov with a stream of blood already coming from his nose, but he was up off his stool, and he was waiting at center ring first.
And this, I would say that he did enough to win the first round, even though Katz landed some great jabs.
Yeah, it's about volume, and that's what he's doing. He's throwing more punches.
Katzourakis getting that left hook to the body cooking. Nice, short, quick combination on the inside there from Abdukakhorov.
This is like Triple G fighting another Kuziev. Wide shots, unorthodox from Abdukakhorov, and then you got Katzourakis, he's like poised and really looking for the right shot.
Picking his shots.
Yeah.
And it seems like he's getting closer to that target.
Maybe. I love the angles of Abdukakhorov.
You gotta like that hand speed from Abdukakhorov as well. You saw the smile from Katzourakis a moment ago.
That's an evil smile, man.
Abdukakhorov is staying busy and at the same pace for these first 2 rounds so far.
The question is whether Katzourakis is making Abdukakhorov work a little harder than he wants to, because oftentimes you do see with pressure fighters like Katzourakis, they start slowly, but that's not a slow start. That's a right hand that just rocked Abdukakhorov.
And there goes that evil grin again. Maybe Katzourakis was saying, listen, he's landing more shots, but none of these punches are phasing me.
Hard shot from Abdukakhorov, and Katz is in trouble.
Protect yourself at all times, even when you got your man hurt, because a hurt fighter is a dangerous fighter.
Katzourakis is grinning after getting wobbled. What a turn of events here in the second.
Both guys hurt by 1 shot. Looks like both guys recovered as well. Maybe Katzourakis recovered more, even though he was just recently hurt.
Well, we promised a banger in the main event, and this is delivering already. Hard shot to the body from Katzourakis.
I mean, look, Katz likes to catch in the pocket, but I don't think he should catch too much of those body shots from the Punisher.
Nice right hand there for Abdukakhorov, another one. And he placed it downstairs to the body.
Caught a lot of those shots, though. A lot of those shots up there, up top, missed.
I don't know. They look like he was getting through. I mean, this
guy. Not in that last flurry.
All right, let's see here.
Overhand right. Right on the button.
After a jab landed by Abdukakhorov and then sends him almost down. Maybe Katzourakis should have jumped on him, but boom. This left hook, sneaky left hook, almost sent Katzourakis down.
He's in good shape. He was able
This
to
was a
eat that.
great round, yes. Who do you give that round to? That's a good question. I think both of them hurt each other, but the more volume again, just like the first round, was Abdukakhorov. So I think the judges might be leaning towards him.
Then again, we don't know what the...
Come on, man. You're supposed to do that.
Round 3 underway. We'll see if they'll pick up where they left off in round 2. Both men coming inches away from suffering a knockdown. The glove of Abdukakhorov was about 2 inches from the canvas. Andreas Katzourakis had to do a pistol squat to stay up.
Yeah, I think Abdukakhorov, I think he's stronger in the right-hand position. And I just think he switches to the left just to throw Katzourakis off his game plan.
See, a lot of those shots are being caught by the gloves.
Yeah, those definitely, yes.
And that's been happening throughout the fight. Come on, ref, they working there.
Yeah,
it's not
I didn't think he had
intentional.
to stop it to say that. Just say, you know, keep it up. It didn't look intentional.
These guys are working. Good double jab there.
Yeah, and he got away from the counter.
And then answer with a left hook.
Yes, Katzourakis.
Yeah, both been trading left hooks there.
Good right to the midsection. Be nice to follow that with a left hook.
You and your left hook follows. I'd love to see it tonight, though.
That's the beautiful, that's the best punch to throw after the right uppercut. Or right to the body.
Abdukakhorov trying to probe the guard of Katzourakis. He finds a hole there.
Vicious right hand.
I think that stunned Katzourakis a little bit, but he seems to recover.
You think?
Yeah, he seems to recover. He's walking up.
No, it definitely stunned him for a second.
Trading hooks again on the inside. A dangerous game, frankly, for both men. As Katzourakis tries to come back with a right hand and a left hook to the body.
Kudos to the matchmaking here at OTX.
One thing that I see Abdukakhorov doing different now, he's not moving as much. He's letting his hand go in the pocket as well.
Hard left hook to the body there from Katzourakis.
But Katzourakis is trading more as well now.
Katz is putting his foot on the gas a little bit more.
Yes.
Good body attack. But he's being answered back.
Katzourakis starting to enjoy the dimensions of this ring. Starting to get Abdukakhorov on the ropes with more regularity here in round 3.
Seems like the stronger fighter right now.
Good body work there from Abdukakhorov, though.
Abdukakhorov is definitely the busier.
Right, and even though he hurt him, it seems like he hurt him possibly 2 times. It does seem like Katzourakis' punches are harder.
Yeah.
In my first OTX fight, I applied pressure to begin through the end. I brought him down the first couple of rounds, and we got the stoppage down in the 8th round. I'm becoming more experienced, and I'm adding more stuff on my arsenal. The way I prepare for the fight, my power, my stamina, my smartness in the ring, and I'm gonna show you tonight.
Both fighters were busy. Like I said before, Abdukakhorov was going to the body and had a nice counter right hand.
Beautiful counter right hand.
And this is where Katzourakis had Abdukakhorov on the ropes and landed a nice left hook.
After catching his left hook, he's been doing that a lot.
Round 4 underway.
You was right.
Abdukakhorov is the busy guy, and he's landing some shots. I'm just making a statement that he's not landing all of the shots.
Gotcha.
Katzourakis felt that he had a blueprint in the Cody Crowley fight, in the way that Crowley just kind of overwhelmed and broke down Abdukakhorov in that fight. Obviously, Crowley and Katzourakis, different fighters, but we've seen Abdukakhorov kind of melt under this type of pressure in the past, but he said he wasn't really prepared the right way for that fight. He had a different corner. Things weren't right for him in that fight. He feels that he's a different fighter coming into tonight's fight.
Well, he looks like one so far.
Styles makes fights. But yeah, you're right. He is different tonight.
Yeah, keeping a like left hand there from Abdukakhorov. Sorry.
No, I like that power jab that Katz is throwing, but I think he should bring it downstairs and up. Downstairs, make Abdukakhorov think a little bit more.
Good uppercut by Katzourakis.
Powerful jab there from Katzourakis.
Love it. Love to see that.
Hard right hand over the top there from Abdukakhorov. Might have glanced off the shoulder, but it got the attention of Katzourakis.
Man, he shoots that jab good, but you gotta come back with something after that. Jab to the midsection. Katz is starting to realize, okay, this is not going to be an easy night. I'm going to have to let my hands go a little bit more.
And that ref will stop the action for
God,
almost anything. Hey, listen, stop. Pull your shorts up.
Abdukakhorov just measuring with that lead hand. Good counter left hook on the inside from Katzourakis, but they trade shots on the inside.
Abdukakhorov doesn't want the fight to be stopped at all. He had his laces taped up. He wants no type of interruption.
Abdukakhorov wants to be as busy as humanly possible.
Yes.
And he's got a willing participant in Katzourakis who is going to be in his face all night long.
He's timing Katzourakis with that right hand very, very well.
Big right hand over the top from Katzourakis. And another clubbing shot. Wow. Exchange at the end of the round.
What a back and forth at the end of that round.
Back and forth, but those hard shots are coming from Katzourakis.
I mean, I tell you guys, another matchup that is not easy to score.
At the end, you cannot get careless at the end. Okay, and I'm gonna need the cold red. You got the cold one. Okay. At the end. What round is this? It's okay or no? Yeah, it's okay. You did a little, got careless at the end, all right? Don't get careless at the end. Remember we told you 30 seconds, we gotta finish strong. Win the round at the last. Agree. All right, you can do it, Mil. You can do it. You can do it. Stop it. He's not going to record that 3 more rounds. Okay, fine. Find the uppercut right here, all right?
Well, Abdukakhorov in a hurry to get this round underway. He was up and waiting about 20 seconds earlier than he had to be.
Did they just play Kendrick Lamar? Didn't they know Jay Prince is in the building here?
I don't know. I don't think the DJ knew.
I'm going to blame that on you, Corey.
Do not blame that on me. I don't want the finger guns coming.
Corey is from Toronto.
Yes, exactly.
Beautiful.
We see some of the action from the previous round, an action-packed round 4.
That is some of the best work by Katzourakis right there. Not just landing the more punches in that exchange, but also defensively sound.
Nice counter left hand on the inside there from Katzourakis, but Abdukakhorov comes back with one of his own.
Sometimes the basics take you a long way, and the way he keeps his right hand up by his chin, he caught so many left hooks today.
Katzourakis,
yes. Protecting his chin.
Wow. Beautiful left hook to the body there from Abdukakhorov.
Wow, good body work. Good head movement by Katz. but then he gets hit.
Right hand comes over the top from Katzourakis. Continuing to creep closer to Abdukakhorov. Beautiful left hook up top. Katzourakis has his hometown Houston fans
Bend your knees, look at the body. Look at the body.
on their feet right now. The Greek flags coming back out.
When you take cue, hook, left hook.
Guys, I know it's early, it's only the 5th round, but I mean, the way this fight is going, we might see another overtime round in the same night.
I don't know. I think somebody's going to go down in this fight. I think Katzourakis has found a home for like the lead uppercut and the backhand uppercut.
Turn right there.
Like I just said,
Turn right there. Come on.
Wait.
You want to fight? We fight, baby.
Comes back, yo.
This is a different energy from Katzourakis this round.
Yes.
A little more playful.
Wow.
A little more confident.
What a power jab to check left hook right there. Beautiful right uppercut.
Katzourakis putting it all together here in the second half of round 5.
He's getting real comfortable in the zone. I don't know if he took a lot out of Abdukakhorov. Doesn't seem like he has the same steam on those shots.
The menacing smile on the face of Katzourakis. He's loving this right now.
That's what you call a turn up. That's what you call a turn up. Katzourakis turned it up to the next gear.
Next
That's
gear.
how you put that pressure on. Like the flavor, like the sauce. Keep that up. Just make sure you know what I mean? Your eyes are set when you want it. Make sure you keep that right hand up when you're doing it. Keep the sauce, keep the flavor. Great round. Great round. No more. Look at him. Make sure you continue to stay sharp. Keep going. When you see how that right hand landed for you beautifully, same thing. You drop them up the middle, you're there for it all day. Keep doing it. I see you work on the combination over here on the rope. Executed it beautifully. You see that again.
What an atmosphere here at the Owl's Nest for this main event. The Greek community in Houston has come out in support of this man, Andreas Katzourakis, who had his best round of the fight in round 5.
He might have taken both last rounds on the judges' scorecard.
So halfway through the fight, guys, who's up in this fight? Because I'm still having trouble coming up with that decision.
That's a tough one. You know, I haven't been scoring the fight, but I can tell you that it seems to be leaning in Katzourakis' favor at the moment.
Yeah, I think we can safely say where the momentum has been heading over the last 6 minutes or so, and we'll see if Katzourakis can keep that up.
If he can keep that pressure up.
I think he did take a lot. Then again, Abdukakhorov right back. There's almost no unanswered shots by Abdukakhorov.
Nice right hand right down the middle from Katzourakis.
Yeah, we see volume from Abdukakhorov, but we don't see him sitting down on any shots. And it literally just looks like Katzourakis, every shot is a power shot.
Now, really, the question, going back to your query, Ak, is did Abdukakhorov put a lot of those early rounds in the bank? Because while that volume was working for him in the early going, Katzourakis was applying pressure, but he was getting outthrown by Katzourakis. So now we might have seen this momentum shift, but where are the scorecards at right now?
Absolutely. I'll tell you one thing, Robert Terry has his hands filled with either guy.
Yeah, and the stats are telling us that Abdukakhorov is throwing way more punches, but guess who's landing the most punches? You know, it's like what you're saying. The cleanest shots is Katzourakis, and maybe he is catching those shots. Yep, like that.
Seems like he's not affected as much as Abdukakhorov when he gets hit.
Nice right hand a moment ago from Katzourakis.
Body work there from Abdukakhorov.
Good body work.
And a good left hook upstairs.
Nice left hook from Katz to the body down.
Or even if you think Abdukakhorov is doing the better work, he's having to work hard to get his work done.
Right.
Seems that way.
I wouldn't say the better work because I think a judge is looking at who's landing the more effective shots.
I would say the more volume is coming from Abdukakhorov, and maybe not so much in the last 2 rounds.
Right. Even still, if the volume, you know, obviously is coming from Abdukakhorov.
Not as effective.
Yeah.
That took a moment ago from Katzourakis. Reply from Abdukakhorov right at the bell.
Hey, listen, Katz said it to us. I'm going to break him down early. Second half of the fight, you guys will see I'm going to stop him. Well, listen, we're in the second half of this fight. We'll see how it plays out.
Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. How you feel? You're slowing down, big. Hey, give me some speed. Hey. Mijo, you need to slowing down, Mijo. You're slowing down. Hold the water. Slowing down. Give me the inside. Slowing down. You're slowing down, all right? Don't slow down. Come on, Uzbek time. How many rounds? 7 finish. 7. Gotta be strong, Mijo. You got to be strong. 3 rounds almost? Yes, you gotta be strong. Be strong, baby.
Round 7 underway. Back and forth battle between Andreas Katzourakis and Kudratillo Abdukakhorov. Nice body shot there from Abdukakhorov. And
that didn't seem like a low blow to me.
No, it did not.
I think the ref was being excessive with stopping the fight.
I hate talking about refs, but I think we got an issue here.
Ever since Barack took that referee course, he's so lenient on refs.
I mean, you gotta like a guy with a bow tie, you know?
Well, credit to Abdukakhorov, even after that warning, he's gone back to the body about 5 times. He's not shying away from placing those shots right along the belt line.
He wants to take some of the steam off of Katzourakis' shots. I don't blame him.
Abdukakhorov, at least to this point in round 7, using his hand speed, using his footwork a little bit more.
Corey and Barack, what guy would you rather be right now at this point?
I guess I'd rather be Katzourakis because I know that I would feel like I have the stronger punches and I can feel like I can hurt him. But we also seen him get hurt as well.
Absolutely.
I will say, looking at both fighters in their corners between rounds, Abdukakhorov looked like a fighter in distress. He looked tired. He looked like he was in pain. That doesn't mean he's losing the fight.
No.
But there was very different body languages going on in either corner of the ring.
100%.
Nice right hand over the top there from Katzourakis. Look at that reply from Abdukakhorov, though.
Like I said, there's really not too many unanswered shots. Because Abdukakhorov always comes back with something.
Can he maintain that for 3 more rounds after this?
We shall see
these shots.
We shall see.
Okay, thank you. Show him. He just stopped and said, hey, I had a hip replacement. Just wanted to let you know.
My goodness. Hey, can you sub refs out? I think we should start doing that.
Left hand to the body a moment ago from Abdukakhorov. Both of these men are insistent upon getting the last word in exchanges, and when you get 2 fighters with that mentality in the ring, it produces this, a damn good fight right now.
And as soon as one of the guys is going to get a good word, the ref says, hold on.
Oh, what a shot from Katzourakis over the top. But back comes Kudratillo. Nice left hand there for Abdukakhorov, and that'll do it for round 7.
A lot of back and forth action.
You see those shots getting a little wider, right? A little wider and wider. It's beautiful work staying behind the jab. He's getting you in there perfectly. Just remember, once you get in there, you got to go to work. Big that body, work both sides. Stay tight, keep it close. Keep the defense tight. I was trying to grab the bucket for you. No more.
He's in good
No unnecessary. Don't take no unnecessary punches in here. Move the head or move.
See that right hand right there went right over the hands of Abdukakhorov, and it stunned him. You seen it move him. Whether it stunned him or not, the force moved him. That's how hard Katzourakis is punching.
And you know, Corey pointed out that Abdukakhorov seems distressed, but you look at Katz in his corner, he seems fresh and he's breathing comfortably.
Right, but once again, are you winning the fight?
Well, look, wow, that's a great power jab by Katz.
The round 8 begins in this first round matchup in the OTX 154-pound tournament. And this is potentially the best one yet between Katzourakis and Abdukakhorov.
That right hook by Katz just missed.
Abdukakhorov is not done. He's not giving up on this fight. He might even be up.
Abdukakhorov's team stressed to us that stamina would never be an issue with him. They told us we have to stop him from running up the mountains. We have to tell him, please stop, go home.
But did he leave it all in the mountains? Doesn't look like it so far. He's still ticking.
Right hand to the body there from Abdukakhorov.
Katz says he's going to score a late round stoppage. We're in round 8 right now. Has to happen soon.
Hard body shot from Abdukakhorov, but that one may have legitimately gotten them.
Okay.
It looked like it landed on the 5, Katzourakis.
Well, it's like the boy who cried wolf, all right?
Trading jabs in the center of the ring. Pace slowing a little bit here in round 8 as Katzourakis tries to work behind that heavy jab. But the more this becomes kind of a distance battle and just a volume and hand speed battle, I think it favors Abdukakhorov.
I agree with you. I think right now the difference is Katz, to me, is doing more damage with his shots, but Abdukakhorov is not enough to stop his flow and his momentum. He's still the more volume puncher.
Well, and one thing Abdukakhorov has done well in this fight, even when he's absorbed big shots from Katzourakis, I go back to that phrase, getting the last word. Yeah. Even when he gets hit, he's coming back with something to put it in the judge's minds. Hey, maybe that wasn't that bad. And hey, the last thing you remember is what I'm landing.
Nothing unanswered.
There's a good shot from Katzourakis, though. But again, back comes Abdukakhorov. Absolute warfare in our main event.
Good round. Very smart, good round. You see him opening, I know you see him. In between, he opening up more. Take your time on that, let it come. It's going to come. He getting wider and wider in between. Keep those shots in between. Stay sharp on your jab. Defense was great. Great round. One more of that. The openings are gonna come. You felt that right when you landed.
Gotta finish strong, amigo. This is number 9 coming. Number 9 coming. The jab. The jab is working. Work around the number right here and throw your stuff, baby.
Well, this main event has delivered so far, and we've got Potentially 2 more rounds, right? Hey, potentially more. We've got overtime rounds. We've seen one.
Hey, I said it earlier. This could potentially be that type of fight because some of these rounds, Corey, it's been difficult to score for me.
We heard in between rounds, our MC for this evening, Lupe Contreras, announced, must have got the beat on the CompuBox stats, that Abdukakhorov has thrown an average of 90 punches per round. Those are big boy numbers, huh?
Big boy numbers. Not too many fighters in the entire sport of boxing today can say they can match those numbers.
Another hard body shot. You see that right hand just slapping the body of Katzourakis, but Katzourakis coming back with a right hand of his own.
I think Katz is in a way tougher fight than he anticipated.
All right, let's send it over to Barack, who is in the corner of Abdukakhorov.
All right, do you think your fighter's winning the fight?
I really think he's winning the fight. Probably the team lost 1 round because he's got the referee kind of told me he was hitting low blows when it was borderline. But I think we're winning the fight. We're going to go to deep waters, and that's where we want to go. Take him to deep waters. We're ready to go.
All right, you got him in deep waters. You've seen that you could hurt him. Do you want to stop him or you just want to box?
No, we're looking for a big shot if we find it. But we're not going to be, if it comes to come, we're just looking to, let's go, baby! Right there. The jab's got to work. We're setting him up with the jab so we can set up something with a hook, with the uppercut. Right there. We're scared to throw body shots because the ref, it's going to take a point from us when they're borderline. Right there, Q.
I appreciate your time. Thank you, Chad.
I think Katz hurt Abdukakhorov to the body on that one.
Yeah, and there was a little lapse in concentration, from Abdukakhorov that nearly cost him dearly. But Abdukakhorov potentially feeling that body shot from a moment ago. And a nice counter shot there from Katzourakis.
Big round for Katz here.
Final 30 seconds of round 9. Good combination from Katzourakis. That left hook scored up top.
As he showboats a little bit, feeling really comfortable here in this 9th round.
Raiding shots on the inside. Katzourakis felt like he got the best of it. That's a good round for Katz.
As they respect and dap each other as they go to their corners.
Take a deep breath. It's the last round. You got to give everything, all right? Last round.
Got all the gas in the tank. I just want you to be sharp this round. Sharp, stay smart. Won't need nothing in here. It's yours. It's yours for the taking. That's it. That's it. Everything, you're going to be swinging for everything.
This was a very good round for Katzourakis. That left hook was perfectly timed, and it shook him up a little bit.
Big round for Katz as he lands that triple jab there.
Even his jab, it seems to push him Abdukakhorov back.
The money round.
Respect.
It's the money round, round 10. And for the last time here tonight, comment #MoneyRound on the Money Round post on the Overtime Boxing IG page if you want a chance to win $100. Notice I did not say that this is the 10th and final round because who knows? These could be razor-thin scorecards. We've already seen an overtime round here tonight.
Absolutely. And if you ask me right now, put a gun to my head, who's winning this fight, I couldn't tell you.
I mean, if somebody got a gun to your head, you got to say something. I think both corners think that their fight is winning, but I like that both fighters are showing urgency no matter what.
Katz have a cut on his
Yeah, he does. That blood is flowing from the left eye of Katzourakis, and there was a left hand that landed right on that gash.
It's pretty badly bruised, but it's not stopping him.
No. Oh, this is the last round. No cut or bruise is going to stop Katz right now.
I mean, Abdukakhorov is landing some punches.
So is Katz.
This has been
a 1-2, 1-2-1 there.
A volume punching bonanza in our main event. Hard right hand connects there from Katzourakis. Grinning and squinting through the blood. Katzourakis is loving this fight.
Urgency is there from both guys. But Katz is in a fresher place right now. Moving forward, picking his shots.
I have not seen Katzourakis tired this entire fight.
No, and he has found another gear of pressure right now. Abdukakhorov looking tired here in the 10th round, and understandably so, given the pressure and also given his own output all night long.
Wow, but he hasn't stopped.
These two fellas trash talked a little bit with each other, but they have to have nothing but respect for one another when this is over. What a battle.
Everybody should be on their feet right now for these two warriors.
The crowd is on their feet. How are these two men on their feet?
Wow.
What a war between Katzourakis and Abdukakhorov as Katzourakis uncorks a big left hook and gets the final word in this one, but my goodness, what a fight.
Unbelievable fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, after going the distance inside the OTX ring, we consult the official scorecard to determine a winner. Judge Rodriguez scores about 95-95, even a draw. Overruled by Judge Esperon, who scores about 98-92, and Judge Leon, who scores at 96-94 for the winner by way of majority decision. And moving on in the OTX Super Welterweight Tournament, fighting out of Houston, Texas, Andreas Katzourakis.
So Andreas Katzourakis will advance to the semifinals, much to the delight of all the Greek fans here in Houston.
Prospect here in our main event. Round one. This one's scheduled for 8. Just a reminder, this is a money round. Financial incentive for both fighters to score a stoppage in the first and final rounds of this fight.
You know, Truck mentioned how comfortable he is in this weight division. Everything went smooth in camp. Training with Ryan Shields now. And his preparation is to the T, as according to him.
Yeah, and Truck talked about the need for a different environment. He admitted to us, listen, I was trying to do what he described as kid stuff outside of the ring. The distractions, the trappings of your hometown. He doesn't have those in Houston, where he says that there's nothing for me to do but go to the gym and go back home.
And believe it or not, those things, then those distractions play a part.
Of course, the biggest issues plaguing Lorenzo Simpson in his lone professional loss against Vladimir Hernandez. Barack, you and I talked about it off the top. The torn labrum he was fighting with and a foot injury at the same time. And after the second round, he told us, listen, I told Calvin Ford, I can't move anymore. I can't fight the way I want to.
Very true, but you know, I watched that fight over and over and over. I couldn't tell he was injured, could you?
I mean, he did a good job of masking it. That doesn't mean he wasn't. But I think today will prove a lot.
I think how Simpson wanted to fight that fight, guys, was doing a lot of this, what we're seeing, moving around, using lateral movement, using his footwork, and at a certain point, he feels it just wasn't possible for him against Vladimir Hernandez. And again, that's not to take away from Hernandez, who's a fantastic volume puncher and played his part in that fight too.
Oh, no question about it. And I mean, Truck said, he does want to get his lick back, but the weight disparity right now, it doesn't make sense.
Santana trying to lock Simpson down. Nice right hand there from Raiko Santana, who we know has some pop and has shown that pop early. We talked about the early knockdown against Daniel Blancas last time out. Certainly something that Simpson has to be wary of.
I think Santana just came ready. You know, you're not going to get the same fighter that somebody else fought. When you're a bigger name, and this right here could be a statement for Santana.
From Santana.
I think Truck is working on trying to get that distance right with the jab to make sure when he just tried that big looping uppercut, which is one of his money shots. He's just not at the right distance yet.
And while he was looking for that shot, and once again, Santana hit him with a right hand. Santana's shorts are very, very high. It's a little flabby.
As the ref pointed that out too, in the middle of the ring.
A la derecha, ¿va? Póntale el ring. Más jab, más pintar. No le gusta el cuerpo. Hazte más chiquito.
All right? Every now and then, just give me one. Just give me one, and then start adding the hook to it. All right? Once you add the hook to it, come back with it again, upper. Okay? He's walking right to you, so you can't miss it. Don't get on the throat. Remember, here, back,
as we're listening in to Ronnie Shields in the corner with Lorenzo Simpson, we welcome in one of his other proteges, Andreas Katzourakis, one of the semifinalists in the overtime 154-pound tournament. Does that sound familiar to you, Andreas? You've heard that before?
It definitely does. That urgency, you know, it's something nice that you want to have in the corner.
Yes.
It's always good to have Ronnie there.
What do you see so far from Lorenzo Truck in the first round?
He's nice, composed, taking control of the fight with the jab, the movement. He's taking his time wherever he has to. His counterattack, he's trying to find his moment. I really like what he's doing.
Katz, what has been your experience in the gym with Truck? Have you guys had a chance to spar together and been in the gym together at the same time?
Yes, Truck is a hard-working guy. You know, from the start when he came to the gym, he showed his presence in the spar and everything. And I really like what he's been doing here.
What do you think he needs to do to take over the fight?
Look, I think, like what we saw right now, I think as the time progresses, he's going to start breaking him down. I think the first round was a recognition round, even though he did great. And I think as the time progresses, he's going to do better and better. He's going to break down the opponent and land more combinations.
Now, I mentioned to Barack that it seemed like the first round he was trying to really get the distance probably, right? He has that great left uppercut, but you have to be in the right spacing to land that shot. Now, he's letting his hands go a little bit more, so I think the distance is there.
I think he saw Katz come sit down ringside.
That's impressive, yeah.
I know, impressive.
He knows what we like to see. He knows what we like to see, man.
Nice body shot there from Santana a moment ago. Katz, how nice is it for you, with the biggest fights of your career on the horizon, to have talent like Truck Simpson coming into the gym, and to have good fighters, just more and more of them coming to the Shields camp?
It's amazing to be able to have all these guys at the gym. You know, versatile also. Everybody has a different style. We have southpaws, we have orthodox. You can work with everything you want. Like, I think it's very tough to get an opposition that I'm not gonna be able to work on the gym on the opponent.
How often do you spar with Simpson?
With Truck, I think we just did a couple sparrings on before his previous fight, before his last fight. Because this camp, you know, my date was 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, his date was now, and I was fighting an orthodox.
Shot there from Simpson a moment ago. There was a nice right hand from Raiko Santana as well.
And I think Truck is doing that tap, and then ripping to the body.
There you go.
That's what you got to do.
It's working for him right now.
At this point, it's still a competitive fight.
I think Truck is taking over this round. The second half of this round, he started to land a couple of good body shots and straight lefts down the pipe.
Hard body shot there from Simpson.
Sometimes you don't have to exert that much energy with every single shot. You pick your shots and then you sit on some of them.
Right, and that's how you sneak a heavy shot in. You know, when the guy's not looking, because you just tapped him with some soft shots, and then all of a sudden, boom, you ripped him again.
Speaking of heavy shots, Katz, I mean, how is Simpson's power in the gym respond?
Simpson is sharp. He's fast, and because he picks his spot, when he gets you, he's gonna be like, okay, it's nice.
So, Katz, we gotta ask, like, being in a tournament format right now, you obviously know who your next opponent is going to be. How early does that preparation process start for you? Are you already watching tape of Robert Terry? Is that already underway?
No, I haven't started watching tape. I usually start watching tape once I get in camp. Like the beginning of camp, 8 weeks out, I'm gonna watch like a couple fights. And as the time progresses, probably 4 weeks out, I'm gonna watch a couple more times. 1 week out, I'm gonna watch a couple more times. And that's about it.
Some people are picking you in that fight. You're a heavy favorite in that fight, right? Just more of a polished fighter. People seeing you in the finals. Does that affect your training, or are you taking Terry and training for Terry as good as you would for any fight?
Nothing changes. Even when I was fighting in club shows, journeyman, I was training the same way. I was running the same way. I was doing the same sparring, because at the end of the day, I don't care who the opponent is. I want to look great in every fight.
Did you expect Robert Terry to win?
Yes. When I saw, I will tell you when I expected it. When I saw Villalobos getting in the fight, like 180, he looked too big, too sluggish. I mean, I thought he maybe would be able to bully him a little bit, but that wasn't the case.
At what point, Katz, does Truck have to maybe turn it up to the next gear?
I think right now we're seeing him breaking him down. What we saw in the last half of the second round, it was already taking place. I think 4th, 5th, 6th round, he's going to completely take over. I mean, we can see even his defense when the other guy goes, he's completely comfortable.
And these body shots are starting to pile up from Simpson as well. He landed a lot of them
and
in round 2.
Turning them easily.
Yes, sir.
I mean, one interesting tidbit about this fight, too, guys, is that originally it was scheduled as a 6-rounder. Then, when it got bumped up to the main event, it became an 8-rounder. Katz, have you ever had something like that before, where the rounds changed in one of your scheduled fights, and how did you handle that?
It never happened to me before, from 6 to 8, but to be honest, I would be more than happy for it to happen.
Because you're going to train for 8 to 10 rounds anyway, correct?
Yes. I train the same way, from 4 rounds to 10 rounds to 12 rounds.
Right.
My training doesn't change, other than sparring.
I think the Truck is looking more comfortable in there now in the pocket. He's seeing the shots coming, and he's catching them and being able to counter the body shots right away.
And spinning off, getting out of position.
And turning them right away.
Santana was like, no, that uppercut didn't get through.
Santana, that one certainly did. Santana's still trying to get that right hand working the way it was in round 1. But it's been the body shots of Truck Simpson that have told the story the last 2 rounds. Simpson trying to work on the inside. We know he's been getting some terrific inside work working with Katz at the gym.
What do you say he's better at, inside work or long range?
He can do both, because on the long range is definitely his game. He can definitely work around and box very good. But even on the inside, once he fills the opponent out, he's very slick, moves his head around, and he has good counter punches.
Santana landed a couple of good body shots, left hook to the body there.
And that's what I said. Santana's not the normal Cuban fighter. You see, he fights well on the inside. He's landing his good shots.
I think most of the Cubans nowadays.
Yeah. Well, he's more of a Mexican style, as they say, than a Cuban.
Final moments here of round 3 as Lorenzo Simpson bangs away once more to the body. See Raiko Santana celebrating like he won that round, but the crowd certainly has other ideas. Well, Andreas Katzourakis, thank you so much for joining us here tonight.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Best of luck against Robert Terry. We can't wait to call another one of your fights. It was a pleasure to call that fight against Kudratillo.
Thank you, guys.
Looking forward to seeing you again, champ.
Andreas Katzourakis, you'll see him in the OTX 154-pound tournament in the semifinals against Robert Terry.
Move your hands. Give me them uppercuts. Hold it.
Give me them uppercuts, earn it. Give me that hook.
You know, I guess everybody thought Brandon Adams would probably win, but Katz is no joke. That's going to be, if those two are left in the finals, wow, that's going to be a hell of a fight, especially the way Brandon is showing the power that he has now at this weight class, being that he came from middleweight.
Round 4 underway. Once again, this fight now an 8-rounder, not the 6-rounder that these two men originally prepared for. We'll see if that plays a factor here in our main event as Lorenzo Simpson goes right back downstairs to the body, which has been the money shot for him all night long.
One thing I say about Truck, he's sharp, he picks his shots. You can see him look right before he throw, like where I'm gonna shoot. He'll look down, he'll fake you with the eyes, come up top.
He's not the guy that's going to be throwing punches just to throw him to be a high-volume puncher. He's going to be very economical with those shots.
Just like who?
Canelo Alvarez.
Tank Davis. Somebody he trains with. Yep.
Yes. Good observation.
Canelo Alvarez as well, you're right.
Nice body shot there from Santana. Trying to change levels and bring the right hand downstairs. Santana had his best round in round 1, landed a couple of flush right hands, but since then, and the body work and the movement of Lorenzo Simpson.
I think Simpson's got his distance.
Yeah, down pack.
He's just squeezing out of those shots.
Both guys look in good condition as well. I don't see anybody gassing out so far.
I agree. Santana with a body.
A 2-punch combination there from Simpson.
You know, I see Santana throwing shots here and there, not doing enough to really solidify winning any of these last 3 rounds. Good combo there.
Beautiful right hook.
I think he might have hurt him with that right hook the way he was leaning on top of him. I'm not sure. Could be.
And I kind of think maybe he doesn't have the tank that Simpson has. But Simpson has been going to the body.
Santana took this fight on relatively short notice, although he does have another fight scheduled in just a couple of weeks. He was in training for that one, intends to fight that fight also, if he can.
Depending on how this ends.
Depending on how this ends and what happens here.
Doesn't go the distance, he will be suspended and not be able to fight.
Absolutely. Safety first.
Santana trying to find space for that right hand again.
Landed a good right hand to the body.
A nice uppercut as well. Hard chopping left hand there from Truck Simpson.
Trying to pick his shots there in the pocket. Left hand down the midsection. Short.
Final moments here of round 4.
Look out in the pocket. The Truck still sees what's coming. He's able to dodge shots, and he's looking for each shot.
Very observant. That's not easy to do in a high pace when a guy's throwing punches at you.
I see a lot tonight. I see a lot
of tank in him.
Still a competitive fight. Still a competitive fight. Look, see, Santana's landing shots. That was a good right hand by Santana. Came with another right hand. And then look, Truck just came with that beautiful right hook.
All right, let's take a look at what the fans on YouTube are thinking. Obviously, they feel that Lorenzo Simpson is winning this fight. 76% of voters voting for Truck, just 24 for Raiko Santana.
I would have to agree with that.
Yeah, I agree too, but I still say this is a competitive fight.
For moments in the fight, Santana is competitive.
Yes.
Remember, Rock, these fights are judged by rounds, and in 3 minutes, you have to do more than that. I think Truck is doing more.
I agree. I think he's landing the more flush shots.
Round 5 underway in our main event between Lorenzo Simpson and Raiko Santana. 8 rounds in the super middleweight division as Truck Simpson officially campaigning at 168 now, says his body feels a whole lot better.
Looks like he's turning it up a little bit, going into another gear here. Simpson, that is.
Moved up in weight, still has stamina. That's good to see. Still has speed.
Definitely the faster fighter tonight.
Santana will obviously be warned for a shot behind the head there, fairly blatant.
Yeah, actually,
a moment ago.
Held him as well to deliver that shot.
This is not BKFC. You can't do that. Hard body shot again from Lorenzo Simpson.
And that's clean. I mean, he has his trunks high.
Exactly. His trunks is up to his nipples. So that's a clean shot.
Good right. Hook to the body by Simpson.
He is just sinking these uppercuts to the body.
Oh, wow. Good
just
work.
burying these shots into the midsection of Raiko Santana. He was starting to hunch over a little bit, maybe as if to try to prevent some of those shots.
Yeah, that's what you do.
I would not blame him. You see him right now. Just selling out to guard from that uppercut to the body.
I think this is Simpson's best round. I mean, he's barely getting touched.
Yeah.
And he's in the pocket.
Good right. He's finding that right
He
hook.
is comfortable
right now.
This looks like sparring. Yeah. Seriously. This looks like sparring. Like he's that comfortable.
Perhaps like one of the sparring sessions that he's had in the past with Gervonta Davis that people in Baltimore gym circles have described as brutal brotherly brawls.
Say that fast 3 times.
You know, I love that left uppercut followed by the right hook. And he just missed the uppercut there and grazed at the hook.
You know what I think it is now? I mean, of course, the disparity in skill, you know. But I think the gas tank, right when I say it, Santana just turns it on. Thanks a lot. He's ruining my whole monologue there. Still, I think he took all of that time off, and now he's going with some shots, Santana, but I just don't think he has the gas tank that Truck has.
Well, things will get really interesting from round 6 onwards because, again, we remind people that this was originally scheduled for 6. They trained for 6.
Yes.
And get 2 bonus rounds here.
Right.
So this fight could start looking very different starting in the next round as Simpson chops away with a couple nice right hooks and then brings that left hand right down the pipe. Good way to close out the round for Lorenzo Simpson.
Yeah, and it's strong in that round for
sure. He sat down on that shot.
Well, we're inviting cheese, meat, and sauce lovers everywhere to take a flavor quest. Introducing the new $3 foot-long dippers, coming in flavors like double cheese, pepperoni and cheese, and chicken and cheese. 11 beloved sauces and 33 cheesy, saucy, snackable choices. Find your dip with the new foot-long dippers, the sauciest new snacks at Subway.
Are they open when we get out of here, Corey?
They're always open. They're open late, baby.
You're too happy doing that read, you know? Wow. You saw Elijah Pierce's father in the crowd. You know, Elijah obviously not here because he fell ill.
Round 6 underway. Our main event between Lorenzo Simpson and Raiko Santana. Lorenzo Simpson on what he's calling his redemption tour. We saw him bounce back with a first-round win here on DAZN over Noe Lopez. Now looking for his 2nd straight victory tonight in our main event, in the very place where he suffered his first professional loss last summer here in Atlanta.
I think Lorenzo.
Beautiful right hook there from Lorenzo Simpson. That might have been the hardest shot that he's landed tonight.
He's walking Santana back to the ropes. I think he's trying to set him up with an uppercut.
Good body work by Santana, trying to stay in this fight. But not doing enough, in my opinion. The hardest shots are being landed by Truck Simpson for sure.
You're seeing that subtle inside work from Truck Simpson here on the inside. The catching, the rolling with shots on the inside.
There we go. That's what I said. He's trying to get him to the ropes. Make him think that. Exactly. Make him confident and land that uppercut. That one just missed.
Hands are free. Hands are free.
Nice body shot there from Santana. That one got his corner excited.
Yeah, very excited, but he's missing all the headshots.
I really think Chuck is seeing all of these shots.
Yeah, he is.
He just landed a flush left hand that we can all see.
Clearly. He loaded up on that right hook there. Look, Santana is taking some good shots here in this fight.
I think it's clear to say that a focused Chuck is very dangerous.
Absolutely.
Good combination there from Santana. You see Santana raising his glove, announcing to the audience that he landed something good. And Simpson just missed with a beautiful uppercut a second ago.
You know, Brock, you said focused Chuck, but also uninjured Chuck.
Yes.
Well, listen, Santana has not given up belief in this fight. I think there's a strong argument he won round 1. We saw at the end of round 3, he raised his glove like he thought he won that round.
Well,
so he thinks he's still in this fight.
Too in the amateurs.
Of course.
You're always raising a hand.
Yeah, you gotta pander to the judges a little bit, but Santana clearly thinks this is still a winnable fight and not just by knockout.
I think he's playing a role that he's supposed to play. He's supposed to look like a winner. Yeah. You know, you don't want to look defeated, but I think he knows who.
I think it's this corner's job to let him know, listen, you're down in this fight.
Oh, and those are some hard shots by Santana. He's just not hitting the mark. Good left hook. Actually, left uppercut by Chuck Simpson. He tried to spin under but got caught. And that was a good retaliation by Santana. And a little raise of a hand like, oh, my combination I just got it off.
But I need plenty of horsepower. Come on, man, you just give it you ain't nothing in that advance. That's all. We got 2 rounds left. You got a horse, man. You want to win this fight? Okay, well, come on, get out there and start the punches. It don't happen unless you start punching.
A pep talk by Ronnie Shields.
You gotta let your hands go, man. Horse up. Forget the pity-pat now.
Shields says no more pity-pat, tap-tap, hard shots.
See if Chuck responds.
Round 7 begins, and again, this is perhaps when things start to get interesting. These are not rounds that either of these fighters originally prepared to fight. This was originally scheduled as a 6-rounder on the undercard of Elijah Pierce, Jose Sanmartin. As that fight fell out yesterday, this gets elevated to the main event. It gets bumped up to an 8-rounder.
They should be ready for these extra 2 rounds. These guys are professionals.
Hard body shot from Raiko Santana a moment ago. Finds another one right along the belt line. Good start to the round here for the Cuban.
Wow, that was a hard shot by Trump. He's going to have to let his hands go. That left uppercut did get through. God, it's Santana. Chuck really has fast hands. Good defense. Spinner. Good spinner.
Good footwork.
Nice shot to the body there from Simpson.
I mean, Simpson, he's shown a lot of skill in this fight. Like, definitely levels above Santana in terms of being polished and skilled in their footwork, hand speed.
But I think Ronnie's seen what he can do, and he wants him to take it over. He wants him to sit down on these shots. Rip like that. Come up. Top. You know, sometimes you can carry a fight. Right. You know, when you don't have to. Truck has already shown us that he is the better fighter, of course. Oh, good defense.
Nice work on the inside. Nice defensive work in particular, as you just pointed out, Brock. Rolling underneath those shots.
And then countering with that right hook. Uh-oh, big left hand looping around.
Let it go, let that arm go.
Santana looks tired. Them body shots is not helping.
I think those are the reasons why he's tired.
I think Truck is going to turn it up now. He got him up against the rope. He's not letting him leave. But
Maybe Truck is taking this round off to finish strong in the money round.
No, I think he's pouring it on right now.
Connects there from Simpson as he's really starting to lean on Santana and starting to bully him here in the latter half of round 7.
Absolutely. Yes. Pushing him right back into the corner. Wants to beat him down in his own corner. That's a little trick right there. The Truck there, just cover the mouth of your opponent.
Give him a little more time.
Nice right hook, snaps the head back of Raiko Santana. Final 15 seconds of round 7 as Lorenzo Simpson obeying orders and really starting to rip and sit down on these shots, just like Ronnie Shields told him to do.
I think he made Ronnie happy with the last minute of this round. Yes, and it might pay off in the next round.
No doubt. You listen.
See, Corey, that's just a habit, him raising his hand, Santana, because obviously he didn't feel like a winner walking back to his corner. Not after that exchange.
Come on, baby. I need this round, okay? Okay? Listen to me. You get out there, you're the better fighter, okay? This guy got nothing on you. Nothing. You got to outwork this guy like you've been doing, okay? Just like you just did that last round. Keep both hands moving, shoot him under. Body shot, uppercut. Body shot, uppercut. One body shot, one uppercut. Put it together, okay? I need that.
Hey, aquí con todo. No te dejas, no te avientes. Bonito quiero. Pero tira, el X ahí está. Vamos, vamos. Vamos, Hey, acabalo abajo. ¡Vamos, Cuba! Abajo,
Easy money, vamos!
Ronnie Shields giving Truck the Mike Tyson combination, body shot, uppercut.
And you know, I like the fact that Ronnie, even though Truck is up in this fight, Ronnie is not letting him know. He says, I still need this round. Let's finish strong.
Yeah, there's a sense of urgency still in the corner of Lorenzo Simpson, and this is, as we've been calling it, and as he's calling it, the redemption tour. And these are still learning moments for Lorenzo Simpson, even in a fight that he seems to clearly be winning.
And let's be honest, he's not fighting a dead body. He's fighting a real live dog that's a real threat. And he's pretty much dominating this fight.
Yeah, this is a man with an amateur record of 250-20. But Truck Simpson, well, he's got an amateur record of 181-3.
Yeah.
Two spectacular amateurs going at it here in our main event.
And that 181-3 are legit. So.
No puff there. Real wins.
This is where Santana has success when he's on the ropes. Unless Truck was setting them up. At that time, he wasn't.
Santana's doing a lot of holding. She is holding Truck's right hand.
I'd hold it too. That hand was hitting me.
Santana's going to need something big in this 8th and final round. Whether he finds it or not, he's already done the job that he's done throughout his career, and that's give good work to a legit prospect here tonight.
Oh, definitely. His mouth is wide open. He's tired, but he's letting his hands go. They're not hard shots, but he could be trying to steal them around.
He's leaning on Truck.
He's tired.
Very tired.
He's tired.
Body shots are doing their job as they're supposed to. But, Truck has a minute here. I guess finish off with a statement.
Yeah, he has more. Ooh, good shot.
Beautiful right hook there from Simpson. Final minute of this contest. Credit to the referee here tonight. You hear just tiny little instructions here and there, but by and large, he has allowed both Simpson and Santana to work on the inside. As long as one hand is free, he's been letting it go.
Yes.
Yeah, indeed.
And check out the vibe cam again. I love the vibe cam. I got a feeling they're going to turn it up right now.
Final 20 seconds of this contest. Santana will need something big to pull off the upset here.
While Santana was holding the right hand, Truck was killing him with the left.
Yes.
It looks like the redemption tour will roll along
Big
for Truck Simpson.
To end the fight.
As Raiko Santana slumps over the top rope, absolutely exhausted. And he just ran into a better conditioned fighter here tonight.
A skillful truck at 168 pounds, stamina on point. I just can't wait to see him next time.
And again, not to look too far down the road, but Simpson is coming up in a 168-pound division that, I don't know, maybe clearing out a little bit. We'll see what Canelo ultimately does. Benavidez has moved up. Still a ways to go for Truck Simpson, but we'll take a look back at his handiwork from tonight.
Exactly, 24 years old, but we see that he has a very, very high skill level.
So we await the decision here in our main event, but we expect that Lorenzo Simpson will have his hand raised in just a few moments. And what should be a good bounce-back win for Truck Simpson. And again, all right, we are waiting to see what the scorecards look like. Is it possible we have an overtime round here?
What? I mean, I don't agree with this. If that's the case, obviously that's the case.
I mean, a little bit of confusion here, but that's certainly what it looks like.
Ladies and gentlemen, after going all 8 rounds, we go to the scorecard. Judge Oliver scores it 78-74. And judges Cronin and Kramer turn in identical scores of 76-76. This bout is declared a majority draw. But, as you know, the O in OTX stands for overtime. They go one more, an overtime round.
This is a lot of pressure because it's like throw everything away. It's only this round that counts.
Right, and very quickly, 76-76 scorecards, guys. I just don't agree with them. But nonetheless, you have to put that aside, as you just said, Barack, because now we're in an overtime round, and all the momentum in the career of Lorenzo Simpson, that's hanging in the balance here tonight. Raiko Santana has an opportunity to score the upset if he can win this round.
Right. I'm surprised that we even go into the overtime.
I'm so surprised. I didn't see Santana win more than 2 rounds in that fight.
I saw a competitive fight, but I saw Truck edging.
Nice right hand there from Raiko Santana. And again, remember, these are the judges that have just given Raiko Santana 4 rounds.
That's right.
So Santana,
turn it up.
does he even need to change anything he's been doing?
It's a good point, Corey. I mean, I didn't see that fight being a draw.
So now we're seeing Santana throw his flurries and hold because he wants to try and win this shot.
It seems like
that's that amateur
Truck
experience.
has, things stacked against him. You feel like he won that fight. Now he's
Exactly. You have fighters in 2 different emotional places right now. You have Simpson, who's probably confused, a little bit upset at what's going on. Raiko Santana, he's playing with house money right now. He is emboldened.
Trying to steal the rounds, shooting a couple of shots, and then hold.
I'm not sure what these judges are looking for, to be honest, guys.
Well, according to CompuBox totals right now, Lorenzo Simpson in this fight has outlanded Raiko Santana 129-74. Again, that's not how you score fights. You score them round by round. It's an indication of what we thought we were seeing.
Exactly. It's not like it all happened in 2 rounds.
No, it happened throughout the entire fight.
Which is also a money round, as Lorenzo Simpson tries to shoe shine to the body. Santana again. The old amateur boxing trick. You land a shot, pander to the judges.
Yep. The referee just whispered to him, I'm going to take a point.
Hard right hook over the top there from Simpson.
30 seconds left.
The whole fight is riding on this right now.
Everything is riding on this. And down goes Santana. That will be ruled a slip.
Yeah, but the crowd ruled it a knockdown.
Simpson, understandably right on top of Santana. Desperation time for Truck Simpson. As Raiko Santana ended the redemption tour against all odds, and maybe against all reason, because we don't understand the scorecards that sent this to overtime, quite frankly.
No, I definitely don't understand. I don't agree. And then you see Santana trying to use that amateur style to just steal the round. And who knows what the judges, I can't wait to hear.
I'm shocked, guys. I have to say. I'm looking and I'm trying to find what were the judges seeing and what were they looking for. But a lot of those shots were missing, being caught in the pocket. It seemed like, you mentioned it, Barack, like he was cruising the victory. He was comfortable in there.
In this round, that was a good shot by Truck, but I feel like in this particular round, Santana probably threw the more shots. And if that could have swayed the judges, even though the harder shots are by Truck.
Of course, that must have swayed the judges. That the first 8 rounds.
We're looking at the flush shots. We're looking at the harder shots, literally the whole entire fight. So who knows what we're going to get now.
Well, everyone on pins and needles waiting for these scorecards. All right, let's take a look at the punch stats according to CompuBox here tonight. And again, perhaps that is what the judges are seeing there, just the sheer activity from Raiko Santana, who outthrew Lorenzo Simpson in this fight. But you see the landed shots, 139 to 79. Lorenzo Simpson much more accurate than Raiko Santana all night long. So what the judges were seeing, and again, it is on a round-by-round basis, clearly swayed by sheer activity.
But that's not good judging. Activity doesn't win fights. You got to land the shots.
All right. We have the scorecards in the ring. Let's send it up to Lupe.
Ladies and gentlemen, after going to only the 3rd overtime round in OTX history, the score reads as follows. Judge Oliver scores the overtime round in favor of Simpson. Judge Cronin scores the overtime round in favor of Santana. And our 3rd judge scores the overtime round in favor of the winner by way of split decision. El Coroco, Raiko Santana.
All right, 2 things. Obviously, a feel-good moment for Raiko Santana. He's overjoyed. He gets a victory. This is a man who's felt that he's been ripped off many times in his pro career. However, if you're Lorenzo Truck Simpson, you are justified in feeling ripped off here tonight. Barack, that is a really bad decision.
I totally agree with you. This sucks when you work so hard and you get something like this and you get robbed in the last round. I just hope that Truck is able to hold his head up and know in his heart that he won this comeback. And let's see them run this back.
Here, looking to restart his career, so to speak, here in the main event. This one's scheduled for 8 rounds. And of course, this is one of the money rounds. Last saw Haven Brady scoring a 6th round TKO over Waldemar Kirill. That was in March here on Overtime Boxing. That fight got a little bit messy Brady had a point taken away, but almost immediately then came back and scored a knockout. Really stayed composed in what could have been a moment where other prospects might have melted down a little bit.
And that's what's important, you know, composure, especially for a young fighter, and that's what he showed. And right now, he's going to need a little bit of that now because Vasquez is showing him what he's going to be doing. I'm going to jab you, I'm going to stay at this distance, and I'm going to check hook you when you come in. So he's going to have to get past that.
Right, he's going to have to be very mature in this fight. Deal with a lot of trickiness.
Oh, good counter by Brady.
Nice left hook there from Brady, and Vasquez in a familiar situation here tonight as Brady comes over the top with a nice right hand. Vasquez took on Charlie Sheehy on the Ajagba Goodall undercard 2 fights ago, and he dropped a 6-round decision to Sheehy, who himself is an undefeated prospect. But he's getting rocked by right hands right now, although he's shaking his head no. Those are certainly connected.
You know, he tried to complain about a low blow, and Brady came right at him with more body shots.
Right.
Meaning, I'm not here to play or to talk.
And that right hand wasn't even low. You know, that right hand was hitting, you know, right in the gut. And he's already found his distance because that right hand's landed up top as well.
Good jab by Haven Brady in his first round. So
yeah, Brady winning the jab battle. Obviously not good news for Jesus Vasquez Jr. early, but we'll see what adjustments he can make.
I like what I see from Brady right now. Like, I didn't think he was going to be able to get in there this early.
He wants to make a statement early in the fight and set the tone early with a guy that supposedly was going to move around and box. He's setting the tone now.
Yeah, but see, the thing is that Vasquez needs to get on his toes if he wants to fight this fight. You're walking and you're flat foot and you're trying to circle and stay away, and you're not going to move fast enough if you're not on your toes.
Nope. He's standing.
Brady placing those right hands to the body. And yeah, without the spring in the step of Vasquez Jr., Brady's able to just find that shot, kind of a stabilizing shot to the body with the right hand.
He doesn't have to work too hard to get there. There's no movement by Vasquez. A sneaky uppercut by Vasquez, but Brady lands a stiff jab right with him.
Huge right hand over the top from Haven Brady. And a chopping one immediately behind it. This is an excellent start for the hitman.
Absolutely. Standing in the corner, Vasquez, that's what you're going to get. Brady get that overhand right.
Phenomenal first round by Haven Brady.
Well, we're inviting cheese, meat, and sauce lovers everywhere to take a flavor quest. Introducing the new $3 footlong dippers, coming in flavors like double cheese, pepperoni and cheese, and chicken and cheese. 11 beloved sauces and 33 cheesy, saucy, snackable choices. Find your dip with the new footlong dippers, the sauciest new snacks at Subway.
Did you say find your dip or find your drip?
Well, we can do both here tonight. Let's take a look back at the highlights first, though.
Man, that was a good right hand by Brady. He just really got his distance early, and he was connecting with that right hand like that throughout that whole round. And like I said, Vasquez got a good style. He just needs to, and that was a good left counter, but he just needs to get on his toes with that particular style. Because you're not in range and you're trying to check hook from the wrong range and you're not on your toes, you're supposed to move out, and he didn't pivot out.
Round 2 underway, and Brady comes right out firing that right hand.
Not only that, his head is straight up in the air in those exchanges. He's not even pulling back. His head is straight up. So that overhand right by Brady is landing at will.
You know what it is? It's like when guys make mistakes but against lesser opposition. You make the mistakes against better opposition, and it shows, you know?
And he's smothering his own shots.
A stiff jab there from Haven Brady. You know, another thing I think we're seeing here, guys, we're seeing the dimensions of the ring coming into play here at overtime. Bit of a smaller ring that's meant to encourage more action. Against Charlie Sheehy, Vasquez Jr., he was getting caught with shots, but he had more room to work with. And for a guy like him who likes to lean out of the way with shots, an extra 2 feet, that's going to make the difference between getting blasted by right hands or just kind of getting clipped or being able to roll with it.
Also, every time Vasquez tries to do something and Brady comes back so powerful and quickly, he's making Vasquez think twice and wanting to move more and exchange less.
Yeah, and you know, when you have the height advantage, you got to read advantage. reach advantage. You want to be first. But I think because Brady's been so good at the counter-punching, he's not
thinking twice.
Right, Vasquez is not trying to be first all the time.
I think Brady's looking really good out there in sharp, guys. Very impressed so far with Haven Brady.
Hard right hand again. You can hear the crack of that one. And a big sweeping shot over the top immediately behind it. Brady continues to double up with that right hand, which is interesting.
Right, correct. And they're landing, but if he just gets a little bit closer, it'll be more flush, whether Vasquez tries to turn his head or not, and he might hurt him.
He's been able to take that right hand so far really well, Vasquez.
He's turning with it, and it's just a little bit short.
Yep. He's not landing flush. He's rolling with that shot. So maybe he needs to, maybe a little feint and throw the left hook from a good leverage standpoint. Vasquez trying now to pepper back. But Brady with a stiff jab.
Yeah, you can see just in that exchange alone, as Vasquez Jr. clowns a little bit, just the difference in velocity on these shots. The difference between Vasquez's jab and Brady's jab.
Huge difference. Not only with the speed, but also with the thump.
I see a lot from Brady right now, you know.
I honestly think he's improved from the last performance. A great deal.
100%. 100%. Good body shot by Brady, walking his opponent down. And that's the thing. When you're dealing with somebody who's circling like that, you're not going to always be able to reach the head. So you know what you do. You go to the body. See, that right hand is not landing flush yet. You just need to be a little bit closer. Vasquez is doing the right thing by turning and spinning out, not to get caught flush.
I almost see little bits and pieces of Jerome Boots Ennis.
I was going to say that. Yes.
Haven Brady right now.
I was going to say that.
He's trying to time.
How you feel?
See Haven Brady Jr. very relaxed coming out of the corner.
He's singing along with the song. You know he's relaxed.
Round 3 underway. And I think you're right. I think you're seeing some of the stylistic influence from Boots Ennis being obviously in that Bozy Ennis camp starting to come out. Haven Brady Jr., a little bit more upper body movement, a little bit more playful with his offense, and just looking a little bit differently. You know, stylistically, before we were hearing comparisons when people were talking about Haven Brady Jr., we were hearing like Roberto, Sean Porter.
Right.
You're starting to see some new wrinkles.
I definitely saw Andre Berto, but now I'm starting to see a little bit of boost, especially with the jab to the body and the right hand to the body.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes you emulate, you know, greatness, and if it's influencing you in the gym, use those tools, use those tricks.
You've been emulating me for a while.
No, you're totally different. Everybody knows it.
But you try it.
There
Try it.
From Brady just picking these shots off from Vasquez Jr. Vasquez trying to put a little heat on that right hand.
To the body.
Nice uppercut there from Brady. Just catching Vasquez trying to pivot out at the wrong time.
But did you see how Brady grabbed him? So, oh, no, where you going?
Yeah, right here.
That's experience right there. That's good teaching.
I like what Brady's doing, sticking the jab to this midsection, then back upstairs, keeping him guessing.
Right hand over the top, and Vasquez grabbed a hold temporarily.
And that one was flush, and you know why? Because
it set that up.
It was straight. It was a straight punch. He's looking for, Vasquez was looking for the overhand, and it came straight.
But he started it with the jab to the body and then brought it upstairs. It's a la Canelo. I mean, that works so well when you do it right, and he executed perfectly.
But the body language of Vasquez Jr. is changing here in this round as the constant pressure and power of Haven Brady Jr. clearly having an effect. Just look at the foot pressure here, guys. Look where the lead foot of Haven Brady Jr. is at all times. It's between the legs of Jesus Vasquez Jr. He is on top of him with a perfect lane for
telling you guys, I'm very impressed with what Brady has done from the last time we've seen him out here and today.
He's definitely positioned himself. And look at the way he's cutting off the ring. So this is a very, very good round for Brady because I think his shots are landing a little bit more flush.
Whenever I think somebody is the face of overtime, somebody else comes and surprises me.
Well, he said he wanted a good performance, and he wasn't really too keen on getting a knockout. He actually told us that he wanted to show his skills, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Well, you can do both.
Yeah, he might wind up doing both if he keeps this up. This is total dominance thus far as he sinks one last right hand into the body of Jesus Vasquez Jr. And overtime Tom is... All right, we'll hear from Tom in just a few moments, but right now we'll go into the corners.
And that's the one we set up, where he went straight to the body with a jab, and the straight right hand is what caught him flush, and that was probably the best shot all night.
And he still rolled it a little bit, rolled with it slightly. He's not running into the shot.
It's hard to roll a straight shot.
No.
That shot rocked him.
No, that shot was a good shot. I was looking at the replay after that.
Yeah, that was the second shot.
That shot was head on.
Good chin by Vasquez.
Yeah, he took that shot well.
I think Brady is like, I want to show you my skills. You know, that's why he's kind of playing with him also.
Well, he's showing it tonight.
Round 4 underway. Haven Brady Jr. and Jesus Vasquez Jr. Here in our main event, 8 rounds, just above the super featherweight limit. Jesus Vasquez Jr. was originally inspired to fight through watching karate movies. He was inspired by Jean-Claude Van Damme. He started in karate, but then wanted a little bit more physicality, so he got into boxing. He's getting a lot of physicality from Haven Brady Jr. here.
We were all inspired by karate movies, right or wrong?
Yes, correct. So the Karate Kid had me wanting to do karate as well.
I'm a black belt just because of that.
Wax on, wax off.
Brady Jr. just comfortably walking Jesus Vasquez Jr. down. You saw he had time to adjust his trunks and land a right hand in the same sequence.
That's a new move.
Brady just continues to come back to that stiff jab.
When he get him on the ropes, he probably should end that shot with a right hand to the body because he's missing up top. If you hit him with that right hand to the body, it'll bring that arm down, and you'll get that right hand up top back.
Brady looks very comfortable in there, dropping his hands now. Seems like he's ready to have some fun.
Not much coming back from Vasquez.
At this point, I'm not sure if Vasquez is trying to win this fight and is in survival mode at this point.
Possibly. You know, being that this is only the 4th round, he still has an opportunity.
Yeah, but I mean, something has to be done here to keep Brady off of him, and nothing has been done.
Right.
Brady's starting to focus on the body, as you suggested, Barack. 3 unanswered body shots a moment ago. Now back to that ramrod of a jab.
I think what Vasquez needs to do, because he's showing that he doesn't really have the pop to keep Brady off, is use his feet more. Use his feet, get out, punch, and move. See those shots? He didn't move. All of those shots, maybe 1 or 2 landed. I can't see from his vantage point for that particular combination, but move.
Listen, even if I had to try to give some constructive criticism in Brady's part, which he's fighting phenomenal, is maybe I'm hearing O'Shea Jones in the background saying put them together, meaning put a combination together, because Brady's throwing 1 and 2 punches at a time, doing it well, but maybe we need to see 3 or 4.
So let's say when you miss that right hand on top, come back with a left hook to the body.
Right uppercut, something. Put a few punches together, but I mean, he's fighting a flawless fight right now.
It's a good right hand by
Vasquez Jr. showing a little bit of life here in the 4th round. And Brady right back on top of him as Vasquez Jr. continues to clown. And that'll do it for round 4. And now let's send it over to Overtime Tom, who's standing by with the loved ones of Haven Brady Jr.
Hey guys, I'm now with friends, family for Haven. How do you think he's doing so far?
He's doing great. All he got to do is continue to do what he's doing, and it's a unanimous decision. No brainer, yes.
But do you think we can get a knockout? What do you think's gonna happen here?
I think we can get a knockout. He's definitely gonna get a knockout. He keep on doing what he's doing, break the body down, bring him down to him, yeah, he got the knockout.
All right, and if Haven were to fight one celebrity, who would you want to see him knock out?
Whoever in this weight class, we ain't calling out no names. Whoever in this weight got to get knocked down.
You call someone out for me?
I can't really call nobody out, but who's ever in his way, they got to go. Simple.
They got to get out the way. That's it.
You got to get out the way, all right? Let's check Haven Brady out the rest of the way, fellas.
You said celebrity, guys. You said if he could fight any celebrity.
Those are real fans. They don't care about no celebrities. They want him.
They don't know anybody
to
in this
move up
class.
in this division. That's what they want.
Yeah, the Haven's not fighting on Misfits boxing. They're thinking about
come on.
The contenders.
Look at the skill that we're seeing here. He's not fighting celebrities.
Round 5 underway. A dominant performance thus far from Haven Brady Jr. A lot to like. And this is just a visually appealing style for television as well. The defense is good. The offense is even better as he bangs away to the body.
Sweat finally hit my face for this one. Good left hook by Brady.
Beautiful.
I guess that's Vasquez sweat that fell on us.
Yeah, good chin. Good chin by Vasquez. Gotta use your legs, Vasquez. Gotta use your legs.
I mean, Vasquez right now is spending more time hammering his own stomach than he is throwing his own punches.
He's trying to.
I think the hardest shots were by Brady.
Wow, look at his rib cage. Good body attack by Brady. Vasquez's rib cage is red.
Wow, Brady really does remind me of a young Andre Bird.
Yeah, he does.
Playing possum. Trying to draw Vasquez.
Exactly, trying to draw something in, giving him an opportunity here. Vasquez does not seem interested in leading the dance.
No. Brady said, okay, so I'll go back at you. He's complaining about getting hit behind the head, but those are good shots. He's turning his head.
Brady's very conditioned because it takes a lot. It takes a lot of stamina.
Keep at that pace.
Keep up this pace with those hard shots.
Very well prepared for this 8-round fight, Brady is. I mean, he's in a great camp, great stable there in Philly. With Boots and O'Shea Jones. Good pedigree out there, Jim. You got Andy Cruz in there.
Oh, man. Incredible stable. Incredible stable of names and talent.
Nice hard right hand there from Haven Brady as Vasquez swims out. Gets to the next set of ropes.
Yeah, now
fight really falling into a very predictable pattern at this point here, guys.
I was about to say that, and I think Vasquez really is doing what Ak is saying. He's just surviving right now. Low blow.
He should do enough just to finish the 8 rounds. I'm sorry, guys. I'm calling. No disrespect to Vasquez, but it's what I'm watching right now.
Beautiful body work and coming back upstairs. And upstairs is hard with a guy like Vasquez. Even when he's flat foot, it's hard to catch him flush because that left hook just missed. But those body shots, those landed, and you could tell by the redness on the rib cage of Vasquez.
He's getting tired. You gotta work. You gotta let your hands go. If you don't let your hands go, you're not gonna win. You're throwing single shots. You gotta let your hands go. This round, next round, let your hands go. Leave it on you. Leave it on you. Let's go.
Absolutely, and it's what we've been saying.
Let's go. Move around.
Let your hands go.
Attack. You can stick that jab.
I mean, when you're watching from the corner of your fighter and watching this type of fight,
right down the middle.
What do you say other than that? Let your hands go.
Got it.
only thing he needs to hear. But does he have the confidence and his power and, you know, enough for him to make a change and shift this fight? He got a couple of rounds, about 3 rounds to do it.
What he has is the height and the length, and he has to use that and get on the bite.
He also has to have some mustard on those shots to make Brady think twice, and I don't see that.
Another good straight right by Brady. Vasquez took that well, though.
And Vasquez has absorbed a lot of shots, and one thing he's clearly confident in is his defense. And again, it takes a lot to even survive these 8 rounds with this kind of an onslaught in front of you. But I think we are seeing from Vasquez maybe a lack of confidence in his offense, because I think he feels that if he starts exchanging, that's when he's going to get into a little bit of trouble.
No question about it, Tony. That's exactly what's happening right now.
See, Brady did hit Vasquez Jr. behind the head there, and that is what Vasquez Jr. has been complaining about throughout this fight. But you know, a lot of that also has to do with the fact that Vasquez is dipping down. He's getting very low every time Brady comes to the inside.
That is absolutely his head. Absolutely the reason.
Right there, shifting like that. I mean, it's hard for a fighter to land a clean shot in front of your face when you're turning your head inside. I credit that more to what Vasquez is doing than Brady.
All right, so now here we go again. Brady's backing up to the rope, saying, okay, I need you to come in. I need you to come in so I can get you flush. There we go.
Big left hook there from Haven Brady. He found the opening he was looking for.
He lured him in, and he got what he wanted.
You have to wonder whether Vasquez Jr. would take that bait again.
Well, maybe he was just trying to do what his corner said. You know, that is his guy.
Yeah, but then he changed his mind rapidly after getting hit with that left hook.
Straight right to the body there from Brady Jr. inside the final minute of round 6.
You know, when you think about the 130-pound division right now, guys, I mean, where do you see Brady down the line in a year or so with this level of talent if he keeps improving?
Well, obviously the opponent's got to, you know, improve for me to really see how good he is. Right. But I do see him at the top of the division pretty soon. Maybe not a year, maybe 2.
We're at a standstill here. Vasquez Jr. not interested in engaging. Spending a lot of time emoting throughout this fight, though.
Oh, good choice of punches by Brady there, slipping that right uppercut in there. All right, maybe a year. Brady's good.
And just a young man that wants to improve every time out. So at this pace, I see it going very well.
All right, let's send it over to Overtime Tom, who's standing by with O'Shea Jones.
Thank you, fellas. I am down here with O'Shea. You got the win earlier. You're out here watching your teammate Haven do his thing. What do you think about his performance so far?
I think he's doing good. I think he's going to get him out in the next round or maybe the last round.
There you go, there you go. And then what did you see from him throughout this camp? Anything different from him? What have you kind of learned from him working out with him?
Ever since he knew he was fighting for a title, even before then, he just been, you know, giving everybody that extra push in the camp. You know what I mean? Like that extra mile or that extra little workout, you know, every little bit counts in the camp.
And both of you guys, since joining OTX, you guys have really put on a show every single time that you come out here. What's it been like, kind of this process over the last, year or so?
It's been good to me because I'm originally from Toledo, Ohio, so Atlanta kind of been my second home now. You know, I'm a part of the OTX original, and you know, we here to stay.
Awesome, appreciate you, O'Shea. Hopefully Haven gets his dub right here. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Tom. Round 7 begins. Hard right hand over the top there from Haven Brady. And I think the mouthpiece might be out as well.
Yes, definitely.
Mouthpiece is on the canvas, so Haven Brady with an opportunity here if he could break free to basically take free shots. Jesus Vasquez wisely trying to hold on so that he can get that mouthpiece back in.
That was smart. That was very smart by Vasquez to hold on because the referee needs a lull in the match to break it. And put the mouthpiece back in his mouth. But that was a hard left hand that shook it, and then the right hand knocked it out.
That was a right hand that just whistled by the face of Vasquez Jr. there. Two of them. A different level of aggression coming out of Haven Brady Jr. right now.
I think it's going to have to be a left hand. It's going to have to be a left hook by Brady, you know, to really seal the deal on that shot if you want to do what Jones just said and end it, because that right hand is just a little too hard to land on Vasquez flush.
Listen, guys, the type of fight that Vasquez is fighting right now is not a fight that's going to put himself in a position to be knocked out. He is literally not trying to be knocked out. It's going to be very difficult for Brady to land a big shot.
This kind of reminds me of Canelo versus Plant. You know, Canelo had to go to the body with the left hook and hurt him with the left hook.
We take a look at these punch stats right now. Haven Brady Jr. outlanding Vasquez Jr. 141-29. I mean,
one-sided.
To put that in perspective, over a 12-round fight, as Brady Jr. lands two big right hands again. Over a 12-round fight, if you can hold someone to less than 100 landed punches, that's a phenomenal defensive performance.
Right. This is incredible.
And he's putting his punches together. Putting more punches together than, you know, throwing 1 or 2 punches at a time. So I guess he's hearing O'Shea in this corner. But Vasquez is really avoiding being hit by one of those big shots.
Yeah, and, you know, going back to those numbers, obviously part of that is the defense of Haven Brady Jr. Part of it is, frankly, it's the hesitance from Vasquez Jr.
Absolutely, and I think because he's seeing that right hand at this point, Brady needs to start letting that left hook go and maybe
That's
throw
what
a
I'm
little
saying.
feint.
That's what I'm saying. Too many rounds of missing that right hand. Jab to the body, come up with that left hook. He's not going to be expecting that.
Feint the right, come back left.
Final moments here of round 7. Total domination from Haven Brady Jr.
He definitely rolled with those 2 shots, Barack.
Yes. But if a left hook would have came after, bop.
Well, this is a money round coming up. There it goes again.
So he feinted. He feinted the jab. Brady feinted the jab and came up with a right hand.
Yep. Perfectly placed shot. Knocked his mouthpiece out.
They go to vibe cam. And that once the mouthpiece was out, he just jumped on him. He signals to the ref. Oh, my mouthpiece is out. The ref is not going to just stop it like that when the guy's still punching. What are you really telling Vasquez right now? This is the last round. You going to knock him out, or you going to let your hands go?
That's a good question.
What are you really telling him?
Finish the fight on your feet.
I love how Brady goes to the body almost always.
Brady also skipped the handshake at the beginning of that round and just hopped right on Vasquez Jr. here in the final round, the money round. Looking to cash that Subway KO bonus. Brady just all over Vasquez Jr. once again.
This is a lot of pressure in the last round. That says he is very, very conditioned.
And again, it goes back to answering questions that critics had about him as a prospect. Of course, earlier in his career, he had those issues making weight. So you know what comes with that, the type of criticism that comes with that. Right. Now you see Brady still pushing the pace in the 8th round. And you hear his stablemate, O'Shea Jones, telling you, hey, he's the one leading the runs. He's the one pushing us in the gym now.
And this is a one-sided shutout right here. And a great performance by Brady. Trying to get that bonus money, get the last round knockout.
Brady just firing that left hook. You see 2 of them connecting. as Vasquez Jr. tries to find somewhere to go. Inside the small ring here at OTX.
Can I throw something out there? Imagine Brady versus Maliek Montgomery. Wow, wouldn't that be crazy?
That's a fight right there.
That's the opposite type of challenge of what he's facing right now.
100%.
And that's a point I think we need to hit on too, guys. I mean, every fight for a prospect doesn't boil down to did they get a knockout or not.
No.
I mean, Haven Brady Jr. learned something last time against Waldemar Kirill in terms of dealing with frustration, a different type of frustration. Tonight, he has a frustrating opponent of another sort in front of him, one who's looking to defend and not looking to engage all that much.
I thought he would make it a little bit tougher, Vasquez, you know, but he's just a little flat foot, even though he's moving.
I mean, at the start of this fight, in the very first round, Haven Brady set the tone, and Vasquez wasn't ready. He was not ready to deal with that throughout this fight.
Final 30 seconds as Vasquez gets ripped with a left hook and another one. Vasquez finally looking hurt and tired here in the final 20 seconds of this contest.
I'm liking to hold on.
Yeah, like I said, it had to be a left hand. The right hand is not landing. He's looking for that right hand every time. You got to get him with that left hook.
Haven Brady may be looking for a buzzer beater here. The seconds tick away.
Now he wants to throw punches.
One final offering here from Vasquez Jr. that they paid to see. We are ready to make this one official and send it up to Lupe Contreras.
After going the distance inside the OTX ring, the three judges are in complete agreement, turning in identical scores of 80-72 across the board. All in favor of the winner by way of unanimous decision. And now, WBC Silver Super Bantamweight Champion, from Albany, Georgia, the Hitman, Haven Brady Jr.
So the Hitman, Haven Brady Jr. improves to 13-0 with a shutout victory over Jesus Vasquez Jr. 80-72 across the board. Really the only way that you could score this one. But the Hitman is now standing by with Ak.
Congratulations, Haven, on a phenomenal performance from beginning to end. The improvements from the last time out to this time are super impressive. What was the game plan going in? Because you were aggressive but sharp from the very beginning.
Well, I told my team, and every fight I want to improve more and more. So I said I was going to settle down, go off the jab, work the jab, slow him down, and then let all the hard shots come behind that. And that's what I did.
It seems like at some point throughout this fight, Vasquez did not want to engage and wanted to survive for the rest of the fight. Did you feel that?
Right, definitely, and that make it harder for me because when you don't have an opponent that want to fight, it make it harder for you because they not opening up at all. And the ref will kind of let him get away while holding a lot and putting his head down a lot. So, but
he was complaining a lot about shots behind the head, but it was more so because he kept turning and putting his head down.
Right, for sure. And I was just breaking the body down, a lot of stabs to the body. His body started turning red, so I know the head shot was gonna come in. They started letting it clean, but he was a good game opponent, so he took some good shots. But you know, back to the drawing board.
We were all impressed with your performance and your growth and skill level. The people talk about overtime. Who's the face of overtime? You got guys like Scooby's coming back, Elijah Pierce. Is it safe to say that you feel you are the face of overtime?
Yes, definitely. I'm definitely the face of overtime, and you can tell by the people love me here. So I can't wait to come back and put on another great performance again. Hope to see y'all soon.
Will you be in Philadelphia to see your stablemate Boots Ennis fighting tomorrow?
I definitely got to go on vacation with my family on Sunday, but I'm definitely going to be tuned in. And the best of luck to the whole team, Jerome, Boots Ennis, Ish, DJ, and Cardo. Everybody going to do their thing, and we're going to keep the ball rolling.
Before you get out of here, a message to the folks that came out today and the people in Georgia.
I appreciate everybody. I appreciate all my coaches. I appreciate Rail. I appreciate Bo. I appreciate my dad, my mom, my fans, everybody that showed love to my cut man Brian, to my management, and to the whole team, man. I'm looking to get back. every fight I want to get sharper and sharper and improve and build my way up to the rankings.
Looking forward to seeing you out there. Great performance, Haven.
Thank you so much.
Guys.
Thank you so much, Jock. A big win for Haven Brady Jr., one of the top 130-pound prospects in the sport of boxing today, and had a tricky opponent in front of him tonight, Barack, a guy who didn't want to stand still, was defensively responsible enough to last throughout this fight, but still, despite that, we did see growth from Haven Brady in this fight.
Right, as I said at the top of the show, fighters who fight like Vasquez.
Can Jose Sanmartin become the latest fighter to pull a big upset in this arena? We've seen plenty of them thus far on this series, guys.
That's a fact.
And I love the way Elijah's coming out, establishing that jab, that rocket jab right away.
This time he's the taller fighter. That jab just threw off Elijah's footing.
You see right away what Sanmartin wants to do. It's what he's done throughout his whole career. He wants to walk you down and work on the inside. And I'm going to steal some analysis from our DAZN colleague Barry Jones as he was calling Sanmartin's fight against Shabazz Massoud. He said that if you're fighting Sanmartin, you need to act like there's an electric current running through the ropes. If your back touches it, you need to get off immediately.
You see, that's exactly what he wants. I mean, he's not coming in with a jab or anything. He's literally just coming in to push you into the ropes so that he can unload.
And Elijah has kept his back off the rope, staying in the middle of the ring, turning him. So he's responding well to that.
Yeah, and as long as he keeps moving, this kind of style is kind of tailor-made for a guy like Elijah. You know, he likes to throw the bomb right hand, the straight left.
Letting his hands go well, fluid right now with the right hook to the body and back upstairs.
So the question really is if Sanmartin can take his shots.
Right. We've seen Sanmartin. Yeah, we've seen Sanmartin a couple of times here on DAZN. We saw him against Mauricio Lara back in 2022. He couldn't take Lara's shots, but obviously, as we mentioned, has had much better performances recently, coming off an 8-round unanimous decision over Mauricio Martinez back home in Colombia earlier this year.
And that sneaky left hook from Sanmartin does well against southpaw, so Elijah just needs to be careful with that.
I think Elijah's going to realize the uppercut might be the punch of the night with a guy who fights with his chin.
Tough uppercut.
You're welcome, Elijah. I'm sure you heard me.
Pierce looking for that uppercut through the middle. Sanmartin keeps a very compact guard, really over-indexes towards the left side. That left hand carried very, very high to prevent against that right hook from southpaws.
The last time we seen Elijah Pierce in this very building was knocked down, but coming off the canvas, scored a big knockout. So
see, I like what Elijah's doing. Like, he's unloading right now, but before that, he was just touching him. Just touching him, letting him come closer, getting his distance, just touching him. I mean, he's really sitting down at his shots.
Yeah.
Not everything breaking through. He doesn't trying to pierce the guard of Sanmartin.
And that's the thing. Obviously, that was Elijah Pierce round, but Sanmartin, he'll give you rounds like that. He'll give you rounds and try to work you over, make you tire out, and then he'll unload his shots.
It's obvious that Elijah doesn't want this round, this fight to go to distance. Not the way he established, sitting down all those shots in that first round.
He did beat the crowd. Sanmartin standing up in his corner.
One to the head, one to the body.
Round 2 underway. Elijah Pierce and Jose Sanmartin. Here in our main event, Elijah Pierce, number 3 ranked 122-pounder in the world according to the WBA.
Yeah, he's ranked in the top 10 in every organization except the WPC. So he really set him. I mean, this fight right here is really going to put him over. And
the man,
that shot he makes.
The man that he's chasing is in action in just a couple of days.
Yeah.
Inoue will be taking on TJ Doheny. Pierce said he has contingency plans. If it isn't Inoue, if he can't get him in the ring anytime soon, he's happy to face Stephen Fulton. He's happy to face MJ Akhmadaliev. Basically, he wants big opportunities, but Jose Sanmartin is the kind of fighter that you have to beat conclusively to convince the viewing audience that you're worthy of that shot. Being ready for the monster and being worthy of an opportunity. Those are two very different things.
Very much so.
I think Sanmartin, having more success this round because Elijah chose to fight on the inside and trade with him. So he's landed a couple of left hooks and a great right hand to the body on Elijah.
Corey, you mentioned Stephen Fulton and Inoue. At one point, it was just a thought, but when he ran into Stephen Fulton, he said that he felt disrespected. Now he really is on his radar and wants to fight him.
Right hand to the body there from Sanmartin. Sanmartin trying to avoid the slow start, the type of slow start that has plagued him at times in his career. Sometimes he can overcome them, like he did in the Carmona fight a couple of fights ago. Started to turn things around when he was able to produce some swelling and hurt his opponent, but can you make those kinds of concessions against a guy like Elijah Pierce?
Good body shot by Elijah there.
I'm curious to know what Elijah's father and trainer wants him to fight. Does he want him to fight on the inside like this, or does he want him to go back and jab and shoot from the outside?
I mean, I don't think that he has to really fight from the outside. He's controlling the fight in the pocket right there. And Sanmartin is not busy enough. Not much. He's getting tapped here and there.
Busy enough to possibly win the round, but he's getting hit. What if one of those shots hurt him?
Well, 15 seconds here in round two.
Good right hand.
Sanmartin doing some good work, some sweeping shots up top. And this is exactly how the Shabazz Massoud fight started to look. After a couple of rounds, you started asking yourself, hey, wait a minute, is Sanmartin winning these rounds?
I don't like how Elijah's having his head straight up, though, in those exchanges. He's not getting low, no spinning.
At least keeping his hands up as well. There's no stool in Sanmartin's corner. Unnecessary, he says.
All right, let's send it over to Overtime Tom, who's standing by with the quote.
Thank you, fellas. I am here with Clarissa Shields. Now you're out here watching all these fights. I saw you going crazy for the last one with Brandon Adams. Can you talk? You were kind of coaching out there.
I was coaching from round 4 all the way to round 10.
You like what you saw out of him? Good performance?
Yeah, it was a great performance. He was listening. Sometimes I think that fighters need like a little extra motivation in there. And I think that my voice was that motivation. So I'm happy that he came on top and he won. Now he's in the finals.
He did a great job. And now we're watching Elijah Pierce. A good fight here as well. What are you seeing so far?
So far, I think that Elijah is in pretty good control of the fight. But this guy here is very, very sturdy. He comes forward. He's very tough. But I think that Elijah will have to back him up in order to get some respect. But I think the fight is going pretty good right now.
I'm going to put you on the spot. 3 best fighters. Who are your 3 favorite fighters of all time?
I don't got to say myself, do I?
No.
Okay. Of all time, Sugar Ray Robinson, Joe Louis, Muhammad Ali.
Solid list, fellas. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Tom. Some good selections.
She should call Steve because she loves that young man.
I was going to say that. Joe Louis isn't on my list, I'll tell you that.
He's not?
No.
I know who's on your list, Tito, so I don't want to hear your list.
Elijah Pierce much busier this round. And maybe hearing the advice of Clarissa Shields, trying to back Sanmartin up a little bit, but to borrow analysis from Clarissa Shields, Sanmartin very sturdy. He's not just going to give up ground easily.
Yeah, and like you said, that pulling out with your chin in the air, it's just not smart.
Just got hit with a straight
like
right
Sanmartin.
I like that. You see that lateral moving and shifting to the side is where Elijah needs to do that. And keep attacking the body like he's
just
been
keep
doing.
your hand. Just keep that left hand up. That's it.
Little sneaky uppercut. Got to slow a guy like this down with body shots, which Elijah has been doing some good work to the body.
Pierce told us that he started actually watching tape of his opponents for the first time. Like many fighters, he was kind of offloading that to other members of his camp. But he said coming into his last fight against Arthur Villanueva, when he got dropped hard, by the way, in round 2, he didn't know anything about Villanueva. He didn't know he'd fought for a world title before. He didn't know he'd sparred now in a way. He didn't know anything. This time around, he said he watched plenty of tape on Sanmartin.
Did his homework.
That was a good combination. I think that's the combination right there. You go up the middle with the left uppercut and then the right hook.
Yes, that right hook to the body is beautiful.
He has to keep his hands up.
Nice left hooks there from Sanmartin, though.
There you go.
Yep. So he's tapping the right hook and then digging to the body, which is a good shot, but he has to move right there. He did it again. He has to move out the way and spin off from there. Elijah's putting some good work into the body, but stepping out that way is unnecessary. Getting hit unnecessarily. Can't get too comfortable in there with a guy like Sanmartin.
It's a good competitive round.
Good hustle here from Sanmartin again.
I thought, Barack, you were going to say that you like the way I said Sanmartin.
Your Spanish is getting better.
Nice right hook there from Pierce a moment ago, and now a couple of uppercuts. Pierce trying to flurry at the end of the round, and that'll do it for round 3.
Good work from Elijah in that round.
Yeah, it's good combinations from Elijah.
I mean, he's the more athletic.
That was like a 7-punch combo right there. He slipped that body shot, came up top with that right hand, and then spinned off to his right, getting himself out of position, and so he can't get punched. Good round, but it was also a good round for Baron as well.
Baron was in the last fight.
This is his best round just now because he didn't get touched. But it was also a good round for Sanmartin
in the dressing room.
Y el gancho, arriba. ¿Cómo te sientes? ¿Cómo lo vas sintiendo?
One of those old school guys that doesn't like sitting on a stool.
Yeah. George Foreman used to do that too.
Well, because he said he got
one.
Yeah. Said it was too much work to get up off the stool.
250 pounds.
Round 4 underway. Elijah Pierce taking the initiative, firing that left hand in the opening seconds of the round.
Way to keep his hands up.
Came in the ring, Elijah jabbing. Then he went right back into the phone booth.
Yeah, 2 very different approaches to inside fighting here, too, guys. Elijah Pierce, a guy who, Brock, like yourself, started in the martial arts world, started with karate, and kind of has a different view on balance and flow and how he lets his shots go. Sanmartin, much more conventional and compact on the inside.
Yes, and Sanmartin will sometimes square up, you know. But, that was a low blow. Unintentional in his face.
We're seeing what the referee is seeing right now, courtesy of the Vibe Cam.
Okay, I think that's smart. I think that's smart what Pierce is doing. What he's doing is he's going to that body, trying to hurt the body so that he can bring the arms down to stand up.
It's a body shot.
Oh, that one will be ruled low.
That didn't look like a low shot to me.
What you gonna do? You don't want to continue no more?
Wait a minute.
That didn't look like a low blow to me.
I mean, his back was to me, so I can't tell, but that's sad.
Well, Pierce trying to capitalize on that ruling. Sanmartin going down on what the official ruled to be a low blow, but Pierce now all over Sanmartin, banging to the head and body.
I guess that punch did something to him because he hasn't thrown a punch back yet, Sanmartin.
Whether it's legal or not, he felt it.
I didn't even see him complain about it being low, though. He was squatted down like he got hit with a body shot. He didn't hold his...
What I didn't see is I didn't see the ref say no knockdown. I could have missed it. I'm not sure. I
did say no knockdown.
Okay.
He did say no knockdown. He said it was low.
I didn't see that. You know, I was looking at Martina. I just thought it was a knockdown.
Well, nonetheless, this has emboldened Elijah Pierce, who's really putting it together right now. But back comes Sanmartin, still firing back with less than 30 seconds to go in round 4.
Seems like Sanmartin has his wits about him again.
It's a big size difference in this ring tonight.
Yep. Good triple hook combination.
Tripling up with that right hand is Pierce, but look at Sanmartin. Again, these chopping shots sneaking in there.
Needs to get out of the line after throwing those shots, Elijah. Take a look at that replay.
Okay, this is Elijah going to the body. And that was a
very clean body shot.
Placed left hand body shot. It was nowhere near the trunks even.
Nowhere near.
Let's take another look
Clean
here.
shot.
Oh,
Right in the ribs.
That wasn't the one.
But that wasn't the one.
That wasn't the one at all. And that one even, it hit the Everlast name, but it wasn't low.
This is the view of the official.
See, the reason why that one even hit the Everlast part is because it ricocheted off the elbow of Sanmartin.
The shot that put him down was clean.
Was clean. And the ref didn't have that vantage point, and neither did we.
We take a look at the punch stats.
That should have been a knockdown, man.
Elijah Pierce out-throwing and outlanding Sanmartin to this point. Sanmartin more accurate, as you might expect, a little bit more of his punch output. But Elijah Pierce likely deserved a knockdown there in the previous round, and he's coming out firing immediately here in round 5.
And see, the thing is that Elijah knows. He knows that was a good shot, so he knows, okay, he's susceptible to the body with my power.
Yep. He's not worried about the ref right now. He's like, what I'm going to do moving forward to keep attacking that body.
Well, again, as we talked about last round, even before we saw that replay, whether it was low or not, Sanmartin felt it, and he's going to continue to feel it. But now we know that was a shot almost a solar plexus shot.
Almost, exactly.
It was not near the belt line whatsoever.
No, nowhere near it. Looks like a little blood leaking out of Elijah's nose there. It's good work in the middle of the ring there.
It is, and Pierce, again, is willing to take these shots in order to land his own power shots, which has been a pattern throughout this stretch of his career, the best stretch of his career.
Yeah.
See Andy Pierce in the corner of Elijah. Nice lead uppercut there from Pierce a moment ago.
Good, timing.
He's asking him to time him so he can counter him. But right now, he's just letting Sanmartin get his shots off.
Look for the timing shot.
And Pierce
stay there after those exchanges.
Okay, and Pierce is fighting like someone who believes in his fight-ending power. And he has reason to believe it, given his recent results, and reason to believe it because he should have had a knockdown early.
Also, it seems like he doesn't believe that Sanmartin can hurt him. Right. He's comfortable in there.
Yep, but you can win rounds by just throwing shots.
Yeah, but he's not doing enough to win rounds. Sanmartin is not doing enough to win. Elijah's landing the bigger shots throughout the fight. And more shots.
It's an interesting fight to analyze two guys because this is primarily an inside fight. There's a lot of shots being thrown, but there's almost a casual pace about it.
Yeah.
Especially on the part of Elijah Pierce.
Yeah, right. I think Pierce, what he's trying to do is get him comfortable to let his hands go up top so that he can have that opening once again to crack him in the body.
I think that should be the approach now. Elijah is very comfortable in the pocket. Seems like no shots that Sanmartin landed had any effect so far.
And moving from Sanmartin and a nice right hand
get too comfortable in there.
Certainly cannot. Elijah Pierce cannot fall asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, he felt that shot. See,
What end of the round for Jose Sanmartin.
What did I tell you? Like, he can't let him outwork him and land those shots. And then look, that shot right there, whether it hurt him or not, it might have won him that round. I think Sanmartin needs to sit down. That's what I think. That right shot right there was
take a little break.
Beautifully placed. Followed up by a left that he weaved a little bit, but connected. And in this round, it was Sanmartin trying to throw those shots like that, where he's sitting down on him, and Elijah was just peppering him with pity-pat shots. Oh. And that right hand is the one that caught him that we said, okay.
That's from standing in the middle, in the line, too comfortable. Happened last time when he hit the canvas.
Sanmartin might have stolen that round.
Guys, I use the term casual in the previous round, and I think especially when you watch that slow down, it's a little bit of a casual approach from Elijah Pierce that got him caught by that right hand and knocked the mouthpiece out.
Right. Yep. Halfway through the fight.
Now he's back on his game, shooting a long jab, straight left to the body, boxing him.
Yeah. Father scolded him in the corner.
Damn right.
Well, the guard a lot higher of Elijah Pierce as well, going back to a more conventional approach here. No more playing around for Elijah Pierce, at least in the opening 30 seconds of this round.
That's right. And let's see what Sanmartin do to try and get in the inside. Already got him in the ropes. Elijah moves around.
Checked right hook there from Elijah Pierce a moment ago, but back comes Sanmartin. And these are the lessons that fighters learn on their path towards those big fights. If you want to be an elite fighter in any division, you can't have those lapses in concentration. Against a fighter like an Inoue, that results in a knockout.
That's right.
100%.
You hear the corner of Jose Sanmartin
saying push him back.
So now they punish him down, they're back on the inside. Elijah works his way back to the outside again.
His left hand goes over the top there from Elijah Pierce. Partially blocked by the high guard of Jose Sanmartin. It's interesting, we haven't seen Pierce go back downstairs with hard shots to the body. Really, since that shot that should have resulted in a knockdown, and particularly with how Sanmartin carries his hands, you wonder why Pierce isn't looking downstairs more.
Well, his corner is to push him back, push him back. Just motivation, no technical advice right now. You first.
Yeah, in the beginning of the round, he wasn't going to the body because he wanted to stay away. He wanted to stay away and get the fight a long distance with the jab and the straight left. He kind of threw the shoulder now. So
warning there from the official. Pierce bumping Sanmartin off, maybe using a little bit more forearm than the referee would be happy with. As he places a nice left hand to the body there. There's that whipping uppercut to the body.
It was just a little bit wide and missed him.
I think there's a sense of like just coasting going on right now and no emphasis in trying to end the fight. I mean, look, Elijah's throwing hard shots. But I think he has to turn it into the next gear.
Well, I don't think it's that easy to do that with a guy like Sanmartin. You know, if he would have fought like this maybe the first 3 rounds, maybe he'd be at that point where he's trying to get this guy out of here.
Receiving this WBA title, I look at every single title that I receive as a statement maker. Each time I receive another title, it just brings me one step closer to the world one. You know, so I'm right there, and I'm just gonna continue to follow suit until I get there.
Doing great, you're doing great.
roll you leave. Now you might first thing. You can buy it. It's too tired. Your hands up in the
Sanmartin, Sanmartin, por su familia, Sanmartin, su familia.
And if you heard that voice, that was Escandon.
Yeah, it's Oscar Escandon, the former interim world title holder who we saw earlier on tonight.
Against Montgomery.
And despite having his nose shattered by Maliek Montgomery, he's back out here cheering ringside. Tough man, Oscar Escandon, offering his support for Jose Sanmartin as round 7 is underway.
I think I'm gonna go over there and set his nose real quick.
Listen, stop bleeding.
Oh yeah, he's a tough warrior.
He's saying for your kids, for your kids.
Trying to motivate Sanmartin in there. Not that he needs it, because he's had his foot on the gas the last couple of rounds.
Sanmartin's son Kerwin typically comes to the gym with him every day. Wants to be a boxer as well. Elijah Pierce, I believe, has another child on the way. Is that correct, Rod?
Yes, that's what I'm told.
Yep. That's why he was late to our fighter meetings. He had to tend to his pregnant lady.
Here we go.
There's 1-2 there from Sanmartin. He stabs downstairs to the body.
See Elijah kind of telegraphing a little bit that left hand that he wants to throw. He's kind of loading up.
Guys, I'm starting to feel that maybe Elijah's not going to be able to get Sanmartin out of there. It seems like that ship is starting to sail.
I don't know. I just think the punch has to be placed, you know, and it's just hard to catch a guy like this who's tough like that unless you particularly go to the body. And then when he's in there going to the body, he's getting hit with shots. So now he's deciding to you know, fight from this range right here.
Nice head movement from Elijah Pierce there a moment ago. And to your point, guys, I mean, Pierce has shown that he has fight-ending power. He's shown already that he can drop Sanmartin, and that might have been the 10 count had it been called a knockdown. But plan A at this point for Elijah Pierce might just be to win the rounds. Whereas I think early in this fight, the way that Pierce was fighting, I think plan A was try and get Sanmartin out of there quick.
To get him out of there and get him out of there early. And when you can't do that, you have to be able to adjust. And he is a guy who can fight like this. He is a guy who can box.
I mean, Sanmartin is busier now in answering back at everything that Elijah throws.
Sanmartin just continues to move his hands. Staying busy each and every round. As the seconds tick away here in round 7, as Pierce tries to make a statement at the end of the round.
Sanmartin showing a little showmanship as well. Moving, ducking, and weaving.
Now let's send it over to Overtime Tom.
Thank you, fellas. I am down here with Asadi, Elijah's fiance. How are you feeling watching the fight so far?
Everything's going good. I'm actually really proud of him. He's doing great. I just, you know, my heart's pounding. My heart's pounding. He's doing great, though. He's doing great. It's about to be over.
It's ready to be over. Okay, so you're feeling confident, feeling like he's winning. Tell me about the preparation, the camp going into this.
It's been a long time. He earned this, like, from the ground up. From the last situation, from him being sick, he's completely got up 100%. I love it.
And what is he like on fight day? Like, what is he like all throughout the day before this?
He is like, you know, when you pass a Marine, the one they're quiet and they're like, bro, stern. He's like that. Like, he's like iron completely. But he's focused, completely focused.
We'll end it this round?
That's what I'm hoping. I think so, because the dude he's getting a little woozy.
He's getting a little woozy, fellas. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Tom. The round 8 underway. 3 to go in our main event.
See, the right eye of Sanmartin, the eyeball is completely red.
I think Elijah must have heard his wife, his girlfriend, because
shots.
You said it's about to be over.
Looks like he's trying to make it over.
Redness of the eye of Sanmartin will have to be dealt with by Cutman Vic, working in the corner of Jose Sanmartin, who's also the most prolific bare knuckle boxing at Cutman, so you know he knows what he's doing.
Everybody gets cut in bare knuckle. We heard his girlfriend yelling earlier, body, baby, body, so even she knows he's susceptible to those hard body shots.
He's giving Sanmartin a little too much room to let those punches go, those flurries go. He needs to go back to the body like he was doing earlier. Kept Sanmartin honest.
Seems like that straight left hand of Pierce is landing a little bit better this particular round.
See that lateral movement spinning off the opponent after throwing shots is what.
Sanmartin right now just offering just pure volume. You know, not a lot on these shots, but he's throwing a lot of them. He's placing them. Pierce sitting down on his shots a little bit more.
Yeah, he's answering back too. I mean, both guys are working well. I think Elijah's landing the hardest shots, and he's spinning off of him. But see, he can't allow that too much of that.
Pierce found a lane for that uppercut to the body a moment ago. See if he can really sink one of those in. He looks for it again. That one temporarily pops the head back of Sanmartin, but he comes back with uppercuts of his own. Body shot there from Pierce a moment ago. Now Pierce putting his shots together. He might be feeling something right now. But back comes Sanmartin. Not willing to give ground.
Right, sometimes you're gonna run into a guy that you just can't drop him. You can't hurt him up top. Go back to the body.
That's a good sneaky left uppercut to the body. Right now, Sanmartin is a busier fighter.
This combination up top from Sanmartin, and that'll do it for round 8.
I think take your advice, Barack. They're sitting on a stool now. Sanmartin said he needed a break.
I told you he was tired. Said somebody bring him a stool. This was a good combination by Elijah Pierce, but it didn't start Sanmartin for returning fire with a good left hand to the chin.
Ok, vos se va por el medio y voy enganchado. O ya la recta con la recta, que la recta, solo enganchado y lo agarra, vamos. Esa es la mano, vamos.
What's he saying in there?
¿Cómo estamos? ¿Regresado? ¿Puede o no puede? ¿Qué problema? Ese tipo no puede. Ese tipo no puede que me callo.
You're stronger than him.
Familia, vamos.
Do it for your family.
Motivation.
Let's get the energy up, everybody. Let's go with the main event. Get the energy up. Let's go. Round 9 coming up.
2 to go here in our main event between Elijah Pierce, the number 3 rated 122-pounder, as ranked by the WBA, taking on the hard-charging Jose Sanmartin, who has been in his face all night long. But there's a left hand in the face of Sanmartin. The best shots of the fight from Elijah Pierce.
I think Elijah usually starts the round off like that and then
it gets played a little bit inside fight, right? Or you thinking it's just he gets a little winded and that's why he fights inside?
I mean, just getting into that comfortable inside, catch and shoot, instead of this approach of trying to really hurt your guy and get him out of there.
Well, going back to what we were talking about earlier, it's interesting because this fight is spent primarily on the inside again, but I don't know that either man has been deeply uncomfortable really at any point in the fight, save for that moment that should have been a knockdown. Again, we keep coming back to that.
Yes. I mean, that could have ended the fight.
It could have ended the fight also.
Well, maybe. I mean, I think he got robbed of a knockout victory, honestly, because that was a 10.
At least a knockdown, because if he would have been counting, he might have gotten no. If he would have been counting, he might have gotten no. I know he was down there for more than 10 seconds.
sure he even knew that they didn't count it or not.
Nah, I think he knew. The guy wasn't counting. I was the only idiot that didn't know.
He didn't understand what he said. He doesn't understand English.
Not to beleaguer the point, but when that happened, the official asked Sanmartin, do you want to continue? Right. So, a very strange moment earlier on in the fight, but since then, and Pierce has kind of turned it up a little bit in this round, as is Sanmartin right now. But it feels like there's been a lot of cooperation on the inside.
Yeah. Both guys, I guess, can take each other's power, and they're just in a comfortable place right now in the middle of the round.
I'm going to tell you, if we go to the scorecards, we've seen enough fights that look like this to know how this goes. Sanmartin is going to say, I moved forward all night long. I more or less matched him in terms of punch output. I just landed a nice right hand there. And I think I won the fight. I'm not saying he is, but I can see how this is going.
Flurries from both of them.
Final 30 seconds as the action is picked up. Just a notch here in the 9th round. Chopping left hand over the top there from Sanmartin, and he just missed with that right hand.
It's hard to get to the chin of Sanmartin.
Looks like Elijah looked up at the clock after getting hit with that left hook. He did. They're dapping each other after every round, like good work, almost like a sparring session.
But they're letting their hands go. Elijah comes out, jabbing, counter-punching like that.
I never liked the dapping in between rounds.
Straight left hand, and then he gets caught up with that inside fight. Initially staying away with the jab, and then letting him into range so he can get that right hand off. Sanmartin just very competitive round. This is where they went back and forth with the flurries.
Don't stay in front of him. You got it, baby. You got it.
There's Elijah's daughter sitting ringside. Watching Dad go to work here in the main event. 1 round remaining. As Elijah Pierce hopes.
I heard she's been videotaping. I think security's going to throw her out. This is OTX property.
Elijah Pierce hopes that he can pick up a victory here tonight. Maybe get bumped into that number 2 spot in the WBA, and then maybe force an eliminator bout to maybe force the issue for a world title opportunity. 10th and final round, and Pierce lands a nice lead left hand.
Or maybe if he lets his hands go this round, maybe if he scores the stoppage, maybe that'll draw in a way. If he gets past his next opponent.
Don't put your money up on that knockout.
I don't know. We already see he got the power.
He does. Sanmartin's showed that he's able to take Elijah's power. Elijah landed some big shots out this fight. And from the looks of Sanmartin right now, he's not laying down.
Pierce's corner told him between rounds, don't stand in front of him. I'm sure believing they're ahead on the scorecards and want to see a little bit more movement, not give Sanmartin the opportunity to produce a miracle.
And this looks great to the judges, I'm sure, with Sanmartin being the busier fighter this round so far. This was all Sanmartin wanted for this fight. To be chest to chest, head in his chest, letting his hands go.
Body shot there from Pierce. Both men matching one another's punch output. As Sanmartin looks for a left hook over the top there. He finds it. Final minute of this contest. It
Let's look at the clock again. I think maybe he's trying to judge the time so he can let his hands go and throw hard shots, and that's exactly what he was doing.
I think Martin has landed some good shots, but I think the difference in this fight is going to be Elijah's power shots, and he landed more of them.
Oh yeah, there you go. Some of those.
Pierce with his hands down, letting these power shots rip in the final 10 seconds of the fight.
And leaving his face there to get hit as well, but he's going out. He's trying to close the show.
10 hard-fought rounds between
Ring judges Oliver and Gilbert to an identical scores of 97 to 93, and Judge Cronin scores at 99 to 91 in favor of the winner by way of unanimous decision. And now, the WBA Continental America's Super Bantamweight Champion, repping the ATL, Elijah the Wolf Pierce.
So Elijah Pierce victorious in our main event. The OTX Tournament Finals begin now. And we have entered the money round presented by the General, who gives you a break on car insurance when you need it most.
Guys, we're in an 18 by 18-foot ring with two guys that love to knock out their opponents. Love to punch hard.
In this main event.
There's no secret as to what Katzourakis is trying to do here tonight. He wants pressure, and to the degree that he can, make this an inside fight, but that can be dangerous, as Ismael Villarreal found out against Brandon Adams in the first round. Adams, a devastating body puncher.
They're both trying to avoid the jabs right now. They're getting inside, but nobody's really letting their hands go inside yet.
I mean, both of these guys are skilled fighters. And this first round, they're not going to let it all out. There's going to be some filling out. There's a filling out process, but they're going to do it with hard shots.
Right hand over the top from Katzourakis there. Adams comfortable fighting off the ropes. Of course, inherent dangers in doing that, like that.
Let go, let it go.
Pull up a little bit too high. Right hands like the one Katzourakis landed. Those can be available.
Katz is looking good on the inside.
Seems like it's part of the game plan to stay in Brandon's chest and work the body.
Katzourakis feels that his youth, his size, his strength, his cardio, and they can overwhelm Brandon Adams. Adams feels that this is the perfect style matchup for him, that he fights a lot of fighters in the Southern California area that are very reminiscent of Katzourakis in the California gyms.
And guys, we've seen Katz get hit with big shots in previous fights. He has a beard, he can take a good shot.
He's swallowing Cannon's shots, and he has the leverage because Cannon is up against the ropes. He needs to spin up in there so that he can get his footing, so he can let go of his shots.
Katz is putting some phenomenal work in the body, and he brings Adams some ropes. And he learned to kind of sneak the uppercuts there too.
If you notice, he keeps right from Adams as well. Katz keeps pushing him back to the ropes. Now he comes off the ropes and he's pushing him right back.
Almost like he's not letting Brandon get into any rhythm.
There from Adams. Back off the ropes. Flurries to the bottom. Smothering Adams right now. Wicked body shot there from Adams.
You know he can put a guy down with a body shot. We've seen it right here on OTX.
He's literally just pushing Adams into the hole.
These guys are in tremendous shape.
We know he's gonna push hard. He's taking deep breaths. We're gonna get him where we gotta get him on the knockout. Right now, let him. I think we already got him to the body, but there's no need. He's gonna open up. You see when Macho Man throws back in, just get off the line, just a little bit, beat, go short. Lift him up, you'll find a long arm shot.
Beat them arms now. Add the uppercuts to it. Boom, 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 uppercut. Boom, 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 uppercut on both sides. Okay? Look.
see him up, Brandon. You see it. Stay right here for me.
You saw the cut over top of the left eye of Andreas Katzourakis. Referee Thomas Taylor indicating to us between rounds it was due to a punch, so already something to watch for. After forehead to forehead, chest to chest, trench warfare beginning in round one.
This is a phone beat fight here. Keep him on the ropes like that because he's taking away your leverage. When your feet are squared up like that, you can't throw arm shots. Arm shots is the only thing you can do from the ropes. He needs to make an adjustment on his fight and spin off of Katz and start letting the jab go to keep him at a certain distance because it seems to be that to be his game plan.
Yeah, and if you're Katzourakis and you're Katzourakis' team, you're probably thinking if you can do 10 rounds of this, you'll take your chances on the scorecards. Even if Adams is countering well off the ropes, the visuals of this look good for Katzourakis. He just landed a nice right hand.
100%. I mean, he's put a lot of good body work in. I know Brandon has snuck some good body shots in there, but not enough to slow down.
Okay, hey. Hey, time.
It's all right. Very low blow. Let's take a look at this here. Yeah, that is just a full wind-up left hook over the belt.
And Katz knew that he landed it low and he respected him. And he held off from the second shot.
Sure?
The referee had already told him that both of them had their trunks at a good level.
Ready? Time in. Go.
So anything low is low. Respect. This wasn't intentional. More than likely to work.
Katzourakis not shy of going back downstairs to the body. Those shots are low as well. But again, in this barrage of volume, those can be tough to see. The straight body shots here on the inside, the intensity picking up after the foul from Katzourakis.
The issue is that Mark's point earlier is just keeping Adams on the ropes. Doesn't look good. To the judges, but also Katz has more leverage on those shots. It's not good. He's in a dominant position. You know, I think that's a good game plan by Katz. But one thing Cannon is good at, he's good at sneaking in some shots. Like he's sneaking with death shots.
Well, and Adams is not uncomfortable right now. And in fact, if there's a knock on Adams, then there are times when he can be too comfortable in this kind of run.
And in this particular exchange right here, he's showing some really good defense, even though he's on the rope. Really good defense. And also, when a guy sits on the ropes like that, he almost can pick his shots. He's not exerting too much energy.
Katzourakis also has to keep this up for 10 rounds. I wonder if this is a little bit of veteran gamesmanship. Let the youngster punch himself out. Or is he being overwhelmed by Katzourakis as Katzourakis felt he would be able to do?
Hey! Right there. Wait, hold on.
We shall see. Looks like he's still affected. Brandon Adams, that is, by that low blow. Super low, almost. Oh, God. He said, please stop. That was 2 low blows right there. Yeah, anything below the letters, because their trunks are situated properly.
Keep working like you're working, okay? You don't like that pressure, okay? Everything is good.
Versus Lomachenko.
Let it go, guys.
It's been a fight thus far, and it looks like we are assuming the same position immediately, which is great for television. But with Adams with his back against the ropes, this might not be best for him.
All right, back it up, go.
I think Adams needs to start trying to push Katz back as much as he can with the jab to start showing them they're setting up some distance. As he lands a jab here.
Right, let it go.
This is obviously Katz's game plan to push his chest and keep Adams on the ropes.
Think about what's at stake for Brandon Adams, still riding that residual high of that win over Sergey Bohachuk. We've seen what Bohachuk has gone on to do, a potential fight of the year against Virgil Ortiz, now potentially a fight against Israel Madrimov. If Adams can pick up a win here, big opportunities would seem to be in the immediate future. Katzourakis looking to put an end to those dreams.
You know, Adams talked about the Bohachuk fight where people were shocked and surprised, and he said he always knew he was that type of puncher. He expected to win that big.
Let it go, Brandon. Katz, get him up, get him up.
These first 2.5 rounds, we've seen an identical fight so far.
And guys, this isn't just brutality. There's some very subtle work going on here on the inside.
Skills inside work. Don't try this at home.
Short reference. Landing by Brandon Adams.
Left hook to the body. Right hand up top for Katzourakis. Adams is trying to counter in between these shots at times and wait for these openings up top.
And Adams is not really getting hit flush up top. His guard is up high. He's catching the line shot.
To the degree that you can fight safely on the inside, Adams is doing that. But again, the visuals and who's leading the dance right now, both of those boxes are being checked by Katzourakis in the eyes of the judge.
You have to assume Ocean just lost 7 rounds in the eyes of one of the judges.
I think what Katz is landing is some good body shots.
Listen to that bell, gentlemen. Listen to the bell.
Few of his own.
Well, this one's starting to look like a bare knuckle brawl like the ones that this man is involved in. Joe Elmore, one of the most exciting fighters in BKFC and BKFC 69, is coming up in a few weeks here in Atlanta. Friday, December 6th, live on DAZN. Joe Elmore taking on one of the most legendary boxing gatekeepers, Derek Findlay. No gloves, bare fists, live here in Atlanta, live on DAZN.
I wonder if this is enough action for him tonight.
It's not enough blood for Joe.
Uppercut, start bringing the hook back. All right? Everything is good.
Take a look at the punch stats, courtesy of CompuBox. A little bit surprising, Brandon Adams outflowing Katzourakis right now, 238 to 183, and outlanding Katzourakis.
He's definitely blocking those shots when he was on the ropes, but who knows what the judges are seeing.
Well, again, that as round 4 begins, that speaks to the predicament that the judges are in right now. We're sitting here, and frankly, last round, I assumed that because Katzourakis is the one on the front foot, he must be outflowing Adams right now. He must be leading the dance. That's not necessarily so. The people counting the punches, they're looking at one fighter at a time. They're looking at this more intently than we are as commentators trying to narrate the story of this fight.
To what I was saying, a lot of those shots are being caught. Looks a certain way.
This is a great fight. I like what Adams is doing now. Now he's not letting Katz push him up against him.
Holding his ground here.
Yeah, he's spinning around and he's holding his ground.
Exactly.
Yes, let me stop. Straight back.
Had a chance a little bit in the course of this fight.
Left hook there from Katzourakis.
See, those 2 shots look really telling, but they were caught by the glove.
some of his best work has come with that right hand, just coming over the top.
And now Adams is showing his strength by pushing Katz around.
Let it go.
Katz caught with the left hand.
It's a very interesting fight to score, guys.
See Adams getting a little bit more leverage on those left hooks. You see Brady a little bit more space a moment ago. There it is again, downstairs.
And what Katz is trying to do is lean his left shoulder against you, push you up against the wall, get you off balance, and then let his shots go.
Good two-punch combination by Adams to get out of that corner there.
Yeah, and again, you can't protect everything at this proximity. When you do lean in with the shoulder, the other side of your body becomes exposed. You see the blood starting to splatter on the chest of Katzourakis. Good body work again by Brandon Adams.
This is where you sidestep so you don't get pushed into the box. You see that now he's grabbing the mask.
I mean, it's a good game plan by Katz. Brandon is going to have to make a serious adjustment and get those ropes. He's doing it in spurts.
Brandon is putting in some good work on his guys.
That's a terrific right hand right along the belt line. But Katzourakis comes back with one of his own. This is, I think, the clearest round of the fight for Adams thus far.
These guys are really scrapping here, guys.
What a fight we have here in Hotlanta.
What a round.
These guys are so conditioned.
Failure to make that turn. Keep walking around. All right?
And you know,
when he try to turn you, you just keep walking. Hold it. All right? Don't stop. How we feeling? Deep breath. Let them out. Stick them arms out. Stretch them arms out. Now give me a deep breath. Okay, now listen. Keep doubling up on that side. On the left side with the body shot. But uppercut behind it. All right? Now start giving me some hooks at the top. Double the hooks up at the top. All right? When you get a little distance, I need both hands going. Okay? This is what we work on. This is what's going to work for you. Keep making it work. Okay?
Guys,
keep pushing it.
Let's go.
You know, one of
Number
you
five.
mentioned earlier,
Brandon.
I can't remember
Number
which
five.
one of you though,
Five.
that maybe Brandon's game plan is to allow Katz to maybe punch himself out a little bit because the way he exploded in that round, it almost seems like he was waiting for that.
Even if that's the case, we saw in the corner of Katzourakis a guy who's bleeding, smiling, and winking like the villain in a slasher film, still coming forward. But he might be running into Super Shredder right now.
Seems like Katz hasn't punched himself out.
I got it. Bro, you're getting, that line's getting low. Got to get him up, please. All right? Good? Let's go.
The only thing I don't love about that is when it's close, then you kind of watch our guys approach. They're just scared to throw. Just
You gotta keep your hands up. You gotta keep your punches up.
Sure shots. That's a great effort to the body from the horse right.
Let go. I think we already are starting to see a little bit of hesitation from Katzourakis to go to the body. And all in all, Adams is just ripping left hooks.
You are absolutely right, Corey. He had that elbow down.
some great shots tonight.
Condition you have to be in on either side of this fight to withstand this kind of a body attack. This might be the point.
This is the last time. No, it's not by the borderline. You're going low. Got to get him up. Good? Time in.
Katz being given some grace there. He is lucky to have not been deducted after that shot.
And after that low blow, he hit Adams with 2 shots upstairs. Adams just dropped his hands and ate both of those shots.
He doesn't like the fuck that's going on. Keep showing up this shit. I think we're both saying what we're saying. You're gonna be able to put one of those stitches up. You're gonna be able to wind this fucking face.
Yeah, he keep trying his best to keep his head so close with headbutts and shit.
You gotta use his forearms. You gotta use his forearms.
We have a very clear understanding over there. I got it, all right?
You gotta use his gloves. You gotta use his gloves to control it. All right? Control the all the way. Control the fucking forearms. More water? He said, your brother wants to touch him or come underneath.
I am.
Yeah.
But it's hard to because
he's so leaned over.
He headbutting too much. I'm a good one.
So let's take a look at this. These are low blows, blatant low blows from Katzourakis. Not saying they're intentional, but these are shots that are going undetected. They're on the other side. The vision of Thomas Taylor obscured there. Low blow is becoming obviously an issue for Brandon Adams, who has to absorb those. Katzourakis, who is in serious danger of having points taken away.
How even is this fight?
This is a nightmare to score, but this is a delight to watch.
Yes, after 5 rounds, I can't tell you who's up in this fight.
It's a good combination by Katz. Left arm to the body. And same hand. Oh, beautiful triple.
That's almost 4 left. Manipulation, just subtle things that you could do to try and create openings.
I'm impressed by the defense of Brandon when he's on the ropes.
I think both. Let it go. I think this fight is going to go down to the last couple of rounds. Who's going to close the show because it's so tough to score.
There's also the threat, guys, that at some point, this kind of tempo, this kind of violence is just going to take its toll on one man or the other.
Going to be the one to take the better shot in the long run. Once you're gassed out, going out, especially those, sometimes that body attack takes a few rounds, but eventually one of those shots will knock the wind out of you.
You saw Adam doing something interesting there a moment ago, guys. He might do it again here. Almost lifting his right arm up to sneak it in between the arm of Katzourakis to make sure that he's tight and defensively sound. You see him do it right now. There it is.
Also,
he's his way to the inside.
And he's throwing the almost a roundhouse triple G type of right hook over the top. On the top of his head.
Nice right hand. I want to go there from Katzourakis.
That's the thing. Adams has to swing out to his left every single time because it's the left hand that's keeping him against the right. Katzourakis is not letting him go to his left.
Either way, these guys are going to have tremendous respect for one another, and this one is all.
Let it go.
Physicality.
Listen for that bell, gentlemen.
This is what you want a tournament final to look like.
Hey guys, is anyone thinking about this fight possibly ending in a draw?
Here's what I need from you. I need both hands working. It don't have to be the hard person all the time, but I need both hands working. Bring them under, okay? I need them under, all right? need uppercuts, and then a hard uppercut. Move off hand, give me an uppercut. Off hand, give me an uppercut. Okay?
I don't like if you're going to that, if you're going towards his right hand, touch his fucking right hand.
Look, I need you throwing 3, 4, and 5 punch combinations.
It's really relaxed in there. That was a very good round for Cats, except that last punch at the end. Cannon was a right hand. I'm sure it got his attention, but I think that was a great round for Cats.
7. Brandon, 7. Go.
And whether he's landing all of these shots or not, he's looking dominant sometimes against those ropes. But I do see how Brandon is catching those shots with the gloves.
It all depends on what these judges are really keying in on, because Cats has been the stronger guy in terms of pushing Adam back. Adam has been defensively disciplined on the ropes in most cases.
Take a look at these punch stats. Brandon Adams outthrowing Katzourakis 512 to 364 with the live punch stats from CompuBox. And Adams outlanding at 131 to 97 right now.
Very deceiving. And the counter punching, shorter shots.
Katzourakis punching in between the shots of Adams there a moment ago. Maybe a little bit of a change in the strategy. Has to find a hook up top.
Stop. Straight back. Go.
Credit to Cats too. He's sticking to his game plan and also fighting very hard as he lands a great combination there. The winner is definitely going to earn that $100,000 check tonight, guys.
A little sequence here for Katzourakis. Unanswered shots, which hasn't been the case for the vast majority of this fight. It has been you go and I go.
Get him up, Brandon. Brandon, get him up.
Packaging the body of Katzourakis again.
Cats also lands his great body shots.
Inside the final minute of round 7. Combination from Katzourakis, punctuated by an uppercut. Sneaky body shot there from Adams.
I'm wondering if these guys train hard and are conditioned for this fight. You got your answers.
If you're wondering what this OTX tournament means, you're finding out right now what it means to both of these men.
Indeed.
The portal that it can open for either of these men who are going at it.
Listen for that
The last fight we have here tonight.
Right there. Way to hold up. Good job.
This fight isn't over, but it already warrants a rematch.
Not yet. Hold on. We might get a stoppage. You never know.
With them is working real well. Just tuck the fucking chin, put the goddamn head down, and wipe the fucking face. That's the best shots that I see that you got going with him. Besides that, to keep smothering it, you got to be the fucking boss in there, B. You know, you got to take control of the fucking head and keep turning them. Miss a goddamn jab around the neck and push him into your shit. All right. But I know we got him.
Step around. Fast punches, step around. Keep turning him now. Okay? Turning. Stay close to him, but turn him away, okay? And then go back to moving both hands. You got to move both hands. That's the key to it now. Okay? That's the whole key to it. Come around, man.
See our tournament bracket, the path that these men had to take to get to the tournament finals. And the terrain is incredibly tough. Here is the finals for both Adams and Katzourakis. We're putting on a fight that right now is at least going to be mentioned when we talk about fights of the year.
No pressure.
Let it go, guys.
Adams sticking to that jab now box.
Right.
Good jab to the body by Adams. Oh, good counter.
We suggested that perhaps Adams could be waiting Katzourakis out a little bit. Is now the time when Adams is going to choose to flip the script.
I think it's Travis said you got to box him.
Push back to the ropes.
Keep moving. Use your legs. Move. Yeah.
On the shield, Andreas Katzourakis. He's seen a lot of fights that look like this. He was involved in some of them as well.
Close the distance. Pull down. Pull down. Pull down.
Adams spinning and getting off the ropes, but credit to Katz for kind of not allowing that.
There we go. Fight back. No man.
Ronnie Shields, the master strategist, at this point, just yelling encouragement. Fight back. At some point, guys, fights hit that stage where as a trainer, you just become a motivator.
Kind of saw that with Boots and his Rosie.
Surprised I haven't seen a good left hook by Adams to the body anytime recently.
As you say that, Katz lands that good 1-2 from the ropes. I think Brandon Adams is very comfortable fighting, leaning on those ropes there.
Listen, it's rare that in big fights you see a guy win a fight fighting almost exclusively off the ropes. Of course, there are exceptions. Wilfred Benitez, Bobby Chacon, guys like that. Sure.
We assumed early in the fight that Katz might have been doing more, but punch stats told a different story.
Tremendous display of inside fighting.
Listen for the bell, gentlemen.
Display of will, heart, as they trade shots at the end of round 8. And David Lopez on his feet, supporting Brandon Adams, his fellow Californian.
He's trying to come with a hook. Take a deep breath. You got to keep mixing your shit up too. Double up.
I think that was a good round for both of these fighters, but a really good round for Adams because he basically fought in the middle. He fights beautifully off the ropes, especially in this scenario right here.
Do what we do in the gym, okay? This is what I need right now. We got 2 rounds
We're going into the 9th round.
You do the man in this
mistaken.
fight.
These 2 rounds, in my opinion,
Leave it out here.
those punch stats are saying one thing. We don't know what's in the judges' minds.
Right. And also it's about if you're landing more punches on the ropes, then maybe the guy that got you on the ropes are landing the harder punches.
Yeah, you know, so remember, these judges aren't counting punches like CompuBox.
Right, so I think it's just wise and smart for Adams to fight him in the middle of the ring. It seems like he can win it that way.
Yes.
2 to go, at least potentially, here in our tournament final. Reminder that we do have overtime rounds. There could be a possibility in a fight like this that has looked about as even as you can imagine. It would be like we scripted it, and it would be fitting here in a Hollywood shooting location that something like that would happen here tonight.
got the goddamn time.
Corey's point.
And he's pushing deeper in the middle. Throw them all over the side of that.
Fight like that at this level.
I don't want no distance between them.
Both guys basically missing, but the heads finally came together there.
That's the shot
hand right by Adams.
Catzourakis doing what he does. Smother the guy. Pitch him into the distance. Beautiful work. We're going to get him right now. Deep breath. Good. Beautiful. Come on.
I can't say enough about OTX and the matchmaking that we've seen this year, guys. Wow.
If you're one of the many fans who have come to the sport of boxing for the first time because of overtime, because of the overtime social media, aren't you glad you did? This is what it's all about. The 10th and final round, the money round, presented by the General, gives you the break on car insurance when you need it most.
And shout out guy Brady, responsible for these phenomenal matches.
There we go, guys. Stop, stop.
His toe off the jab is looking good. He's landing. Good right hand by
Take a look at the punch stats once more. 172 to 744 for Adams, 137 to 543 for Katzourakis. If this tempo keeps up, that means that Katzourakis will have absorbed about 200 punches here tonight. And he was bigger than those ones right there.
And from a hard punching, Katz still moves forward after that exchange.
Adams has fought two completely different styles. This fight.
Very versatile. I can't believe Katz stood up to those shots. Katz moved forward.
He has not stopped it.
Guys, we've barely talked about the scorecards in this one. I think for two reasons. Number one, it's impossible to tell what the judges are seeing in this one. If you're scoring by the punch stats, if they're accurate, you can make an argument that Brandon Adams should be ahead right now. But that might not be what the judges are seeing. But more than that, the scorecards are secondary to the tremendous action that we're watching right now. Just appreciate the heart, the guts, the courage of these two men.
Well said, Corey. I mean, we're watching something special here tonight. To the point, to your point, we're not even thinking about the scorecards. And I never thought about it from the start of this fight. These last 30 seconds might tell the tale on who goes home with that 100K.
Brandon's doing an excellent job of staying off the ropes and being fast. Katz is not taking his foot.
If I was forced to make a decision right now who wins this fight, I'll lean towards Brandon Adams. But what a fight, guys.
Closing moments of an overtime boxing classic.
Two men who respected each other before the fight, definitely after. Incredible fight tonight.
And we remind you that in a fight as competitive as this, we could see an overtime round.
Imagine what that round looks like.
That was back to the coach. Hang on. Lots of low blows. Lots of
Smile on the face of Andreas Katzourakis. I'll admit a little bit of concern on the face of his manager, David McLaughlin.
I'd like to see the punch stats.
OTX tournament champion.
After 10 action-packed rounds inside the OTX ring, we consult the official scorecard to determine a winner. Judge Cantor scores about 97-93 in favor of Adams. Judge Cronin, 97-93 in favor of Katzourakis. And Judge Williams scores about 96-94 to the winner by way of split decision. And now, WB Silver Eliminator, WBA Continental Americas, and the OTX Super Welterweight Tournament Champion. From Athens, Greece, Andreas Katzourakis.
Before.
Respectful in defeat. Maybe he didn't deserve this loss. As in the past sometimes. Wow.
Him like that knockout win over Lucas last time out.
One thing you can never call Montgomery is a slow starter.
Not at all.
I don't think he has any knockouts that took longer than 4 rounds.
Very aggressive fighter. I think he has a chip on his shoulder. A lot of people have been attacking him because of the weight issue. And he wants to put that behind him.
Now, one thing Zero was saying, he sees some flaws in Montgomery. He opens up when he's on the inside to get caught, and let's see if he capitalizes on that.
Good body work from Hill here in the early going. Just all-out pressure from Montgomery as expected.
I didn't expect Hill to fight this fight. I expected him to try and keep him off with the jab and use his feet.
He wants to answer back and fight against his fight. Good body attack.
Can he sustain that, though, with this kind of pressure coming from Montgomery?
Well, we'll see if that rehydration clause is playing a part in Montgomery's.
Good left hook by Hill.
Hill certainly matching the volume, or trying to, here in the early going as he whips another right hand right to the body of Montgomery. Hill doing some excellent work.
All of those shots landed.
Yeah, he's landing a lot of his shots early in this round. And in the pocket. Wow.
13 knockouts on the ledger of Jeremy Hill. Question is he being made to work harder than he wants to here in the early going? Hill pointed out that this is a small ring, smaller than he's used to operating in.
I'll tell you what, though, Montgomery's just zip isn't there the way it normally is where he starts a fight, like the speed on the shots and the thump on them. Not sure if a good shot there.
Right hook over the top there from Montgomery. Working out of the southpaw stance, digging that right hand right along the belt line of Jeremy Hill.
Maybe he's being more patient because he realized he has to conserve some of that energy.
Maybe so. You might be right.
Sounds like Hill is matching his energy, matching Montgomery's energy early on.
Certainly a step up in opposition for Montgomery as well. Lucas, obviously a decorated veteran, but in the autumn of his career last time out, Hill probably represents one of the toughest opponents of Montgomery's career, certainly the toughest in the last 5 years or so.
100%. And it's safe to say Hill has won this round, clearly.
Oh. Good work there from Montgomery, but back comes Hill. All action in the opening round.
And Hill's manager is son of the owner of the famous Jimmy's Corner, really, in New York City.
Ryan Garcia and Rolly Romero will headline a historic card on May 2nd, live on DAZN pay-per-view, which will take place in New York's Times Square. Also on the card, Devin Haney versus Jose Ramirez and Teofimo Lopez versus Arnold Barbosa Jr. Round 2 underway. Terrific round of action there to open things up. Jeremy Hill looking to match the pace and the tempo of Maliek Montgomery, which is no small feat.
I like to see the punch stats from that first round. You know, Ox said Hill clearly won that round, and I believe he probably won that round, but it was a competitive round. They both threw a lot of shots.
Hill just landed more clear shots out that round. No question about that.
See Hill trying to make some adjustments already here in this round. You heard his corner telling him, bend your knees, now trying to circle out before he gets his back against the ropes. And that was what Montgomery told us he needed to take away in this fight, Hill's ability to let those power shots go from long range. He acknowledged that Hill could be very dangerous if he can get leverage on his shots.
Yes, and that's why you use your legs. And Hill, he really seems composed. He doesn't seem like this pressure is bothering him.
No. And he throws his shots. A lot of them are arm punches, and they're from weird angles, but he's comfortable doing that.
Right. A lot of them lands and slaps. You're right.
Hill said the key to this fight for him is not giving Montgomery what he wants.
But it'd be nice to sit down on a couple of Hill's shots so he can give something for Montgomery to think about.
Sneaks of shots here from Jeremy Hill, just whipping those shots to the body now as well.
Must have hurt me.
Not too much leverage from the legs on those shots, though. So we're not sure how much damage they're doing, but they're landing and they're scoring.
That was a nice combination and get out of the way. Just weave the jab.
Hill finding a little bit of a comfortable pace here right now relative to what you have to deal with against Maliek Montgomery. He's been able to kind of flurry, go for a walk a little bit, slow the tempo down just a little bit. Going back to what he was talking about, not giving Montgomery what he wants, which is trench warfare for 3 minutes of every round.
But even he's still in the pocket at times, giving Montgomery time to work, but he's not where it's not the same Montgomery we've seen the last 2 times out. I believe the weight is playing a part and is affecting him in this fight.
And you got a guy that's not flustered that you're fighting. You got a guy that's not flustered and is able to see some of those shots and weave some of those shots as well and come back with his own.
Good body work again there from Hill. Sneaking that right hand in. Good uppercut, pops the head back of Montgomery as well. Just good, composed work from Jeremy Hill of New Orleans, Louisiana.
Jeremy Hill is showing me a lot right now. Knows how to tie him up properly, knows how to evade shots.
Good timing too on the shots. Good timing. Sometimes, guys, you don't have to hurt guys to win rounds.
No.
All right, Ak, you asked for the punch stats. Copy box delivered.
There you have it, Brock.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Now you see, punch stats are showing you that Montgomery landed more punches than Hill.
I'll be honest with you guys.
It's only 8 more punches, but still, that's what I'm saying. So maybe the more flush shots are being landed by Hill, but he is applying pressure.
You're right. Maybe Copy Box missed a couple of body shots there.
You look at the volume once again, 187 for Montgomery. That is right on track with what he usually throws.
Right, you said 90-something punches, exactly.
Even the percentage seems odd.
Montgomery coming out with a lot of head movement, trying to swim underneath these jabs of Jeremy Hill. He temporarily had Hill trapped in his own corner.
Let him go, work those hands, bring him up.
Bring him up. Let's go, guys.
Montgomery trying to find some room, work those body shots in. Now lands one.
Good. Decent work on the inside from Montgomery.
This is even more intense pressure here from Montgomery, really going chest to chest with Hill, maybe realizing that if you give Hill any room at all, he's maybe a little bit craftier than Montgomery expected on the inside.
Absolutely. You got to stay in his chest and don't give him any room to breathe. Because when he has that room, to your point, Corey, he's comfortable in there. And spinning and turning him every time.
The only thing more suffocating than the New Orleans air that Jeremy Hill trains in is pressure like this. 100 punches around coming at you, chest to chest, as Montgomery looks to pick it up here in the third round. Oh, nice right hook there from Montgomery.
That was a good counter right there by Hill.
Excellent reply from Hill, who's smoothly flowing between stances when he gets the room to do so. Landing that left hand out of the southpaw stance. Now you see again, he's kind of maneuvering on the inside, giving Montgomery different looks. Again, Hill not looking overwhelmed or uncomfortable in the face of this pressure.
He's not landing something significant enough to keep Montgomery off of him. Just tap, tap, go, tap, tap, move.
Closing in on the final 30 seconds here of round 3. Montgomery just trying to grind Jeremy Hill down.
Yeah. Oh, good big left hook landed.
Nice left hook. Hill looking for the uppercut at the same time. The left hand of Montgomery got there first.
This is uncharted territory for Montgomery. He usually has guys that are going to stay right in front of him, and that onslaught works. But Hill is moving on the go, punching on the go.
Let's go. Bring him up.
Making every round very competitive.
Very. I mean, in that round right there, I'd love to see the punch stats on that round. Because then I'll tell you if somebody's sleeping doing comedy box.
Wake up, goddammit! Get the fucking light off your head. All of this hanging in there playing this game. When you come in, there you are, laying on the goddamn rope. Get your ass in the goddamn middle of the ring. Work. I can't be fucking doing this.
Well, here's a man who appreciates the kind of physicality we're seeing in this fight. LA Chargers linebacker Bud Dupree in the house, ringside taking in the action.
In the middle of the goddamn ring. You gotta go to me and take it down. Grab the bucket, got the score.
Back to action here in our main event, and back to the same spot where Montgomery wants to be. He lands a nice left hook in the opening 5 seconds of the round.
Hill answers right back.
The question still, guys, is even though Hill is certainly having a lot of success in this fight, is there a point where the pace forces him to kind of fall off a cliff? Because this is an uncomfortable pace to have to keep up round after round, and that is the gamble that Montgomery takes.
We'll get those answers sooner or later.
Right, it depends on his conditioning. He just fought last month. You know, maybe he's conditioned to go these 10 rounds at this pace.
He's eaten a couple of good shots from Montgomery. He hasn't been hurt yet.
No.
His punch volume hasn't slowed down yet, and we're at round 4. We'll see in round 7 or 8.
But I just like the way he's just so comfortable from every range.
Yep.
Switching lefty and righty. He's just so good in it. His defense is beautiful.
Two very different personalities in the ring as well, just in terms of their demeanor in the ring. That ultra-relaxed approach of Jeremy Hill and then this hyper-aggressive, hyper-physical style of Mayhem Montgomery.
Almost like nonchalant, like he's not taking it that serious, but that's just his style. Like slow-mo, it plays for the Warriors, if you guys know basketball. And this Kyle Anderson.
Maliek is definitely making him fight his fight. But like I said before, Hill is good inside as well.
Hill's got a lot of different tools as well. He described his style as like a pot of gumbo. Just throw everything in there. He can do a lot of different things.
He did say that. Seems like neither guy can hurt the other guy yet. They haven't been able to yet thus far. Good left hook to the body by Hill there.
Maybe the rehydration clause did have an effect on Montgomery, because I do think he'd be a little bit more aggressive. His shots would be a little bit more harder.
Even more speed.
Yeah.
He's taking a couple of uppercuts in the last 15 seconds or so. Well, there's a nice hard left hand to the body from Montgomery. Jeremy Hill, very emotive in the ring as well, talking to the referee, talking to his corner. He's got a lot to worry about in Mayhem Montgomery in front of him. Lands one last right hand as we come to the end of the round.
Love to see the judges' scorecard so far, guys. Hard fight to score, no question.
Wipe that up in the corner there, guys.
I hate to take credit away from any fight, because I like what Hill is doing in there. But this doesn't look like the same Montgomery to me. Like, literally, even when he was going back to his corner, he looked a little
Watch your head.
off balance.
With your head, okay?
So being dehydrated is a dangerous thing.
Look at it, we don't want to belabor the point, but obviously it is a major storyline surrounding this fight, in addition to whatever's going on physically and the effects of having to deal with the rehydration clause, whatever struggles he had in making weight. There's also the mental realities of what was going on yesterday, not being certain if he would have a fight and having to litigate this and deal with this. It's a lot for Montgomery to deal with.
And it's a little different this time, because the last two times that this happened, he did have a hydration clause. This time there's a little more mental pressure because of that. Physical as well.
Hill just landed a beautiful one, too.
Pick him up. Pick him up.
But whether it's affecting him or not, his relentlessness is still there.
Oh, yeah.
He's still walking him down.
Absolutely.
And he's still letting his hands go.
That will is there.
He's definitely a dog.
See a little mouse developing underneath the right eye of Maliek Montgomery, and right hands like that one from Jeremy Hill, probably adding to the situation.
A lot of sneaky little uppercuts that Hill has landed throughout this fight.
Montgomery's in a southpaw stance and just landed a nice right hook. Went right back to southpaw, giving Hill a different look.
Oh, nice shot there from Hill. Swivels out to the center of the ring and puts another combination together. Hill finding his flow right now.
Getting confident. You don't want to get sloppy, though, Hill.
Not overly confident. Not with a guy like Montgomery in front of you.
No way. And that's the thing. If this is the normal Montgomery, if he really has it inside of him, he could still be comfortable in his mind knowing that, but ninth round, I'm still going to have the energy. But we don't know.
You know, Hill has signs of the, you remember Emmanuel Augustus, the drunken master, doing similar things in there.
Louisiana's own.
Yep.
Emmanuel Augustus
maybe inspired him a little bit.
He did a little hop like him.
Yeah, just now.
He did that little hop like Emmanuel used to do.
Maybe a little stylistic influence flowing from Baton Rouge to New Orleans.
Go, work it, guys. Bring those hands up. Bring them up. Let's go.
Work rate of Montgomery dipping here in the 5th round. It's because of this movement of Jeremy Hill.
And see, his balance doesn't look great to me. The way he's stepping, and I'm talking about Montgomery. If you look the way he steps, he doesn't look completely balanced.
And there from Hill again. Well, and Barack, to that point, if he is looking like that, look at all the stance switches, look at all the movement that Hill is showing him right now. Yes. It's hard to find a rhythm against a guy like Jeremy Hill, who's in this kind of drunken master flow, to use your words.
And he's flowing right now. I mean, we're halfway through this fight, guys, and Hill is not slowing down.
Keep going, fuck. That's your fucking red. That's your win. You split that eye, you win. He's gonna follow home. Listen, breathe deep. You got this shit. You gotta keep the box like that. You gotta dance a little bit, man. Well, he can't.
Good job, guys. Okay?
You gotta dance, baby. You gotta start working that fucking combination. Dance when you're turning, okay? Back up the other side. He's open with the up, he's open with the overhand. Back to the bottom. Reach it backwards. Quit reaching backwards. You don't like what you're doing. I know. You don't like it. Take it down. You got the bucket. Back it up. Hey, like this. Like this.
Very positive energy in the corner of Jeremy Hill right now. He's looking to score a major upset here in our main event against Maliek Montgomery, who earlier this week was talking about targeting title opportunities against the likes of Emmanuel Navarrete. Can't be thinking about that right now.
Yeah, not the way this fight is going. Montgomery still is a power punch and can hurt you at any moment, so this fight is far from over.
Let's go. Work those hands.
Those punches from those type of angles, Barack, you're not ready for them. It seems like Maliek has to reset at times, and before he does that, Hill is already turning them and landing shots.
We talked about the gumbo, if you will, of stylistic influences for Jeremy Hill. One of them, Vasily Lomachenko, who he spent a lot of time in camp with as he was helping him prepare for Masayoshi Nakatani. And not to say that any of what he's doing is necessarily Lomachenko-esque, but the creativity, the pivots, what we're seeing out of Jeremy Hill right now, it's a career of camps like that, putting together this free-flowing style that is working very well against Maliek Montgomery.
Absolutely. Showing great condition. Both guys, I mean, considering the circumstances for Maliek with the hydration clause and the weight issues, he's still moving forward constantly throughout the fight.
And I don't want to keep bringing up this rehydration clause, like,
hard to ignore it.
Right, but, you know, I don't want it to be a stain on Hill, you know, for what he's doing, because in reality, if you're going to come in overweight, you got to give me something back.
You're right. You're right. No, I'm definitely not taking any credit away from Hill's performance tonight. He's still fighting Maliek Montgomery in there.
Yes.
Beautiful combination there from Hill. And again, Hill did not have to take this fight. Given how badly Montgomery missed weight, Hill had an opportunity to just walk away from it, and nobody would have blamed him.
Right, but you got to understand, you know, Corey, these guys, you know, this is how they pay the bills. It's tough to walk away from a check sometimes.
This looks like a man that was just in the ring 42 days ago and didn't get damaged, stayed in shape, and he's just smart in that ring.
Final 15 seconds of round 6. Another good one for Jeremy Hill. Montgomery coming on a bit at the end of this round. You'd have to think that this is one in the bank for Jeremy Hill once again.
Yes.
Yep.
Well, Canelo Alvarez returns to DAZN as he heads to Saudi Arabia for Riyadh season against the undefeated William Skull for the undisputed super middleweight title. Available for purchase soon right here on DAZN.
Hands up. Run them this way. Run them this way. Boom, 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 boom. Hands back up.
They've got the mega ice pack out from Maliek Montgomery here, Brock.
For his entire face. That 1 minute seemed very quick for Maliek, I'm sure. But he did start turning it on at the end of that round, so maybe he got his second win.
Nice uppercut from Jeremy Hill about 1 second into the round.
Yeah, Maliek is going forward, but I liked at least when he came in, he gave him a little bit of head movement.
Yeah. But his two punches to Hill's 5 and 6.
Big right hand from Jeremy Hill a couple of moments ago. You saw the saliva from Maliek Montgomery spraying across the ring from that one.
It's almost like he's outworking a guy moving backwards.
Which is just about the hardest thing you could do in the sport.
Yes.
Remember Canelo Triple G1? You know, he was outboxing him, moving backwards, Canelo, but then after a while.
San Diego resident Canelo Alvarez as well.
Yes.
Beautiful left hook there from Jeremy Hill. Hill's corner saying thank you.
I just love the footwork of Jeremy Hill.
Very prepared for this moment, guys.
His lateral movement is beautiful. He throws enough shots, whether the combination's not, knows how to spin off.
Bring him up, guys. Let those hands go. Let's go. Let him go. Stop. Stop. Stop using your hands. Let's go. Box.
That's his style, though, ref. Montgomery likes the head and the chest.
Hill said that was the main thing that he saw on tape watching Montgomery as he prepared for this fight was his tendency to lean in. And we've seen Hill really capitalize on those uppercuts and the threat of those uppercuts to go to the body of Montgomery as well.
Right, and the way he said it, though, was like, I'm used to it. Like, I'm very, very familiar with it because everybody watches their opponent beforehand. They all know how he fights, but when you get in there, it's different.
Yeah. Hill and his team in the fight, I mean, is very confident going into this fight with this matchup. I mean, they said, hey, we see some holes. We're going to exploit them. Seems like they were right on track for the most part.
Both men's mouths wide open right now. Breathing heavily, and understandably so. This has been a torrid pace thus far. Hill finds another uppercut to the body there and just swipes Montgomery off with a nice right hand.
Wow. Hill talked about having to move to Texas because New Orleans just doesn't have that fight culture anymore as it once did.
Closing moments of round 7, a better round for Maliek Montgomery. But Jeremy Hill flurrying right to the bell.
Right. Montgomery gave him a good right, but Hill just came right back with a nice combination. This is what you call ring generalship by Jeremy Hill. Making sure that his back is not staying up against the ropes too long in this particular round. Uppercut, spinning out. Just push him to the side. Beautiful in and out, beautiful. Great legs, came in shape, pivoting out. Beautiful performance.
Fucking win these round here. Get to work, huh?
Round 8 now underway.
There you go. Start feinting, Montgomery. You can't just go in there head first. Throw the feints.
Guys, overtime boxing has kind of been the home of the major upset over the last year and a half or so, and I think it's about time to maybe sound the upset alarm right here. This undefeated record of Maliek Montgomery is in jeopardy at the moment.
Absolutely. Could be withering away.
I think that's what overtime became popular by, because of the 50-50 fights. You know, 50-50 fights, you have competitive fights.
Great matchmaking.
Yeah.
See Jeremy Hill breathing heavily, blood coming from the mouth.
Better head movement by Montgomery.
Montgomery certainly hoping that the energy reserves of Jeremy Hill are starting to wither away here.
Well, he has 3.5 rounds to see if it does.
I believe it was Richard Bay versus Molina. Bay was outboxing him all 9 rounds in the last round.
Oh, Mickey Bay.
Mickey Bay. Richard Bay.
Who's Richard?
That's his cousin.
Yeah, that was his cousin. That was the waterman.
Richard Bay. So you just got to be on point. You know, you got to be on point. Mickey Bay was looking at Floyd and outside in the audience.
You know, Maliek is still trying to find some openings there and land something big. He's not letting up. It's just that I feel like Hill is in a good rhythm.
Nice right hand to the body there from Montgomery.
You see glimpses of Montgomery there now.
Glimpses.
It's okay.
You're going to need a full version.
All we need is one good glimpse. All he needs is one good glimpse.
The question is, can he find that one big shot? Because even though Montgomery has the gaudy knockout record that he has, it's interesting because he has a lot of early knockouts, but it's almost because he overwhelmed them with pace quickly.
Yeah.
It wasn't that kind of like marathon grind you down stoppage.
Right.
It's him beating you in the 400 meter and leaving you in the dust.
He's never had
on the first turn.
Right, he's never had to wait this long to get a knockout.
Nice right hand there from Montgomery.
It was a straight right hand.
And guys, at the pace that the fight is going, almost 8 rounds are done. He hasn't been able to find that shot. Will he find it in another 2 rounds? Unlikely.
The other question is, what are the judges seeing right now? Are they liking just the come forward aggression of Maliek Montgomery? Are they seeing these clean shots from Jeremy Hill? What are they liking right now?
They're not seeing these clean shots, Corey. They're blind. All of them. These shots are landing cleanly.
Nice counter right hand from Hill right at the bell. 2 to go in our main event.
Gotta call it like I see it.
What I noticed is that Hill is just really focused on Montgomery. Right after that, he wants to see his composure, see if he's tired.
Let's take a look at those.
How you like these stats now?
Take a look at the punch stats here. Jeremy Hill outthrowing and outlanding Maliek Montgomery, and doing so at a nearly identical accuracy rate as well. If this fight is being judged off punch stats alone, Jeremy Hill's in the lead, guys.
That's a big disparity, but we see the last few rounds, it was Hill basically dominating.
Move to the side.
Maliek Montgomery trying to avoid disaster here in our main event. Jeremy Hill looking to score a colossal upset and change his career trajectory entirely. Or rather, maybe keep it on the trajectory it's been on. This 6-fight undefeated streak that he's been on. Things really rolling for Jeremy Hill, and he has been on a roll in this fight.
I just think he's choosing the right punches. You know, he knows when to jab. He knows when to throw 3-4 jabs to throw his rhythm off. Hill is just fighting a very smart fight.
Question now is, can Hill continue to give Montgomery different looks? As you're starting to tire, it can become tempting to kind of languish on the inside, but that's also where Montgomery obviously wants to be and does his best work.
If I had to bet on it, Corey, I think he's going to be smart about these last 2 rounds. And I'll be remiss if I don't say that it doesn't seem like a typical Maliek Montgomery in there.
The ferocious.
And this is not taking any credit away from him.
Montgomery said that he was sick for about 3 weeks, and that was the main reason he feels why he had those weight issues. So Montgomery, however you slice it, not 100% coming into this fight. That's not to say that Montgomery is the victim in this scenario, but there are things that he's had to deal with over the last 4 weeks that might be weighing him down. No pun intended.
100%. And Hill's even landing body shots at times that isn't helping with the weight issues here. When a guy's depleted and dehydrated like that, those body shots take everything out of him.
Hill lands a nice left hook to the body. Montgomery just trying to drive him back, but not able to force Hill into these extended exchanges on the inside. Hill kind of able to participate in them when he wants and then go for a walk.
Right, and I think maybe that's why Montgomery's just switched southpaw, because Hill keeps going to that right-hand side.
Maliek Montgomery has landed some big shots in this fight, guys. He hasn't been able to hurt Hill, and I think that also played a major part in the fight, because Hill has that comfortability in the pocket there.
Those are just taps, just scoring punches, because he knows he can tap you and then turn you.
That's been the tale of the fight.
Yeah.
Final 10 seconds of round 9. And we could be on the brink of a major upset here in our main event.
Straight to the stone, back to the head. Deep breath. Back.
I've never seen this kind of look.
Yeah, what do you think of this body language right here? This is not positive from Maliek Montgomery.
But, you know, with all that being said, you know, the guy is overweight, rehydration clause. Last round, he's still in there trying to win this fight.
He's a dog.
Yeah, he's a dog.
Oh, he might have 3 minutes to rescue this fight here. So here the sounds of the OJs indicating that this is the money round. A financial incentive for both fighters to score a stoppage here in the final round. Nice left hook there from Jeremy Hill.
I think Hill sees a man that might be tired, might be fatigued, but there's no give up in him.
Not done.
So, right, exactly. He's not done. There's no give up in him, so I don't think he's going to go all out trying to get the stoppage in this round. Just keep winning the round impressively like this, landing more shots.
Well, and early in the fight, again, we were kind of describing this as Hill matching the volume of Maliek Montgomery. Montgomery, obviously the aggressor in this fight, but as the punch stats have shown, and you pointed out, Barack, he's out-throwing Montgomery while moving back.
Yes. That's usually not the case. Usually, the guy going back can score more punches, but he's never usually the guy throwing the more punches.
Yeah.
I think that happened in Mayweather-Pacquiao. He out-punched him by a few punches, Mayweather. Throwing a couple of more.
All-time jabs there from Hill, just catching Montgomery before he can get his flurry started. We are closing in on the final minute of this contest. Nice swivel hook there from Jeremy Hill, just dangling that right hand out there, stepping in with a left hook, and another left hook from Hill. As time may be running out on Maliek Montgomery and his undefeated record. Huge right hand over the top there from Hill.
Montgomery's
Hill
still
just dripping these shots. You're right. He is still bringing it, but he just doesn't seem to have the same intensity, the same reservoir that he normally has here tonight.
And Hill has his.
Huge uppercut there from Hill.
Seems like he heard Montgomery there for a sec.
With the uppercut, it looked like he heard him. But he's still on him. Montgomery's still on him, still throwing some heat.
Massive combination there from Hill once again.
Big shots landed by
This
Hill
is a
to end
big
this fight.
statement
Closing
from
the
Jeremy
show.
Hill, who may be on the brink of a life-altering victory.
Wow. What a performance and ending by Jeremy Hill. Shout out to Montgomery.
Yes.
Shout out to Montgomery by giving his all under the circumstances.
What an effort.
But Jeremy Hill just had that dream fight. The fight of his life.
Jeremy Hill told us that his mom always asked him, hey, why do you still do this to yourself? It's for moments like this. You see Hill on his knees in the middle of the ring. Maliek Montgomery, a very different energy in his corner right now. I don't know that I've seen him and his father say a single word in the corner after that fight.
No, but there is a lesson that should be learned after that, and it's dealing with the preparation for your fight. But if he said he was sick, maybe that had something to do with it.
Nervous moments here as the scorecards are in the ring.
First, let's have a hand. What an incredible fight! After 10 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision. The judges render the scorecards 93-97, 93-97, and 92-98, all for the winner by unanimous decision. Out of the blue corner, Jeremy
Thank you, San Diego.
So Jeremy Hill comes to San Diego and pulls the upset. Settled here in Texas, as has Roberto Cruz. And their journeys collide here in the main event, round 1, scheduled for 10.
Roberto been out of the ring for a little bit over a year. Still looks to be in shape. We'll see if there's any ring rust.
We last saw him scoring a 4th-round stoppage win over Terry Chatwood, that being in April of last year in San Antonio. Of course, Katzourakis coming off that win over Brandon Adams in one of the best fights of 2024 in November of last year.
Very competitive fight. And Cruz already trying to impose himself with his jab. He landed a jab early in the round.
Cats have so many styles, you know. This is definitely not how he fought Brandon Adams. But he just has so much in his
arsenal.
Yeah, definitely in his arsenal.
See the size of Katzourakis. He is a big, physical 154-pounder.
Looks so much bigger than Cruz.
Massive size advantage here in this one. Although Cruz and his team insist that he has the power to keep Katzourakis honest as he lands a couple of good shots to the body.
It seems like he has power. You know, if you look at all his past fights, he has 4 knockouts leading up to this fight. But it depends on the caliber of fighter. So we're going to see if it translated this caliber.
Katzourakis really prides himself on his durability. Their management, his management, excuse me, believes that no one at 154 can stop him. They say that you might beat him, but you're not going to knock him out. You can see the smile on the face of Katzourakis, even when he takes some shots.
Cruz is the busier man, obviously, in his first round, and so far, 2 minutes gone, and he's done the most work so far, so obviously only the first round.
And this has been a pattern in Katzourakis' career where he is better in the later rounds than he is in the early rounds. And indeed, a lot of pressure fighters follow that pattern where the early rounds often could be ones that they give away.
I think he's showing some good defense. You know, he's in a shoulder roll stance and he's deflecting, he's weaving. He's not really getting hit.
He's getting hit with some body shots, though. He's getting hit with some clean body shots. But yes, to the head, he hasn't been hit cleanly.
See, that was a good block right there of that jab by Katz.
Yeah, no. Katz is a skilled fighter, high IQ.
Final 10 seconds of the opening round. Roberto Cruz much busier in this opening frame. We'll be happy with this one as he heads back to the stool.
Katz obviously trained by Hall of Fame legendary trainer Ronnie Shields.
Well, if you're struggling to hear Ronnie Shields there, so are we, because it is so loud in here that it is very difficult to hear Ronnie Shields as round 2 begins. Pretty good start for Roberto Cruz.
I would give him that first round.
Here's the nickname of Cruz, El Terror de Calle, a little bit of an ode to the most famous fighter from his city of Calle, legendary Pedro Montañez, the Hall of Famer, El Torito de Calle. Good shot there. Roberto Cruz with a smile on Katzourakis' face, but a confidence-building moment here.
Kind of startled him a little bit.
And this is something that the Cruz corner was talking about. They said that they were looking for uppercuts, and if Katzourakis hunches over the way that he tends to, they're going to walk him into uppercuts.
Yeah, that shot, that left hand stumbled Katzourakis right after Katzourakis landed a nice left hand. But it seems like he got his feet under him right now.
And I'll tell you, Cruz is moving his head pretty good after those combinations. In the exchange, he's slipping a lot of shots.
And that's one thing Cass was saying, like, he looked at the tape of Cruz and he says, you know, he doesn't look like he's on my level, but people come to fight me differently. That's why he's had 3 tough fights leading up to this one. The opportunity is here. Cruz trained for this. He's undefeated. He definitely doesn't want to go home with an L.
Nice uppercut again there from Cruz.
Katz needs to start putting some offensive punches together. Some good work by Katz.
I think that shot that stumbled Katzourakis earlier in the round it's woken him up.
Yes, indeed. And he switched to this guard, switched to the high guard, walking him down instead of trying to outbox him from the outside.
Nice uppercut again there from Cruz, just as he predicted.
You know, even though Katz is smiling, and seems like if he actually put his foot on the gas, he'll do some work. But Cruz is the busier fighter so far in these first 2 rounds and landing more shots. I like to see the punch stats in these first two rounds.
This is where Katz is dangerous, though, in this style right here.
Yeah, in the pocket?
Yes,
yeah,
in the pocket, high guard, blocking them shots coming in and letting go, ripping to the body and upstairs.
Good left hook to the body by Katz. Oh.
Cruz couldn't catch that one. He's trying to fire back, but his high, tight guard of Katzourakis has him in a much better position.
When he turns up the offense like that, it forces Roberto to not just go backwards, but also not really sit down on the shots.
Not engage, be even more of a defensive mode.
Exactly.
So far, though,
you want to put the power puncher on the back foot. I didn't even hear that bell. It's so loud.
No.
I really didn't hear that bell.
Could not hear the bell.
I didn't know why he walked away.
good 2 rounds from Cruz so far. But Cat started to turn it up.
Over that round. I think Cat took over that round. Looking for that left hand. It happened right after.
Right hand.
Oh, it was a right hand.
Right hand that hurt him.
The left hand came from Katz, right, and it stumbled him. He smiled.
Good 2 uppercuts.
So I think it was the force that really pushed him back. Maybe he wasn't hurt, but after that, he said, okay, I'm going to put up the high guard, and I'm going to walk him down, and he landed some good hard shots.
I think he definitely turned it up towards the end of that round. I don't know if it was enough to win the second round.
Yeah. Maybe not.
Round 3 underway of what has been a good action fight so far between Andreas Katzourakis and Roberto Cruz, who has to be happy about his start so far. Seemed to have had Katzourakis affected in the second round. Now Katzourakis turning up the heat a little bit. You know, Cruz was on Marco Antonio Barrera's podcast earlier this week, and he said the key for him in this fight, number 1, get off first. That if you let Katzourakis initiate the action, that's when you're in trouble. But he felt that with his upper body movement, that he'd be able to give Katzourakis trouble. I think we're seeing examples of that so far.
Yeah. 100%. I think Barack, that Katz, you mentioned he's a great inside fighter in the pocket, but I think he needs to start using his size and length more in this fight, because Cruz on the inside is getting his most working.
Body shot there from Katzourakis right along the belt line. He looks for the same shot with the right hand. Good uppercut again there from Cruz. That shot, as he felt, has been there all night long for him.
One thing I haven't seen is Cruz show any discouragement, even though Katz turned on his offense and started walking him down last round. Like, he's really trading hard shots right back with him.
Yeah, it just seems like when Katz lands a clean shot, it's with more force and doing more damage. Outside of that one shot that hurt Katz slightly for a second, he hasn't been able to move Katz back.
Right. I think it's just about technique. Like, Katz is really doing crisp, short shots.
And sitting on those shots.
Yep.
One thing you're seeing already, too, guys, is that although Cruz is having his fair share of success, maybe has won the first 2 rounds, he's having to work very hard to do that.
Yes, good point. I think Katz needs to do more of this more often to really separate himself in this fight.
Body work again there from Katzourakis.
Looking for an uppercut from Katz on the inside.
Cruz trying to step in with that right hand.
He's been able to had a lot of success with the uppercut. Both right and left uppercuts, Cruz has. But his little mouse on his right eye already.
Katzourakis catching those shots. Starting to find a defensive answer for those hooks and uppercuts on the inside. And that'll do it for the round.
There's so many different facets to Katz's game.
He doesn't always use all of them. Like when he fought Terry.
Let's take a look at our DAZN YouTube poll. 62% of those taking part believe that Katzourakis is ahead right now. 38% voting for Roberto Cruz.
We'll see. Let's get to some of the punch stats. I'm curious to know what those are. Whatever copy box can come up with those. We have a great team.
There they are, Ak.
There we go. Katzourakis landed 10 more punches and throwing just a couple of less. I tell you, it's that defense of Katz that's just underrated. He's catching a lot of these shots.
Round 4 begins.
I don't think the referee heard the bell.
Good double jab. Start off the round by Katz.
You know, Brock, to that point about Katzourakis' defense maybe being a little bit underrated in talking
see that?
to the man who signed him, Brendan Sagalis, also the matchmaker here tonight. When we were asking him about Katzourakis' best attributes, he talked about how smart he was, and not necessarily about what I think a lot of people feel about Katzourakis. They think about physical pressure, his endurance, his cardiovascular ability. They talk about how complicated the fight plans that Ronnie Shields can concoct are, and the fact that he can follow them.
Right, you're absolutely right. Brendan has been very high on him since before I knew who Katz was, and he did speak about his ring IQ. I'm just seeing it on display beautifully tonight, and I've seen it before, but I also seen him take his opponent lightly and make a fight harder than what it probably should have been with Terry.
Robert Terry.
Yes. Yeah.
Took a good right hand from Roberto Cruz about 15 seconds ago.
And Corey, you mentioned Brandon, the matchmaker. I mean, I can't say enough about him and what he's done with these matchups. I mean, look at what we're watching right here. Great matchup.
See Ronnie Shields in the bottom right of your screen there. Of course, Katzourakis having the luxury of being around so many great fighters in the gym. Between the Charlos and Lara. We talked about even a session he had with Guillermo Rigondeaux where he picked up a couple footwork tricks as well.
Oh, man, his feet were unbelievable. One of my favorite fighters at one time, Guillermo Rigondeaux.
Of course. One of the best.
Body shot there from Cruz. Both men landing to the body.
I love the way Katz is able to throw the jab and then turn it over to a left hook right after.
Get the feeling that Katzourakis is starting to outwork Cruz a little bit here in this round.
Still being defensive minded on the inside as well. I like that.
You know, to Corey's point, Cruz has had great moments, but is making such an effort, having to make such an effort to get those shots off. And Katz seems more comfortable in the pocket there.
And he's winning his round, pure skill. Pure skill.
There from Katzourakis. That one might have had an impact on Cruz.
And he finishes it with a nice left hook to the body.
Final 10 seconds of the round.
Finding the right distance finally, Katz.
Nice reply there from Cruz, a right hand, but still a smile on the face of Katzourakis. This is the kind of action he loves.
I did not get a bell again. This is great.
Lands right on my eye from that right hand landed by Cruz.
I got to tell you, sweat went in your mouth too when you was talking.
That didn't happen.
Let's take a look back at some of the action for the previous round.
Oh, this was a great round for Katz. He really turned it up. Concentrated on his defense, but just controlled the distance. But it was really the defense that set this round apart from any other round. He was able to land his shots and still parry, move, slip shots coming from Roberto Cruz. Because even those shots which landed, he rolled with and didn't have such an impact because it didn't land flush.
Katz is definitely turning it up a few notches, but Cruz is still in this fight, guys.
Oh, 100%. I mean, he can crack. So he's still a dangerous fighter in there.
And he's still very confident in game.
And Katz can't get lax, being too confident with his defense, especially like when he's near the ropes, pulling back.
See if Roberto Cruz can hang with the pace of Katzourakis here.
See, the distancing and the footwork is what Katz has over Cruz.
Nice uppercut again there from Cruz. That shot continues to find a home.
Yep. And then he shifts to the side and landed a big left hook there. Good right hand by Katz.
Right hand from Katzourakis. He brings a left hook behind it. Katzourakis says that he knows that he's getting in shape in training camp on his 10K runs when he's finishing a mile in 5:35. That's moving, guys. That's winning a couple local road races, depending on where you are.
That beats my little 9-minute mile. That's pretty fast.
He feels that if you give him 3 weeks, he could easily run a marathon and do so at the same pace.
Oh, wow.
Nice right hand again over the top there from Katzourakis.
Katz's right hand is definitely finding a home easier and easier as the fight progresses.
And Cruz not reacting to that right hand quite as quickly as he was before, not countering it with the same regularity. But there's a nice left hook to the body for Cruz.
I'll tell you what, guys, Katz is landing the bigger shots and seemed like he's taking more control of the fight. But Cruz has an answer back almost every time.
Not necessarily landing those shots that Cruz is throwing.
Some of them are sneaking in there, but not landing as efficient as it was earlier in the fight.
Another right hand.
Cruz got a big chin. Yeah, I heard with some big, clean shots. He needs a better hairstyle is Brady. Those braids shouldn't be coming out in the fight. They're too loose.
Right hand to the body from Katzourakis. We see a little wobble in the legs of Roberto Cruz.
If he can keep him off him and keep that distance, he might be able to land some bigger shots.
Legs look a little shaky.
Time ticking away in the round, but Katzourakis may have finally broken through.
Ladies and gentlemen, attention please.
Tough kid.
Katz appears to be in great condition, not breathing hard in the corner.
When is he not?
Has dealt with the flurries and the moments that Cruz has had in the fight with great composure. Still credit to Cruz for trying to win this fight.
The vibrant Greek community here in Houston, they are all out in full force here tonight. They have packed the house at the Owl's Nest. Cruz taking every extra second on the stool. He stumbled back into that corner at the end of the previous round. We'll see if he's been able to recover as round 6 begins.
And let's see if he's tentative or not with his power shots.
Katz said he was levels above Cruz, and as the fight progressed, he's starting to show it.
Cruz should start mixing up his shots too, because he keeps throwing the same combinations, and I think Katz is just ready for it.
Katzourakis has made a little bit of just a stance adjustment too. He's not getting touched with those uppercuts. Leaning back a little bit more, jabbing a little bit more often, seems to have corrected that.
Also, I agree with that also. I think he's tested Cruz's power at this point and is comfortable walking him down, because you get hit with a fighter with real serious power, you don't walk him down that comfortably.
Nice hand there from Cruz though.
Yeah. Still's having his sneaky moments in there, Cruz. Wow.
Beautiful shot there from Cruz. Gets underneath the right hand of Katzourakis, comes back with one of his own.
Just seems like the smaller fighter that can't really do real damage to Katz.
It's not for a lack of effort,
no.
But as we've been talking about, he's using up a lot of battery power in order to get his work done as Katzourakis rips a nice left hand to the body. visibly hurt at the end of round 5. He just ate a nice left hook on the inside there from Katzourakis.
Cruz lands a good left hook to the body.
Hard left hand to the body there from Katzourakis. And Cruz felt that one. Cruz near left elbow through the ropes.
Wait a minute. That was a knockdown. The ref didn't score.
There's a serious discussion being had in the corner of Roberto Cruz as he staggers back to it for the second round in a row.
Let's take a look at this, what I thought was a knockdown.
So I thought I saw one of the cornermen grabbing a towel.
See? When the ropes hold you up, I don't understand what happened there. And it was after this shot, even though it was just a jab, it's still a punch.
Definitely.
But maybe the ref is saying that the punch, no, I say that's a knockdown. That's what you talk about when the ropes hold you up. Either way, it's clear Cat's round.
They're looking close.
Cruz corner having a long discussion there. The round 7 begins.
They were still in the ring when the bell rang.
Cruz just leaning in right now. The body language maybe of a fighter mounting his last stand, and it is a valiant one. He's still ripping hooks to the body.
Katz looks so strong in there, looking like he's ready to close the show.
Great movement and defense from Katz. And just barely slipping these shots.
Katzourakis just with that menacing smile.
That's an evil smile. setting up these power shots.
Smiling at you, haunting you all over the ring.
And throwing big, hard shots as he does it.
Wild slipping shots on the inside.
Right hand again.
Ref needs to start looking closely. I think it's looking closely. Then he answers back. But his shots are not moving Katz at all.
Cruz still fighting back.
Credit for that valiant effort by Cruz.
Just incredible heart from Cruz, but it's clear that he is starting to erode, courtesy of the buzzsaw that is Andreas Katzourakis. Another hard body shot there from Katz.
Katz is really comfortable in there, kind of pulling at the jab, ready to land a big shot to end this fight with one shot. There we go. Straight right.
The movement now from Cruz just seems to be trying to get away from Katzourakis, but there's nowhere to go.
Body shot landed. Body shot put him down. Great attack.
And in comes the towel. Andreas Katzourakis is no Greek myth. He's the real deal.
Respect to Roberto Cruz. He didn't want that towel in, but I respect that when the corner throws a towel in. Great performance by Katz. That's a beautiful end for the night.
Wow. What an ending. Round 7.
Incredible.
And Baraka, I think what's most impressive about this performance is that Katzourakis seems certain of this outcome the whole time. He has been smiling since the opening bell as if to say, it's going to end at some point, believe me.
Even after that one shot that we thought stumbled him a little bit, that right hand early in the fight, he kept a smile on his face. Sometimes fighters do that when they're losing, but he did that confidently, knowing that I got this. You're not on my level. He went in this fight thinking that, but he showed it, and it wasn't an overconfidence.
A dominant performance from Andreas Katzourakis. And again, to put that win into perspective, beating Roberto Cruz, that in and of itself isn't an indication that you're world class. The way that he beat Roberto Cruz, that's how a fighter who is a world-ranked fighter beats someone like Roberto Cruz, with that level of confidence and with that kind of authority.
Exactly. There's a phrase used in boxing a lot. It's called, did what you had to do. And that's what you're supposed to do. And what I said earlier, and when we opened the broadcast, is that Katz needs a fight like this, because his last 3 fights were tough split decisions or majority decisions. He needed a fight to show what he has in the tank.
All right, we are ready. We are ready to make this one official. Let's send it back up to Lupe Contreras.
Ladies and gentlemen, the blue corner informs referee John Shorley their fighter is no longer able to continue, obligating him to stop this contest with an official time of 2 minutes, 37 seconds of the 7th round, declaring the winner by way of technical knockout and still the WBA Continental Americas Super Welterweight Champion from Athens, Greece, Andreas Katzourakis.
The world-ranked Andreas Katzourakis gets the knockout victory in our main event. All smiles in the Greek community here in Houston. All right, we're ready to hear from Katz. He is standing by with Ak.
Congratulations on a phenomenal finish tonight. As that fight started, Cruz came on strong in the beginning, and you had this smile on your face like, okay, I see what he's coming with, but you seemed like you knew you would eventually take control of the fight. Did he pose any threat early in the fight?
I don't feel that he posed any threat early in the fight, although on the second round he came out with some more explosiveness and power. I got caught with a right hand, it was nothing, but you know, it's what you said. Sometimes I like to feel the power of my opponent first, and then I wake up and do my thing.
How do you rate your performance tonight?
Look, it's what I said to my coach, Ronnie Shields. Usually, unfortunately, I'm a little slow starter. Once I get hit a couple of times, I feel like I always step it up. So at the end of the day, I feel like we closed the show how we were supposed to.
You mentioned leading up to the fight that you were levels above him, that everybody would see it.
Yeah.
You feel like you showed that tonight?
100%. I feel that showed only with the jab. And like, on the outside, I was always outclassing him, but I wasn't connected as much as I wanted at the beginning with the right hand. That's why I started bonking him down more, because the right hand was there for the taking. And yeah, that's it.
Late last year, you won the 154-pound tournament in a big fight against Adams. Big win tonight. We know you're looking to big fights, right? Yeah. You want to put yourself in a position to fight for a world title.
100%.
What's next?
You got to ask that man right there, and overtime. That's what you got to ask. I hope it's a 12-rounder. That's what I hope.
You know, you're a crowd favorite here in Houston. A lot of people came out to see you tonight. Please send a message out to the people watching at home and the people in the building tonight.
Look, man, first of all, I want to thank everyone for being here. Honestly, I'm away from home, but I feel like it's home. All the Greek flags around the building, all the fans are here for me. I love that. Thank you, everyone, so much. I love you all. I wanna give a big shout out to WBA for coming up. President Gilberto Mendoza. I don't know, probably he left the ring, but he showed up just for the fight today. I want to thank him for that. The Overtime organization, my coaching staff, Split Boxing, everyone here that made it happen.
And last, anybody watching in Greece at home, send some to your hometown, back at home in Greece.
Look, man, probably it's 6, 7 in the morning right now. I hope you had a good night's sleep. I don't think you had. Thank you all for tuning in, and we're going to bring them home.
Congratulations on a good performance. Looking forward to seeing you in the ring again, champ. Guys.
Starting as a child in a wave of confusion, Leanna Cruz having her first fight on Barstool Sports Rough and Rowdy series. These two are now on the brink of being able to call themselves world champion. Round 1 scheduled for 10.
Both women trying to impose themselves early in the round. No feeling out process here.
You can see the type of volume we can expect here tonight. Regina Chavez, a whirlwind volume puncher, and Leanna Cruz more than up to the task herself.
I've always seen Cruz with really, really good defense. But I want to see how that defense holds up against a person like Chavez who throws so many punches. Good right hand by Chavez right there.
Good slip by Cruz there. Threw a left hook to the body. She's got a nice uppercut by Cruz in the inside.
Sharp right hand as well.
She's catching a lot of those shots in the pocket there.
Chavez had excellent sparring in preparation for this match. He's been working with current IBF super flyweight champion Irma Garcia, who is also a southpaw. So if you're preparing for an interim title fight against Leanna Cruz, who has been working in the southpaw stance a little bit more often as of late, sparring with Irma Garcia is about as good as you could ask for.
Yeah. You know, I like how comfortable Leanna is in the pocket, though. I mean, a couple of those shots are sneaking in there and landing, but a lot of them are being caught, and she's countering back with a lot of short shots, as she did there with a nice right hand.
Excellent right hand that slips to the body and lands a good left hook as well. And that, oh no, you see the grimace on the face of Leanna Cruz. And I think I heard her. Well, I didn't hear, I saw her mouth my knee. Right. So we are going to get a look at that. That will be scored a knockdown, but the bigger story may be the condition of Cruz as we take a look at the corner.
And mix it up. Remember, start to give me this a little bit. And then flick it out. Make sure that your right hand stays here. Whenever she throws the hook in, shoot your right hand down the pipe. When you come down to the bottom, when you're coming down, work for it. Okay? That stick is going to make her throw. You got to do the jab on the end. Okay? Don't worry about that. That's nothing.
Let's take a look back at the replay of this knockdown. And in particular, look at the left leg of Leanna Cruz.
Yeah, just looked like a clean shot. Put it down. Shot, yeah. I wouldn't mind seeing another angle, but yeah.
Her knee seems all right now.
I didn't see any feet or anything tangled up.
Couldn't ask for a better start here for Regina Chavez. You've scored a knockdown. You have a maybe compromised opponent now. And Chavez lands a terrific.
But is this the best style for Leanna right now? Wow. Chavez is fresh. She's strong. When you're used to moving around and jabbing and slipping shots, remember she said beforehand, swim without getting wet. This is not the style she was talking about.
But the question is, does she have the mobility to do that right now? With what we think could be a knee injury, is fighting like that possible?
I mean, that might be her only option is if her knee is compromised, because she wouldn't be able to move around. And thus far, she's landing shots in there, guys. I mean, Leanna is still landing the cleanest shots, in my opinion, in this fight.
Exchange there on the inside. Hot start to the round for Leanna Cruz. Regina Chavez right there in the trenches, landing to the body. So is Cruz, a nice left hook.
Good body attack there.
Cruz in particular felt that she'd be able to hurt Chavez to the body, and she is targeting that explicitly right now as she climbs the ladder with a wicked right hand.
Solid, best punch of the fight, that right hand landed by Leanna.
Yeah, it does seem like what you're saying, Ak, is just that, what does it look like to the judge where one is bleeding and it looks like she's effective with shots?
You don't judge fights by blood, you judge fights by punches landed. And right now, another right hand landed by Leanna.
But see, sometimes you can judge by blood because maybe that's saying that was a harder shot.
And even those uppercuts.
They both landed hard shots, it looks like to me.
Watch closely. I mean, Leanna is bleeding, so yes, it looks great by Leanna at the end.
See a little bit of concern on the face of Leanna Cruz supporters right now, but all things considered, a good bounce back round for Cruz there.
Oh, yes. Sure.
So we've referenced Regina Chavez's last fight against Jasmine Artiga, the current WBA world champion. She dropped a 10-round majority decision in that fight that was highly controversial, and one of the rare instances where a sanctioning body actually reviews the fight and admits that the score should have gone the other way. The WBA did a full rescore of the fight, determined that Chavez should have won, and awarded her initially an opportunity in an eliminator bout, which is what this was originally scheduled to be. Then it got bumped up to an interim world title fight.
I love that.
Yeah. Good decision by them.
Much better start by Leanna.
And I tell you that I don't see jabs by any of these ladies yet. No jabs, and that might be something that Leanna might want to start looking into to keep Chavez at bay. But this is a firefight in a burning thunder.
Good right hand. Leanna's doing a lot better. Slipping shots.
Good body attack.
What her corner says, going to the body. Coming upstairs. Slipping shots on the inside. Wow. Catching shots.
Catching. Oh, right
hand again there.
Follow by left hook.
The most eye-catching shots in these exchanges.
So she caught
coming from Cruz like that.
A shot with her right hand and then punched with the same hand.
And those sneaky uppercuts are landing more than you guys are noticing. Like almost every time in those exchanges in the middle of the ring, she's landing a right uppercut. Sometimes even a left one.
There it is again, and a straight right to the solar plexus of Chavez, who comes back with a good left hook of her own.
I just think this round is better. She was getting touched the other round.
Another straight right hand.
Pretty much dominated this round.
Yes, of course, she's gotten hit in the fight. In my opinion, she's just landing the cleaner blows and harder shots. Solid round for Leanna Cruz there. Landing a lot of right hands calling in that round.
One of the young stars of the OTX stable, Dante Lane, in the crowd, taking in the action. He's cashed a couple bags of cash.
Few bags. Money round bags.
Need to borrow something.
Round 4 underway, and what a bounce back it has been for Leanna Cruz, who was dropped in the opening round. Looked like she had sustained a knee injury. And, you know, between round 1 and 2, you had questions about what was her mobility going to be like. Can she continue at all? But she has bounced back with 2 excellent rounds, 2 fun action rounds here in our main event.
No question about it, Corey.
And I think, you know, she always lets her hands go, but I think it's the defense that's setting this fight apart now.
And it might be early to start talking momentum, but right now it's safe to say that Leanna has a slight bit of momentum here. Maybe some more feints and more jabs.
Much slower pace here from Chavez in this round.
Nice right hand landed by Chavez there. And the thing about Chavez, she's real sneaky with it. You know, she has that same pace that nothing that Leanna is doing is stopping her pace, but still getting hit.
Chavez looking for that left uppercut.
Left hook, right uppercut landed by Leanna.
Body work again there for Cruz.
And bringing it upstairs after.
Cruz just slipping shots. Really nice.
Great body attack by Leanna Cruz. We don't see this often in female fighting, guys. I mean, Amanda Serrano is a great body puncher, but very few fighters. Nice left hook.
Cruz again just whipping those right uppercuts through the middle. That's a nice right hand. A good reply from Chavez, who comes back with a 3-punch combination.
Leanna's very hard to hit. There's one thing about Chavez, though. She does not change facial expressions even when hit.
You can't tell what she's going through in there. It doesn't show her. She doesn't wear feelings on her sleeve, that's for sure.
On her gloves.
Keep everything on this side. Now we just gonna push it up.
Definitely so far the most entertaining fight of the night, if you ask me, guys.
Another 50-50 fight. You know, and who wants it more? Who can bring it to that next level? It seems like so far the last couple of rounds, it's been Leanna Cruz who actually stepped it up. Maybe, like I said before, the defense and probably took those 2 rounds. But she does have a knockdown in that first round, so she's going to have to win another 2 rounds to secure this victory.
Indeed.
Round 5 underway. Excellent fight so far between Leanna Cruz and Regina. Chavez. Cruz bouncing back after a first-round knockdown and seemingly an injury as well, but if anything, it has just altered her approach. It hasn't seemed to hold her back
at all.
Right hand there for Chavez. Just checked in with Leanna Cruz corner, and they believe that she has torn something in the knee. And is still in here going toe-to-toe. Quite possibly winning all of these rounds since the knockdown as well.
Right. The knee does look a little funny, and because it might be hurting her, troubling her, she's probably can't sit down. Okay, I see the movement is a little bit slower when she pivots out, but maybe she can't sit down on the left hand shots like that as much as she probably.
Right, you think about the mechanics of the left hook.
Yes,
You're turning that knee inwards, this torn knee.
It messes with the torque.
To crank that hook, and now you see the blood really starting to splatter, and not just the decorative blood. On the ring kit of Leanna Cruz. That's crazy. Chavez, what a reply from Leanna Cruz, popping the head back of Chavez with the uppercut. And a beautiful left hook.
But what she did, exactly, she showed the body shot with the right hand, came up with the same right hand up the middle with a short,
a lot of short, crisp shots are being landed by Leanna Cruz here. Let's not be fooled by the blood splatter. Maybe she has a broken nose.
Nah, I'm just saying that in those rounds when I was talking, Chavez was doing better. That's all. That's all I was saying.
I mean, outside of the first round, can you say that Chavez won any of the following rounds?
I don't know. Maybe first and second. Maybe.
No, I don't think she won the second round. Maybe this one.
Oh, take a look at the punch stats here. Chavez outthrowing Leanna Cruz 396 to 254. The landed punches in favor of Cruz to this point, 107 to 103.
And even though they're very close as far as punches landed,
like last fight.
Power shots are being landed by Leanna Cruz.
There you go.
And me personally, I think judges should score, give points to fighters that are showing great defense, meaning slipping shots and answering back. When we were coming up, make them miss, make them pay. Leanna's done a lot of that tonight.
Round 6 underway.
For defense, huh?
Yeah. It is one of the four score tens, of course.
Great defense. You won that round.
Now Whitaker has won rounds without throwing too many punches.
He lands shots, that's why.
It's right hand from Chavez. There from Leanna Cruz. Both women promised a knockout in this fight, and they're fighting like they are hunting for one.
Absolutely. Credit to Chavez, she hasn't stopped that pace that she started with from the very beginning. Whether getting hit or not, she's still continuing.
Right, the only difference right now is that Leanna's actually pushing Ronnie Chavez back a little bit.
Yes. She's landing the harder shots. Now, we don't know what damage is being done, but good body attack. Followed by right hand, looping back by Leanna.
Slipping shots, catching shots.
That's what I'm trying to say. You got to really watch this fight. Ignore the blood. She seems like she might have a broken nose.
I said that was early.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking to the audience watching. Stop it. I'm not talking about you. I'm speaking to the judge sitting next to me.
She came in with blood.
Got a left hook to the body there from Cruz again. There is a consistency and a confidence about Chavez's work, though. No matter what she gets hit with, she stays the course and just keeps throwing.
Because that's how she wins fights. So she's literally won fights like that, just over pressuring her opponent, just pressuring her too much. That was good body work by Chavez right there. This is a fight. These girls are very conditioned.
Leanna's showing how tough she is as well.
Imagine if this was 3-minute rounds.
God,
I don't know.
What a fight, guys. Great choice for the main event.
Let's see what this round looked like. Beautiful right hand by Leanna there. So you see she slips before she throws the shots and then gets out of range. Slipping shots, catch a shot. She caught that shot, but those two shots got in by Chavez. This was a great fight.
Round 7 now underway. And we are getting word that the YouTube poll, viewers at home who are voting, that poll right now, at least, is in favor of Chavez.
I'm sorry, fellas. I do not agree with that. Good, entertaining, competitive fight, though.
Chavez balances her pro boxing career with a full-time school workload. She lands another right hand there. She's majoring in psychology.
Good body attack, Cruz.
Cruz with a counter right hand up top. Pace slowing just slightly here in this round.
I like to see how Compy backs scores punches landing sometimes.
Punch that's, you know,
I don't see that. Just the shots being landed by Chavez.
I hear what you're saying, but one thing you do see by the punch that's is that Chavez is throwing a lot more punches, but Cruz is making a miss.
A lot. Watch this. Right hand clean landed from Leanna Cruz. Another one, another left hook, another right hand.
Chavez snuck a jab in there.
What an exchange here on the inside.
Good combination by Chavez.
The thing is that she's not able to hurt Chavez, so it's not looking.
No, but it is looking good. Like those punches that was just landed by Chavez looked like arm punches, and it didn't look like it hurt Cruz as well, but you do see the blood coming out.
And I think
but it's not from punches that hurt her.
Exactly.
And we take a look at the YouTube poll, and still, as of right now, 53% of voters feel that Regina Chavez is ahead right now, 47%.
I love my voters, but yeah, that's why they don't judge for a living.
Fans are different. Fans judge street fight mentality,
yes.
You know, where they're looking at blood, they're looking at a knockdown, you know?
Exactly. I agree.
I mean, those are also two good indicators, guy. I mean,
well, if you have a...
I feel like you're making the point that Chavez, that Cruz is landing the harder shots, but the people viewing at home, they've seen Chavez knock her down, possibly break her nose. Clearly, she's landing impactful shots as well.
And I just think that the blood and the broken nose can sway a casual fan.
Certainly, yeah, in the other rounds, absolutely. Round 8 now underway.
Yeah, in the beginning, I said that bloody nose was for a reason, that she was really getting caught. You know, but then she kind of took over.
Straight 1-2 landed beautifully by Leanna Cruz. Slipping shots. That left hook to the body's been landing all night. But it hasn't slowed Chavez down yet.
No way. Wow. He didn't come all the way from Mexico to lay down.
Oh, no.
Good body work there from Cruz. You can see Chavez hunching over. And Cruz now playing to the crowd.
She was looking over here, looking at the crowd.
I think she might even blow
over here at the crowd.
Her boyfriend, I think.
Yeah, blew a kiss over here over the crowd at her boyfriend and throwing body shots at the same time.
Gotta love it.
Like, just imagine the pain that Cruz is fighting through right now.
Oh, cutting off the ring and keeping her on the ropes.
She said that Chavez wouldn't last 10 rounds. She's realizing that this is going, a fight is going to go to distance.
Yeah, when Chavez heard that Cruz said she was going to knock her out in under 4, she just laughed.
Yeah,
I think she knows something about her own punch resistance.
She says, I just start getting warmed up after 4 rounds.
Another right hand there from Cruz over the top. They trade left hooks.
I think it was a headbutt maybe to the eye.
And Chavez, I think, collided. Yeah, that is a clash of heads. As we head back into the corners. Well, the undisputed world heavyweight champion Claressa Shields will defend her belts against IBF light heavyweight champion Lanny Daniels on July 27th in Detroit, Michigan. And you can catch it live on DAZN, the home of combat sports, broadcasting over 185 fights a year from the world's best promoters.
Stephen Fulton came over to the corner of Leanna Cruz to offer some advice. You know, telling Leanna Cruz, kick the legs out, relax.
It's a community effort here in Philadelphia as they hope to crown an interim world champion. Allentown, Pennsylvania's own Leanna Cruz, very much a Philly fighter who just ripped another excellent right hand and now goes back to the body of Regina Chavez, who just doesn't stop throwing regardless of what you hit her with.
Right, and the reason why these shots are looking better from Leanna Cruz is because they are better because of the balance. Just proper balance. Now, a lot of times Chavez just leans in and she squares up just a little bit. The balance is not there to throw the harder shots.
And that's the difference in a fight, in my opinion.
And that's sometimes. She tends to lead in, you know, and she doesn't have perfect balance when she's throwing the shots.
I think most of the time she doesn't have that much leverage on the shots. But still fighting, still a great fight in Chavez. Great, clean shots landed by Leanna. Left hook followed by a right loop.
Chavez has an amazing beard.
I think what we're seeing, to your point as well, is Cruz is kind of taking advantage of the volume of Chavez in a sense. When you throw as much as Chavez does, you have to sacrifice something.
Absolutely.
And Cruz is finding those little edges, those little lanes that she is sacrificing in order to throw as much as she is.
Yeah, she is hot in that kitchen, and she's going to take risks by letting all those shots go. And Leanna's landing the harder, more leveraged shots. Not hurting her, but they're obvious.
Final 20 seconds of round 9.
I'll tell you what, Leanna Cruz has showed us something tonight that she hasn't shown us yet in her career, how much of a dog she is.
And also she's showing that she has less experience.
Yes.
And she's probably the better boxer.
No question. From fighting at bars to fighting for titles.
It's one thing to be a natural, to be natural, skillful, maybe even naturally athletic, but to show that you have heart like this.
Fighting a fighter that turned professional at 14 years old.
Trainer's dream, yeah, yeah.
There's Schoolboy Steph.
He just took a deep breath right there. I think he's nervous for her. This is a good fight.
Stephen Fulton dialed into this fight.
Yes.
And final round of what has been a banger of a fight here between Leanna Cruz and Regina Chavez with the interim WBA super flyweight title hanging in the balance.
I'm more impressed with Leanna Cruz in this performance than any other fight of her career, guys.
She's fighting a girl that, you know, probably in most eyes should be a champion right now. And in my opinion, she's actually dominating.
This is a perfect example of Chavez throwing 4 or 5 shots that didn't land clean.
Yeah, look at Cruz just swimming in that middle lane here and landing those uppercuts to the body. Back comes Chavez with her trademark volume.
I didn't think it was going to be very easy for her to swim without getting wet with this much volume coming at her. But she's definitely shown a lot of skill set.
Nice uppercut there. But back comes Chavez with a chopping right hand that gets the blood flowing from the nose of Cruz once again.
Good body attack by Leanna Cruz, even in this last round.
That's about 6 punches landed to the body. Combination there from Cruz. Final 30 seconds of this contest.
Chavez really eats these shots.
For breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And a late night snack.
Seconds remaining in the contest.
I think she signaled, stand here and bang. That's what Leanna just said.
He said, I got cojones.
Both women accepted that invitation all night long
a great fight. Amazing fight. Respect. You can't help but respect your opponent after a fight like that. In my opinion, I think Leanna took over the fight in a competitive fight.
Let's see what our YouTube viewers are thinking. They still believe that Regina Chavez has done enough to win this one. 54% of voters feeling that. And listen, what a story it would be for Leanna Cruz if she has indeed pulled this one out. You think back to that first round, you couldn't ask for a worse start. Between the knockdown and a bad injury that, again, in talking to Cruz's corner during the fight, Brian Cohen said they believe that there's a tear. I mean, Leanna Cruz could be headed to surgery right after this, and to have bounced back and fought for 9 rounds afterwards the way she did would be a remarkable bounce back.
She went into the corner after the first round. They did an MRI real quick.
Yes.
And she came back out and she dug deep and she brought that dog out. That's what she did.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights from this one, and really this entire fight is a highlight tape.
Oh, what a good shot. Yes, she did wince with that knee, but she got caught, and what made her go down was the shot. Chavez made it very tough for her with those shots. I believe this is like the second round where she bloodied up that nose, and she was landing a lot of shots. And it was the adjustments that Leanna made, and it was slight adjustments. It was really like catching the shots, moving your head, getting your head off the line. Just a beautiful performance. I don't see how she didn't win this fight.
All right, the scorecards are in the hands of Ray Flores. Let's send it up.
Gone 10 rounds, we go to the scorecards. Here are your score totals. Judge at ringside, Steve Weisfeld has it 95-94. Judge Dewey LaRosa has it 97-92. And Lynn Carter scores it 96-93 for your winner by unanimous decision. And still undefeated, Leanna Too Much Cruz.
She pulled it off. Leanna Cruz victorious here in Philadelphia. You heard the scores. 95-94, 97-92, and 96-93. A tremendous fight as Leanna Cruz becomes the interim WBA champion.
96-93 sounds about right.